Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for this County Championship match between Somerset and Durham. The toss will be at 10:30 and we will update you with the result and the team. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal county championship partner, WPA Health Insurance. We are pleased to be working in partnership with our ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates County Ground again. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants with a head office based in St James Street, Taunton. The toss is just about to get underway and the player will commence.
Fantastic view from here, isn't it? Remember when we sat in the Lord's Pavilion and we were right behind the stump? Yeah. This is a hell of a view, isn't it? Welcome to Taunton. The home of cricket. You see, I thought we were going to be in that hotel there. That's what I thought you were going to sort out for. It's not a hotel. It's not a hotel. It's a Timeless Cat. Oh,
Yeah.
well, even so my last stop is going to be St James Taunton, which is the Minster. 100, no. It's the church just lovely ground bar. It's the rugby ground as well. The pitch took a lot of organising, bringing it up to standard, first class cricket. It's quite fussy. Getting it, Western is very out, sort of very rough ground really. Very poor for women. Doesn't have showers or anything like that. You get it for you and yeah, it's usually about twice a year, something like that. Yeah, nice, very nice down there. You lived up around here. No, I used to live in West Rockingham. Oh, did you? And then that's Marlow. Oh, yeah. So I was on his panel. Yes, yes. He was one of my first. All right. I've seen you on Zoom. It's a nice place. It is a nice place, isn't it? Yeah. It's very fortunate to get that place, I think. He's doing well, though. Yeah, he is. He works very hard. Yes, he does well. Yeah. Yes. Something nowadays, just get one parish, isn't it? Yeah, one church. And down. No, I mean we went up recently for a funeral and we stayed overnight. Close by and they had a meal. Oh, well done. So much. You go down here? Private park. Yeah. Really? So where did you go then? Did you have to go downstairs? No. There's a cottage here. Just behind. Oh, I see. Right. That far out. Sorry, what's that?
obviously the build-up to the 2019 World Cup and the style of play, and all the changes of white ball cricket for England, and then to sort of finish with that day at Lord's, which just the most remarkable game and finish you're ever likely to ever be a part of. It was just absolutely amazing, and yeah, if I could relive sort of a minute or 2 minutes of my career, that would certainly be that feeling, having broken the stumps and having won the World Cup, was just the best feeling. And then of course, getting the opportunity to be captain of England and lift the trophy in the T20 World Cup in Australia was very different to 2019, but equally as memorable and important and fulfilling. I just sort of can clearly see, once we won, sort of talking to Mark Wood about, like, can't believe it's going to be me to get to lift the trophy for the team. It gets presented to the captain, and then I can still see it now, sort of holding the trophy aloft and the team all around you and everyone cheering and stuff. That was, that'd be sort of my main highlights, I'd say, throughout my career. My relationship with Cooper Associates sort of started right from my start of my cricket career, really, at Somerset Seconds. Conversation with Lee, agreeing to sort of sponsor me and support me, and saying, support me as long as my career goes, really. But actually, sort of my dad sort of saying to me once I became a professional cricketer, you're going to need to, look after your future and think about what you do with your money. And he very much as well introduced me into Glyn, and then into sort of conversations with Lee about sort of financial advice and buying a house and getting a mortgage and all those kind of things that Coopers have supported me with throughout time, really, which has been a great relationship to have, very comforting that it's you've got a very professional relationship, but with people you've known for a long time, so you've got that sort of deep level of trust, and someone on the end of the phone who can always pick up the phone and have any sort of financial advice that's needed. The sort of relationship with Coopers has been there for a long time. They've been a sticker on the back of my bat at various times throughout my career as well. And so as I said, I've probably bought, maybe 3 or 4 houses now in my lifetime, and sort of all gone through Coopers with the help sort of setting that up financially and with the mortgage, etc. And then into the wealth management side of things as well, sort of obviously future-proofing, hopefully, mine and my family's sort of as time goes by, and Lee's very much always talked about, at some point your cricket career is going to finish, and you want to be in a position where you've set the rest of your life up and set your family's life up, and because the way it is, your earning potential is never going to be the same as it is when you're playing cricket. So that's been a huge sort of comfort to know that sort of having that sort of level of planning and everything in place to sort of look after me off the pitch certainly allows you to, in my opinion, perform as well as you can on the field, because it's just an extra worry or something that's taken care of, and you know that you can just go out and do your thing on the field, and know that sort of very important things that you need set up in your life are being looked after by some really great people.
Good morning, everyone. A beautiful day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. What a joy it is to see Josh Butler first up as well. Sam Dalling alongside Sophie Luff. Triggs is with us this morning. We may have some special guests too. Somerset versus Durham in the County Championship. Somerset still second. Durham would have thought at the start of the season, I know they thought they had an outside shot at a title. They were gunning for it. Lost a couple of games, but they did have a big win against Nottinghamshire last week. So they are in very good form. Are you in very good form, Sophie Love?
I'm feeling good, yeah. Not played a lot of cricket lately, actually, which is remarkable given that we're nearly into September and the season's pretty much over. So I feel a bit like it's just come and gone, but...
Well, I was meaning as a person as well. Like, how are you?
Oh yeah, I'm brilliant. Yeah, I'm top of the world. Like, blue skies here at Taunton, ready for what's going to be a cracking day and hopefully a very good 4 days ahead of us.
Top of the world. I can't. Whenever I hear the phrase "top of the world," I've just got "I'm on top of the world." Hey. Anyway, I'm singing and it's not even 11 o'clock. We're not even past the watershed. Team news and toss news. Somerset won the toss. They elected to bat, and the person winning the toss was Lewis Gregory, because he is back into the Somerset side, as is Lewis Goldsworthy for the first time in red ball cricket this season. And you'll see a name at the top of the order that might well get you a little bit excited. Archie Vaughan on first class debut. He comes in for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Josh Davey and Jake Ball are the other two to miss out from last week's draw at Edgbaston. As a little bit of biscuit just gets stuck in my throat as I read that out. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, really excited to see Archie Vaughan. I've not seen a lot of him, obviously heard a lot about him, so really excited to see how he goes. Obviously Somerset are going to have a bat as well, so he's going to be straight into business. I mean, it's a long batting order, isn't it? Craig Overton at 10, that's just the thing that caught my eye there. And yeah, really excited to see Goldsworthy back in. Obviously had a wonderful Metro Bank campaign, so yeah, excited to see what he can do against the Red Bull.
I hope Jack Leach isn't listening, because you've stopped that list. You've gone Craig Overton at 10. Surely Jack Leach at 11 is the surprise.
Yeah, I guess so, but I feel like he's batted at number 11 before.
Wow.
I'm not sure I've seen Craig Overton at 10
Okay.
as much as
All right.
I've seen Jack Leach at 11, so less of a surprise for me.
Okay, I'll give you that. It's good depth, though. It's good
But he
depth.
could well, if Somerset need a Nighthawk, then Jack Leach could well get himself up the order, couldn't he?
I suspect he's a very keen Nighthawk. I know for a fact Durham have plenty of keen Nighthawks. Whenever they lose a wicket towards the end of the day, it's a race in their changing room to try and get down those steps. Let's have a look at their side. A couple of names that will be familiar, a couple of less familiar names as well. One is George Drizzle. Drizzle from Brizzle had a spell on loan here at Somerset from Gloucestershire in the, I can't remember what it was called, the Royal London Cup back in the day. So he's into the side. Bryden Cast is back into the side. He's been missing through suspension, but is available again and will play a couple of games before he goes off with the England white ball squad. Scott Borthwick, the skipper, Alex Lees, Ollie Robinson, arguably unlucky not to be playing international cricket. Ben McKinney is one name folks might not recognise, but I think will become accustomed to very, very quickly. He was the England 19's captain. He scored 100 in the Metrobank One Day Cup on the Sunday, went off to play for the England Lions midweek, and then made a wonderful first-class century, a maiden first-class century last week up at Chester Street. He is a tall man. He drives well. When he gets his feet moving and he gets on top of the ball, he is a joy to watch. And another one in there is young Daniel Hogg, who made his first-class debut only last week. Took 7 for in the second innings, 8 for in the match. It was quite remarkable because Durham had just signed Neil Wagner. They'd been unlucky with bowling injuries. Right, Scott Boland broke down in his first game. Wagner, formerly of Somerset, took 4 wickets in the first innings. Then his shoulder went. So it looked like they beat Notts easily, and they did in the end. It was by an inning down, but there was rain around. They were a bowler light, and Daniel Hogg stepped up. So they're a decent side. Ashton Turner, who hadn't expected to play any red ball cricket, he was signed for T20. Dave Beddingham, a bit like Miguel Pretorius, has been in the South Africa squad. They came back to England and then they went back to South Africa for some A cricket. So that means Ashton Turner, who made a first-class 100 last week, is also playing. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, looks like Goldsworthy is going to open the batting for Somerset here. Just spotted that on our screen, didn't we, Sam? At the corner of my eye.
Did we expect that? I don't think I did.
No, but I don't mind it.
Yeah. Andy Mead, we've come to expect in classic cricketer. But yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy is going to open the batting. It would have been a big ask for Archie Vaughan. We assumed, and you know what happens when you assume, so?
No, I don't.
Sometimes get made to look a fool. Lewis Goldsworthy to open the batting. Glorious. Have you been out there, Soph, this morning?
No, I haven't actually, but we played here on Monday, and we played on a very good surface. We played on the one as we're looking at the pitch. We're actually right behind the bowler's arm here, aren't we, Sam? On the wicket that we're on today. We played about 4 strips to the left. Very good deck. I presume Somerset batting first here. I believe this is going to be a decent wicket as well.
Yeah, Ben Rain, as you might expect, one of the stalwarts of the county cricket scene to start. 3 slips wait, Borthwick, Turner and Lees. Edge had gone straight away. First ball of the game. Andy Hamid has nicked Ben Rain straight into the big hands of the big man, Ashton Turner, at second slip. And Somerset's decision to bat first on a pitch they would have hoped was batter friendly. Well, it's hard to tell, but this couldn't have got off to a worse start.
Yeah, not ideal. Hamid pressing forward there, finds the outside edge. Just going to see the replay again here, and Turner won't drop those.
It's a great start from Rain, isn't it? He's put it in an area where he has to play. It was close enough to off stump. The very first ball of the game, you're not sure. That's a beauty. Ben Rain does it time and again for Durham. He's a quite brilliant bowler. One of those who he started at Durham, then went off, played down at Leicestershire, I think it was, came back, and actually Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach, who we're going to see, Tom Lammonby, who is a relation of Ryan Campbell. Tom Lammonby in very good form, batting in his familiar number 3 spot. Ryan Campbell got to a stage a couple of weeks ago. They picked up a lot of injuries in their bowling department. They've had players go off of England. Potts and Stokes, who did play a few games. Wood, who they love having around, and he's part of the group, but they don't really, on the whiteboards at the start of the season when you're putting your players and working out who you've got and when, they don't include Mark Wood in that. But they were short. But Campbell could just see Ben Rain was absolutely knackered, didn't have anything left to give, so he told him to go off for a couple of weeks, to recharge his battery, step away from cricket, which Rain can do. He went off and basically went fishing for a couple of weeks.
Oh, wow.
And he came back refreshed, and it's been in lovely nick since. So a mid-season break has done him well. I don't know what his fishing capabilities are. I can't
say, what's the fishing like up north as well?
I don't know. Harry would know. It feels like Harry Everett would know that sort of thing.
Is he a keen fisherman?
It just feels like he would be. It's probably too static for him, isn't it?
Yeah, surely he can't sit still for that long.
4th slip goes in. Ben McKinney. By the way, I'll talk about Harry Everett in a second. Rain around the wicket. Do you know what Harry Everett's doing today? Have you heard him?
Yes, I did actually. Just as I was bringing the coffees back up. Is he doing the PA Is he doing the announcing?
He's the voice of God, as they call it.
What did he say? I can't remember what he said now.
He reminded everyone that the Kookaburra ball is being used.
Yeah, that was it. The Kookaburra ball.
Which has just reminded me that the Kookaburra ball is being used.
Yes. Oh, he'll be in his element.
But I think he's a bit upset because lunchtime is a key period for Harry Everett. He likes to get in that queue early and go round a couple of times. And I think there's quite a lot for him to say at lunchtime over the PA. So he's a bit worried he's going to miss out on his food.
Priorities.
Exactly.
Is that the first time he's done it? I fancy he's done it before.
He's done it at Gloucestershire before. I don't know if he's done it here. He's an all-rounder. He's just getting that step closer. I think he's on his social media, he's saying, I just need to umpire and play. He put play down, but I just thought that was a little bit wishful. A little bit wider to Lammonby. Been good to see him in decent red ball form this year, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been great, especially with his, I guess, limited opportunities in the white ball side for Somerset. Managed to get a gig at Oval Invincibles though, more often than not, which is remarkable how sort of contrasting the Vitality Blast and the 100 are for players like that.
Straighter, but too high. Lammonby starting just outside his crease. Yeah, he played in the final, didn't he? Got a few runs in the final. Played in 8 games. It just shows the depth of the Somerset T20 side, isn't it? Lewis Goldsworthy out on loan. James Rue can't get a game. Lammonby can't get in the side. He played a couple. Do you think he's found his spot batting at 3?
Yeah, I think he has. Yeah. He's got a big job to do after losing the early wicket of Hamid.
Maiden over to start from Ben Rain. It's a wicket maiden.
Yeah, very good start there by Rain. On the money, only sort of one wider delivery. But definitely didn't tempt Lammonby. What would the Durham drive been down to here, Sam? I'm gonna have to potentially get used to it next year with Durham coming into the women's professional game.
I'm glad you clarified that.
But I have been to Chester Street a couple of times actually.
On a coach, it's probably 6 hours these days, as young Daniel Hogg is going to start off fresh off his 7th. These days, you can't drive for any period of time without being in an average speed zone for about half of it, which is very frustrating.
Hogg's in then. Drop short. Goldsworthy's going to get off the mark with a boundary. But again, 2 opening bowlers with their first 2 balls have found the outside edge. Goldsworthy gets away with one there. Just didn't carry that one actually.
No, it's a genuine outside edge, and those slips aren't that far back. Hogg, I think, is a player that he's only a young man, he'll grow into his body, he'll bulk up a little bit, and then he'll be a real threat. But he's got that height, he's like 6'7", 6'8".
Yeah, he does look very tall actually from
He's a
up here.
very tall man.
In again. Oh, Goldsworthy leaves that. That's not far away either.
Well,
how close was that?
Not far away.
Nip back in.
Probably a 4th stump, isn't it? That's clipping.
Yeah.
Lewis Goldsworthy knew what was happening.
Yeah, obviously.
Great stuff.
So, yeah, great leave, great leave.
There's only 2 kinds, really, isn't there? It's a bit like penalties. I was watching a penalty shootout last night, and someone said that's a rubbish penalty. It's like, well, he scored, so.
Defended up to mid-on. Yeah, he looks like he's got very long limbs. Hogg.
Yes. There's a little skip at the start of his run-up. I like the very first step is a little jump, and then he's into it. And I know that he's done a lot of work with Graham Onions, and it sounds a weird thing to say, but it's that whole coach thing. We bowl the ball, don't just put it there. They had to work a lot on that with him.
He's in again. Fuller this time, and Goldsworthy almost digs it out. I think that's Cast there doing the fielding. It's a cracking morning here. Beautiful sunshine.
It's glorious. I reckon I'm the lucky charm, Safe, because last weekend, right?
Hogg in again. Tempted cut shot there, Goldsworthy. Seems to be a bit happening out there.
Yeah, Hogg does make the ball talk. He did it last week as well. Players like Jack Haynes and Joe Clark in a bit of trouble. Maybe not quite short enough. Yeah, it rained everywhere last weekend, apart from in Durham. I did 96 overs in the day, on the day where hardly anyone else played.
Worked away just behind square from Goldsworthy. I think it's going to be pulled in. Great fielding there from Parkinson. Come back for 3.
It's weirdly the driest ground in the country, Durham. You wouldn't have guessed that, would you?
No, you probably wouldn't have.
Durham, Sunderland, Newcastle are in the
It's got to be between Old Trafford and Sapphire Gardens for the wettest.
But I don't know, Bristol, where they seem to lose so much cricket at Gloucestershire, don't they? Do you miss what do you find that with the Storm? Do you miss many games up there?
We actually haven't, from memory. I don't think I've maybe ever been off the rain at
Oh, really?
Bristol.
Maybe you're the lucky charm.
Cancelled game.
Have you got a game left at Taunton, by the way, as Western Storm?
Yeah,
One
we've
more.
got our last ever as Scott Borthwick basically just pulled his trousers down at first slip there. Sorry, just at the corner of my eye. Don't worry, he's pulled them back up now.
Goldsworthy tucked it off his hips. And they come back from a couple. Callum Parkins, who's a busy man, fine leg to fine leg.
I was just going to say.
It's a long way as well.
Yeah, he's getting some yards in early doors. Good old stint.
He's used to it. It's Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, specialist. Like, obviously, there's a joke about being a specialist fine legger, but like some people actually genuinely are.
Big shout from Ben Rain. He really liked it. His hands go on head. The umpire said no. I'd like to have another look at that. His height wasn't an issue, I don't think. Goldsworthy's not a tall man. Did it hit him out the other side of the... Maybe going down there.
I think that's what it would have been, if anything.
I think he would have been a little nervous there, Lewis Goldsworthy.
See the front on angle. It's close.
It's tight, that. It is tight. Still there. Lovely shot. Just slightly back of a length, and he's whipped that past George Drizzle. Daniel Hogg is going to do the fielding, and they're quick. They come back for 3 runs. Somerset into double figures. Goldsworthy, every single one of them.
Yeah, just timed off the hip there from Goldsworthy. Eightfield was rapid here on Monday, so I expect it to be pretty similar. Yeah, we actually finish here on the 7th of September, so week Saturday, last ever Western Storm game.
Oh.
Bit of a end of an era. I'm sure it'll be quite an emotional day.
I bet. Round the wicket, 4 slips. Start of something new, though, hopefully. One era comes to an end, and hopefully another era starts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's obviously going to be interesting to see how the regional domestic structure sort of aligns back into the county system, and how having sort of like the 2 teams at one club. Yeah, obviously delighted that the one here is Taunton based.
Lammonby is off the mark. Initially said wait there, but it was always getting past mid-wicket. I think it's going to go all the way to the boundary yet. It was a case of, if it beat George Drizzle, it was going to be 4. And it is 4. Callum Parkinson, not only is he doing fine leg to fine leg, but there's a right and left hand combo as well. So he's covering all 4 corners. Well, it's not really corners, is it? Because we've got a circle, but you know what I mean.
It's
a lot.
That is a decent effort. Yeah.
The rope's all the way on the edge, and the pitch is pretty central actually, so there's not a short side. Soft hands, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Goes wide of 4th slip. Not going to go to the boundary though. Ashton Turner does the fielding, and they come back for 3, so a slightly expensive over there from Rain actually. What are we looking at?
Fair few 3s already this morning.
That's how big the outfield is, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
12 off it. 16 for 1, 3 overs gone. 19 for 1, 3 overs gone. Ward hasn't quite caught up. Decent run rate, given they lost a wicket. Very first ball of the game.
I think it just shows, you get really good value whenever you bat here at Taunton, but Hammond being that overs, just timed one off his hip. It was the same as Goldsworthy actually. Goldsworthy got 3 for his. Lammonby's raced away to the fence, and it's literally just pushed off his hip. It's going to be Hogg again then to the left-handed Lammonby. 3 slips in. Fulton Lammonby's driving, and as far as Cast at mid-on, he dives to get that one. blown by Goldsworthy that time.
Full round of games going on as well, so we'll keep an eye on scores elsewhere. Big game for Worcestershire at Essex. Big win for Worcestershire last week. Hampshire versus Lancashire up at Old Trafford. Lancashire in real trouble. Like real trouble. Not a happy camp at the moment, it doesn't feel like, for externally.
Hoggin again. Goldsworthy right in behind that one, defending up the ground.
That's good cricket at young Daniel Hogg, Durham School, so just up the road. His brother is massive. His brother plays England under 18 rugby, so he's big but wide as well. I think Hogg maybe will add a little bit of bulk. You've got to be careful not to add too much.
Tucking that one into mid-wicket.
I suppose you only play up at Durham if that's where the Diamonds happen to be that week. They play a lot of they play a fair bit of Headingley and a bit of Scarborough.
We've actually been Headingley the last couple of years. I think it was 2021 we did. We had to play them in the Rachel and the Charlotte Edwards.
Different times?
Twice in the space of 10 days, so we did 2 trips up there. Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate schedule on that occasion. But yeah, I really enjoyed playing it at Durham actually. I thought it was a lovely ground. I think you always enjoy playing at grounds where you get a few runs as well. It always have better memories, I guess.
Yes, does help. I wouldn't know, I'm agreeing. I've got no idea. I can see the
It makes
theory.
the 6-hour
yes.
drive, and
Long.
especially the drive home as well, a little bit better. Outside edge. That might race away. Turner's in pursuit, but I don't think he's going to pull it back in. Soft hands there by Goldsworthy. Hogg's making things happen though.
If you're just joining us, welcome. And there's 1,200 or so of you on the stream. If you're joining us as a Durham fan, welcome. If you're a neutral, welcome too. Good morning to all our Somerset regulars, as well as our Somerset newbies, who include Sean, I believe, who's hoping to come down on day 4 with his pal Harry. He's a recent convert to cricket. He's not been too well lately. Ended up watching most of the T20 World Cup in hospital on TV, and has become a cricket badger since, so hopefully Sean gets down here. As rain is into Lammonby, hope you're feeling a bit better, Sean, and that this game can go the distance. Nice little 4th day victory for Somerset. I'm assuming you're a Somerset fan, Sean. You might be a Durham fan, but I hope it goes your way. Come and say hello if you're around on day 4.
Are you just on today, Sam? Or are you doing any other days?
Back in. When I'm here, I'm here Friday. I'm here.
So that's tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes.
Yep.
What day is it today?
I lose track of the days in the cricket season.
Particularly now, they're moving these 4-day games around.
You start on different days. It's
not fair.
There's no sort of structure to it.
I'm here on Saturday until about tea time. My wife is expecting our first baby imminently, so understandably she doesn't want me away too much. I'm going to drive back up to Cheshire.
I know, it's not like you're just round the corner either, is it?
Early cry of, yeah, they're going to think about 2. Parkinson's quick to the ball though. He's one of those, Parky, that he came out as Night Hawk or Night Watchman or whatever you want last week. I think he also then got out. But he was racing out there. No, he didn't actually, that's a lie. No, he resumed. I saw that. It was Somerset, wasn't it, that did it up at Durham where a couple of them got out. But no, they do have a little bit of a race. I think Parky often comes in at 11, but his ideal place is to bat in the top 6. Somerset 25 for 1, 4.5 overs gone. Remember, Lewis Gregory back in the Somerset side. won the toss, elected to bat. They lost Andy Amede, very first ball of the game, to Ben Rain. Caught a second slip by Ashton Turner. Which is why Lewis Goldsworthy, who is opening the batting, and Tom Lammonby's out there. They're going all right, but there's definitely something in this for the bowlers. A couple of outside edges that have gone wider fielders. Sean and his mate Harry are down in Torbay. Came up for the Gloucestershire Blast game, which wasn't a great result, but he is a Somerset fan despite losing, so got a lot of time for that. You're presumably playing on Saturday? Where are you heading to?
Yes, we're away to South East Stars.
Oh, nice.
At Beckenham. We've been rain affected the last couple of times we've been there, so fingers crossed that get the full quota of overs in. Back to 50 over cricket, it's actually quite long. Not as long as this, obviously.
Yeah, but the thing is, these players are never fielding for that long. 50 overs is the longest a pro cricketer will field, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Without a break. It's a long time.
Yeah.
Into the over. 25 for 1-5 gone. Who's going well on your side at the moment?
We've only played one game since we've been back, but Sophia Smale got a 50 here. Tough game for us. Thoroughly outplayed by Central Sparks, unfortunately, on Monday. But yeah, Smaley looked really good at the top of the order. She's definitely taken her opportunity there this season. Hogg's just, like, for me, like, not really found his sort of line or length in a way. Like, it's a bit of a mixed bag. There's been a couple of wider ones. You know, his length isn't as sort of like metronomic as Rain at the other end, and I think that sometimes that makes it slightly harder as a batter to set yourself for what's coming. And as I say that, he's then right on the money.
But you're spot on. As a batter, you've got no idea. And if he's not 100% sure where it's going, how are you meant to know? Because he's a young cricketer, right? He's making his first-class debut.
How old is he?
I think he's 18. Let me check. Should know that because I wrote it in a piece. He's 19. Had a couple of Metrobank Cup games. He got one wicket in the Hampshire game at South North. But he had this ability to, once he found his rhythm, he bowled this magic over and scored. God, Borthwick won't thank me for saying this, but the easiest slip catch you will ever see. Scott Borthwick put out one of those like catching practice style, perfect height right in the middle. He put it down, and then twice in that over, Hogg beat the inside and the outside edge. And so when he got into a little spell, it felt unplayable.
He's in again. Lammonby defends.
And Borthwick did really well with him actually, because on his debut, on his first day, they batted first, and so it was the second day of the game, but it was the first time he bowled. He bowled for, I think, 3 overs for 26, so it was a little bit wayward, so Borthwick had to take him out of the attack. And they had Rain, they had Wagner. Who else did they have? There was another seamer. The name escapes me. Anyway, so he wasn't used for a while, and just when Nottinghamshire was 7, maybe 8 down,
beats the outside edge.
At a point where Durham had a little bit of momentum, that's when Borthwick reintroduced him, and he bowled really well after that. And it was just, I just felt it was very good captaincy, because I had to find a way to get him back into the game. Drizzle didn't play last week, Cast didn't play last week, Bazaleda did play, yeah. That was their other seaman.
Hogg round the wicket. Shorter, and Lammonby chips that to mid-wicket. Drizzle takes the catch, I think it is. McKinney, sorry.
No, I think you were right.
Was it Drizzle?
Yeah, Drizzle's 8, McKinney's 9.
Lammonby's got to go.
It's almost commentators reverse curse there. After you said he was a bit wet, he's then put 4 or 5 balls on the spot. Short ball, Lammonby didn't quite know what to do with it, didn't get himself into a very good position. Was well directed around the wicket at the left-hander. He just gets a top edge, simple catch.
Yeah, just never really got in a position. Lammonby's usually so good at the pull shot. Just almost like surprised him the length of that ball. That's what I was saying. Like Hogg just changing his line and length.
I think you were right, Soph. I think was it 9 rather than 8?
I think it was 9. I think it was
which
McKinney.
case it's McKinney, yeah. Apologies, Soph.
I was actually going to say, like, it's actually really obvious, like their names and numbers on the back of their shirts as well, but I obviously couldn't. Probably need to get my eyes tested, to be honest, Sam.
We are a way away. McKinney is another tall man, but you look at McKinney and just assume he was a bowler. Tom Abel then. At the crease, batting 4 this year. Still in relatively early though in this game with work to do.
It's a great sight, isn't it, when someone comes out wearing the old school cricket jumper. It's just county championship at its best.
It's not great as a commentator when the fielding side, when it's a cold day and they're all in
because then
this.
you can't see the names and numbers.
It's Goldsworthy on strike there. That was the end of the over. Ben Rain. Abe's with 5 and 37 not out at Edgbaston last week. A decent tournament captaining the Welsh Fire. Missed a chunk of this season with that hamstring injury picked up. Durham, actually, the reverse fixture was his first game back.
And he opened in that game, didn't he?
Yeah, it didn't go so well. Ben Rain actually got him. I think Ben Rain might have got him twice in that game. Just a little bit tentative in that round, understandably. Durham will be delighted, particularly given they were asked to bowl. I don't know what they'd have done if Ryan Campbell pops up at some point. I might ask him. You can hear that Tom Abel call bellowing around the Cooper Associates county ground. No chance of a mix-up there. A couple of runs to Goldsworthy. He moves on to 18. Kent are also a couple of wickets down at Edgbaston. They're 28 for 2 after 6. Hannah Dolby and Rushworth. Durham's leading wicket taker in the county championship of all time, picking up a wicket. Worcestershire are 10 for 4. They're in a bit of trouble at Chelmsford. Jamie Porter 3 for 4 from 3 overs.
Chelmsford as well. It's usually a good deck there.
Goldsworthy behind it. Yeah, it's usually when Harmer gets ball in hand. But Cook and Porter, I mean, they are exceptional. Sam Cook's unlucky not to be in the test team.
Ah, Trevor Griffin on screen. Looks like he's working hard.
As usual. It's deep in.
Doesn't look very happy, does he? Smile, Trev. Come on. It's not that bad. That's a lovely shot.
Yeah, it's beautiful goals, well, just over pitched by Ben Rain. Lent into it, and that's the first really convincing shot of the day. The first one down the ground anyway. They flicked a couple off their hips. They've opened a few down to third, but that's the first one straight at the wicket. Let's have another look at that. Yes, please. 4.
Yeah, glorious from Goldsworthy. Warm applause from the Somerset faithful here as well. That's what they love to see.
Interesting that young Farhan Ahmed, Rayan's brother, is making his Nottinghamshire debut today, age 16. 16 years and 189 days. Youngest ever first class player. Now, it's interesting, the Kookaburra ball, Somerset brought Archie Vaughan in and they brought Goldsworthy in. yeah, have a look for the other teams, see how many sides have brought extra spinners in. Durham brought Drizzle in alongside Parkinson. Flick through, see what else I can discover. Free slips, wait, Somerset 27 for 2. Lewis Golds will be on strike with 18. After a shaky-ish start, he started to look a little bit more solid. The problem with these Kookaburra balls is it does a little bit early, but quite quickly that lacquer comes off and it flattens out.
Yeah, and that's certainly what Somerset will be hoping for here. Abel still yet to face a ball. He's going to be on strike to the young hog now.
Surrey 20 without loss in that game up at Trent Bridge. Just mentioning Farhan Ahmed. He's on to bowl already, in fact. Nottinghamshire turn to some youngsters, actually. 2 spinners, Patterson White back in.
Left alone by Abel. Just looks like he's got a bit of angle back into the right-hander, Hogg. Slips in. Abel working that off his hip. Just in front of square. Hogging again. Abel defends. Alone by Abel. Very watchful start from Tom.
Needs to be. Just need to take their time. See off this new ball, whatever lacquer's left on it. Durham had those couple of adrenaline boosts, those couple of early wickets for Rain and Hogg. Delayed to bowl. Parkinson, Drizzle. They're a bit light. They're not light. They are light off to a couple of middle order players. They've still got a very good side, but Bellingham's not here. Colin Ackerman, who I'm not sure if he's had his kids yet. His wife had just gone into labour at the start of the last game. They're having twins to add, so they're going to have. They may well have 3 kids by now. So congratulations to them if that's happened. Serious player, Colin Ackerman, but he bowls a bit of spin as well. So they're missing him in the middle order. They didn't miss him last week in the sense they had 3 Centurions in the game. Lee, some Kinney.
Edge but doesn't carry.
And Ashton Turner. Basteleda made 89 from not many balls. Batted just once, 531 for 7 they made. They play this aggressive brand of cricket. And they really like Bryden Cast as a batter as well. There's a sense that they feel that England haven't quite worked out how good a batter Bryden Cast is. There's a few folk at the top of the lawn in Botham stand enjoying some sunshine, maybe some hospitality in Botham, involved with both clubs as well. Went up to Durham at the back end of his career and is now, I think he's chair up there. He's got a position at Durham. rain to continue into his 5th over. He can bowl slightly longer spells. I think they'll be quite careful with Daniel Hogg. Bryden Cast is just warming up at mid-off. His first bowl for a while. Suspended for a couple of months in relation to placing bets. Happened a few years ago, but brilliant to see him back. Brilliant to see him fit. He's a wonderful bowler. Sharp. Not quite as sharp, I'll tell you what, as Mark Wood. He was there warming up one of the championship games I did up there, and he was bowling to the guys with the mitt, and I stood behind him. This one just came off a length, and it was Stuart Pointer, who used to keep for Durham, Ireland international. Went over his head, like he got like he tipped it over the bar, and it just flew off to the boundary. Like, he's not even putting full effort into that.
Yeah.
Oof, wouldn't like to face it.
No, I can't say I would be volunteering either.
Speaking of quick bowlers, though, how's Izzy Wong getting on?
Yeah, she's been brilliant. Yeah, we're not going to see her again, unfortunately. Her loan deal was to the end of the year.
Yeah.
She's obviously selected in the Island Series, which is brilliant for her. Great opportunity for her to try and get back amongst sort of international honours. But yeah, she's someone that just loves what she does, and it's been great to see her sort of run in with a smile on her face and then back to sort of enjoying her cricket and bowling at her best. I guess it's worked pretty well for both parties, as you'd always kind of hope with a loan move. She wasn't getting an opportunity at Spark, so we were probably looking for a seam bowler, missing Danny Gibson and Lauren Filer regularly. We actually had Wongi and Filer bowling in tandem, opening the bowling for us on Monday, which was awesome to see. Two young quicks going about their business. It's quite nice as a captain to have those girls in your team. Driven by Goldsworthy, but Cast has a good bit of fielding. Didn't time that one as well as the one that raced to the fence in the previous over.
Yeah, that must be fun to have those two having batters jump around.
Yeah, and Wongi's just got this energy and enthusiasm about her, and that's really refreshing, actually.
I don't know her, but she strikes me as a kind of infectious personality. She's always smiling whenever you see her in pictures or on the TV. Yeah, brilliant for her to be back involved in that England Tour of Ireland, which they changed the dates last minute, didn't they? Shifted it around. I think they dropped the T20 off and moved the date of the second T20. I don't know why. 31 for 2, 9 gone. There's that Somerset scorecard. As you see, joining slightly late. Andy Hamid went very first to ball the game. What's that? Is that a platinum duck?
Yeah, I get confused. As a cricketer, you should know the terminology. But I think it's called different things in different countries as well.
And there's probably first ball of the game and first ball of the innings is probably something different. And this is both.
And then there's like if you get run out without facing a ball. And
I'm surprised Harry didn't read it out over the PA. He probably knows.
Yeah, he probably does.
I'm surprised he's not commentating live actually.
That'd be brutal though, wouldn't it? Oh, edged by Abel, but with soft hands. He's lost his sleeveless sweater already, and he's into his work. He's off the mark with a 4 down to third man.
It's warm out there. It was brave from him.
Yeah, like it's bad enough getting out first ball in general. First ball of the innings, the last thing you want is the announcer stating exactly what's just happened and what kind of duck you've just got.
And particularly it's Harry in his style. He made me laugh the other week. He always makes me laugh. He's brilliant. Lewis Goldsworthy had just got 90 odds, I think, to win a Metrobank game. And the opening question of Harry's interview that I saw in part was, it's a bit disappointed not to get 100 in the end. And Lewis, as the opening question, I was like, it's a fine question, but it's probably your 4th or 5th after you've praised him. It made me laugh. Yeah, I'd love to hear him commentating He's probably switched to channel the Virtue Motors earpieces somehow so that he's going live in.
Full by Hogan. Dug out to the covers by Abel. Scampers a single. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we talk about Harry quite a lot up here, but just remarkable. He just gets everywhere. Like every day he is like somewhere different, watching some form of cricket. I just don't know how he does it all, to be honest. It makes me tired thinking about his schedule.
I mean, I'm active. But he's the Izzy Wong of club cricket. Like he's so there's a personality. He's so infectious. He can't do a loop of the ground here without stopping and speaking to at least like 20, 30 people. He's becoming sort of semi-famous in his own right.
Well, he has got a plaque now, so...
Yeah, he's got a plaque, yeah. I enjoyed his, Joe Garner's plaque that was just next to mine. I think it's the other way round, Harry. We still don't know who paid for that. It's glorious, though. Goldsworthy on strike, 22.
Defending as far as Cass.
Who were the real cricket badgers in the Storm setup?
To be fair, Filer's a cricket badger.
Right.
Absolutely loves it. She watches any cricket, follows all the scores. Amanda Jade Wellington is the biggest though. Like she absolutely loves the IPL. At the start of the year, she'd stay up all night just watching the IPL. Loose ball there and punished by Goldsworthy. It was half stopped at mid-wicket, diving effort, but struck firmly and races away to the fence.
Yeah, it just came out wrong, didn't it? Came out wrong, put away, freebie runs for Goldsworthy. You can afford Daniel Hogg a rare bad ball. End of the over, 10 gone, 40 for 2. I love how you all just call her Filer, never a first name.
Yeah, actually, she was in training the other day, and Max Waller was doing some fielding with us, and he kept calling her Lauren, and everyone was like, "Who's Lauren?"
New
But
bowler
yeah, big
from
Phil.
the River End is bad
That's
for
what
later.
that's what we call her.
Well, we've got a change of bowling on the pitch, so we're going to have a change of bowling in the commentary box as well. I think Bas Deleder is going to come on to bowl, and Triggs is going to come into the commentary for the first time in the game.
Ben Rain out of the attack then. Abel's got 5 to his name. He's on strike. Short to start with and left alone in the end by Abel.
Good morning, Soph.
Morning, Triggs. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Been sat next door watching the action. Very fine opening spell from the Durham bowlers. Bowled immaculate lines. A couple of release deliveries, which has given Somerset something like a start. But yeah, very impressed from Hogg this end, angling the ball into off stump, straightening it towards the slips with the occasional one nipping back. Yeah, fair old challenge. He looks a tall lad as well. They grow on trees, tall fast bowlers up in the northeast. I think Goldsworthy's been scrapping hard. Looks like he's playing very deep in his crease, letting the ball come. He's clipped a few away to the leg side. Tom Abel just looking to find his feet. Beautiful shot there from Tom Abel. Back foot punch through extra cover, races away into the physio equipment for 4. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, lovely shot that from Abel. Just got on top of the ball and the bounce there, and it's classy, isn't it?
Yeah, there aren't many better than Tom Abel when he's in full flow. He'll be mindful of the challenge though. There's a fair bit of live grass on the pitch. I wasn't really totally sure when I went out there to do the pitch report if it was going to be affecting the seam too much. It was almost certainly towards the fuller end of the scale. It looked like the green grass was masking quite a dry surface underneath. So I think this little period here of the new ball is crucial there. You see that one just darting back off the seam. So there's definitely enough there to keep you interested as a seam bowler, just on the angle. No real nip. I think that's the challenge, getting that duke ball a little bit older, get that lacquer off, get it a little bit softer, and batting becomes a lot easier here at Taunton. But yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see the first little bit of spin introduced at some stage. Wouldn't surprise me if it's before lunch.
Able defends that to cover.
What were your thoughts on the dismissal, Soph? You were sat here in the hot seat when they happened.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Rain on the money first ball. Not what you want, as Andy Mead punched again off the back foot from Tom Abel. That's going to race away.
Almost a carbon copy of the boundary earlier in the over. Almost hit the same TheraBand that's lying there on the floor in that little physio area. Beautiful bit of consistency there from Tom Abel. Yeah, the ball from Ben Rain, not only the fact, I don't think it did a huge amount, but it was just in that area, wasn't it, that you don't really want first up, just around the top of off. I know you hear that a lot in cricket, the top of off, but that's where the best bowlers, they deliver 90% of the balls in that area, and that's where you need to be. And I was in the press box next door, and it was, and I think I heard on the effects mic Rob Bailey maybe even say the words, the dreaded words, if you're an opening batsman taking the first ball. You okay to start a little bit early, lads? 10:59 before start of play, he's already on his way back to the pavilion. Next to WPA Health Insurance, supporting our stream. As we always say, we have fantastic support here with our corporate partners, keeping the wheels turning here, certainly up here in the press box.
It's going to be a double bowling change. Bryden Cass. Going to come into the attack.
Another one of those strong northern units. Can get the ball down there at a decent old rate of knots. Fresh out the salon by the looks of it as well. Got the old frosted tips rolling back from the 90s. Starts off with an aggressive length ball there to Goldsworthy. And back, fine leg for the top edge. Surprised he hasn't put square leg back as well, if that's going to be his tactic.
It's a bit wayward to start with, Cass. A few looseners.
Yeah, he's certainly one of those hit the deck bowlers. He's bowling into the sort of rib area. That was a little bit misdirected. But Goldsworthy being quite a small fella, he'll be used to playing a lot of his cricket off the back foot anyway, so I can't imagine he'll be that phased. That's a better length there from Cass, just straightening it a little bit towards the slips. A lovely morning this morning, Soph. We crossed paths on the way into town. The sort of St James Street area was humming with all the supporters picking up the last little snacks, a couple of bacon sandwiches being consumed. Yeah, it's a nice little crowd in for a championship game here. Looks like there's probably at least a couple of thousand in, enjoying the day's play so far. Somerset 50 for 2 in the 12th over. He didn't want that, did he, Soph? He didn't want that. He was running in. He had his phone in his hand. Speed dial to the dentist. He wasn't confident. Oh, panic. Straight into the Thatcher's board for 4.
Yeah, it's not Parkinson down there. He was doing fine leg to fine leg, and with the right left hand as well. When Lammonby was in, he was having to swap sides every ball, but he's managed to get himself out of there now. Work through mid wicket. Might just be
Parkinson
a couple. These two are quick between the wickets.
Yeah, I think that's sort of bread and butter shot from what I've seen at Goldsworthy. He played magnificently in the one-day semi-final. Got 100. He's a fine player in one-day cricket. I didn't have him down as like a 115 off 80 balls, but he really turned it on. So he's in good form, but loves to stay deep. Just clip off his hip, rotate the strike. Yeah, he's certainly in good touch. I think that's always a great thing when you bring someone into the championship team, especially opening the batting. There's a bit of form behind you, whether it be in the second 11 or the Metro Bank. Runs are runs, and he's obviously in pretty good shape at the moment. He's what's a 32.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Obviously, it was a little bit of a surprise to see him walk out and open the batting, but I think like he's obviously desperate for an opportunity. And if you're in good form as well, like take the challenge on, get up the order. Not just, you know, it would have been, you know, hard on Vaughan to come straight into the side and potentially open the battings. So yeah, I love that Goldsworthy's up there, and you know, he's done a fine job so far.
Yeah, I think a good decision really. You know, very excited to see Archie Vaughan make his first team debut. That's going to be close. Is that sliding down? Maybe an edge.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How's that not out? Very full, very full. Probably have a little DRS of that, wouldn't you, Captain?
Yeah, I think we would.
Oh, wow. Very, very close. I think that's one of those could go either way decisions there. Tommy Abel will be very happy he got the right side of Rob Bailey's decision there. Yeah, I think Archie Vaughan, you know, very excited to see him. First team debut, been tracking what some of the lads have been doing. Your George Thomases, been blazing runs in club cricket, in the Metro Bank and in the second 11. Archie Bailey hasn't got a massive volume of runs this year. He's had some opportunities, but hasn't really kicked on. So I think good decision. If it was like a, you know, a flip of the coin, which one was going to go up top, give it to the lad that's got the most runs in the bank. And Goldsworthy, like I said, the last month has had a really good time. Also played for Leicester early on in the season on loan.
Yeah, and he
went
did pretty
really
well there, didn't he, as well? So
they like him and Ben Green up at Leicester. We'll have to keep an eye on that as that transpires. Just looking to just find his radar a little bit here. Always a bit overwhelming sometimes when you go for 10 off your first over. You need to get a bit of favour from the captain, bash an area, show the skipper you're going to do a job.
Abel drives beautifully through the covers. Seen this morning the ball racing away to the fence once it beats that infield. Beautiful shot by Tom Abel. He moves to 17. Somerset 60 for 2 here.
Very healthy run rate. Those couple of wickets kind of makes it, I suppose, honours even at this stage. I think reflecting on the runs that the leader's gone for, they were 3 pretty good cricket shots, 12 runs, and you wouldn't say they were particularly bad balls. Very nice shots from Tom Abel.
Yeah, 2 off the back foot in the previous over after leader, and glorious drive off the front foot in that one.
He'll probably get another over before Captain Scott Borthwaite's got to maybe make a decision. Have a look at a bit of spin early. I think you could probably just about make it out from the cameras. Probably not quite high enough, but there's definitely a difference in sort of tone and certainly the texture of the wicket when you get to that sort of, I suppose, 6 yard and towards the stump's length. It looked a little bit pitted. Looked like there were some little tiny craters that over 4 days you'd hope break up and offer a bit of spin. So first innings runs are going to be crucial on a wicket that has been prepared, I would imagine, with the intent for it to spin. So it's very early on in the game, but you know, if Somerset really have eyes on winning the game, they really ought to post something at least starting with a 3, ideally a 4.
Worked off the hip by Goldsworthy. 2 guys down in that region. One at fine leg, one just behind square. Change of field. Now that Abel's on strike, that deep square comes into mid-wicket. Mid-wicket jumps over to cover region. Defended by Abel.
Some decent pace there, Soph. That's
Yeah,
hit the keeper hard, that.
86 miles per hour.
All mod cons here in the Somerset commentary box with the Eurolay speed gun. Yeah, as soon as you're above 85, the old reaction time gets pretty short.
Right in behind that one is Abel. He's actually older than I thought, Braden Cuss, 29.
Oh, 29 should be put down. Oh, 29. In his peak. 28 to 34, I reckon, as a cricketer. If you keep yourself in good nick, he certainly looks like he does his work in the gym, not carrying any weight, looks strong. Got a few tattoos as well, so must be a good bloke as well.
Would like to wish a happy 21st
End of the 14th over here,
Dyer.
Somerset 61 for 2. Goldsworthy going nicely on 33 and Abel 17. What's been happening in your world, Triggs? What have you been up to this week? I don't think I've really caught up with you much over the last month or so.
Well, you've been disappearing off around the country, haven't you? Playing, being involved in the old 100. How did you enjoy that experience?
Yeah, really good experience.
With the Southern Brave, weren't you?
Yeah, loved being at Southern Brave.
I did notice in the last game you had a very snazzy pair of new cricket spikes. You know, Southern Brave Western Storm colours.
Yeah, it's good that I'm staying in
I
green.
love the fact that
green
you're
and black
accessorising. You've learned. Well done. Excellent.
the whole season. So yeah, a bit of flair for me actually.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, they were kind of Something I'd expect you to wear, Triggs, actually.
Well, I hope, and I'm gonna take that as you were thinking when you saw them online or wherever you bought them. You're like, I think Triggs might rate those. I'm going to buy them, so I'm going to take that as a sort of backhanded compliment. nice bit of short stuff there from Delida. A little bit high for Goldsworthy. It's probably quite a difficult guy to bowl bouncers too, because he is about a foot shorter than most
Bailey
other players you're going to bowl to.
Actually. Yeah, so what have you been up to? How's the club cricket going?
Club cricket's been good. Yeah, we've done a few good bits and bobs. Old Burbage and Eastern Royal, we won a few games, so we've got. Unfortunately, we can't win the league going into the last games, but we've had a good season, and we can certainly affect the top of the league because we're playing Bridgewater, who can win it. Bath, Bridgewater, Bedminster and Potern, I think, are the 4 teams that can win it, and we can maybe just upset the party maybe by making it hard. But yeah, it's been good. I've lasted 18 games, which is a result. The old walking down the stairs in the morning is getting progressively harder, but yeah, it's been good. I've been on YouTube this morning watching the auction for the Legends League, and that was a successful one for me. So I'll be going off to India in mid-late September to play a bit of cricket over there again. So that's pretty exciting. So I'm going to have to reintroduce myself to my old mate Jim, do a bit of training.
How long's that competition?
I think it's about 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, it's a good stint then.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. Yeah, playing with some top players. Me old mate, who's next door. My old mate next door, Ricky Clark, he's in my team. Urban Risers Hyderabad. Yeah, so we played together last year, so we were having a good chuckle this morning. He auctioned for slightly more money than me, so we bought the bacon sandwiches this morning. It's good. Suresh Raina, captain. Yeah, some great players playing it. I mean, if you've been a fan of the sort of 90s, 2000s cricket, it might be worth tuning in. Oh, what a beautiful shot that is from Goldsworthy. He deserves more than the one he's going to get for it. Plays the short stuff very well.
Yeah, good piece of fielding out there as well.
He's a very quiet lad, Goldsworthy. I've been in his company quite a fair bit over the last 5 or 6 years, and doesn't say a lot. Cornish lad. He keeps himself to himself, but you get the sense that he's pretty nuggety. I think he's a good guy for a scrap. Not in the physical sense, but I think he's a good very good footballer. I just think as a sportsman, he doesn't mess around. I think he's one of those that, yes, he's not the biggest, so maybe you don't think scrapper, but I think he is one of those real nuggety types that is up for the battle. I like that.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a great temperament.
If you need to get the attention of our stewards at any point,
64
for an incident, please use
for
our
2 here.
number.
15 overs gone.
Simply text SCCC stewards followed by your message to 66777.
And so it's all down to this weekend club cricket. It's
Yeah,
last game.
Yeah, last weekend, and it's been good. Some brilliant names have played in the West of England Premier League. Carlos Brathwaite was probably the marquee signing from Bridgewater. It was, remember the name. It doesn't seem 5 minutes ago that he was hitting 4 sixes off Ben Stokes to win that World Cup final, and now he's playing for Bridgewater, and in between like commentary and all that jazz. So yeah, it's good. I think nice shot there from Goldsworthy through the covers. Very easy to get stuck on the back foot when someone's bringing the pace, the bouncers, but he's lent into that one nicely and picked up 4 runs, and he's very much got a 1-day strike rate at the moment, batting beautifully. Yeah, I think it's brilliant for the West of England Premier League as well. A lot of sort of names being attracted to play in that level of cricket. I think as time's gone on, you know, the top level club cricket is becoming almost like semi-professional in some ways. You know, the lads are training 2 or 3 times a week. Like I said, you get some good professionals that are motivated to play. And it's got that sort of back in the day Lancashire League vibe to it now, which is brilliant. You know, when I first started playing, it was all the chat about club cricket was all about how strong the Lancashire League and the Birmingham League was. The West of England Premier League was never really a consideration. But you know, you have a look at some of the names now. Very strong. Definitely going to bowl his fair share of short ones. That leg gully's been put in position there. It's always a little sign to the batter that he's going to get a few around the old snot box, as I like to say. Snay. A few around the old snot box. Charlie Taylor always likes me saying that. He always says he learns new phrases when he has a day with me.
Charlie's been busy as well. He was doing plenty of commentary during the 100.
Yeah, I've seen him about. He's been poorly. He's missed his breakfast show the last few days. I think he's been a bit under the weather. Probably all that travelling around the country he's been doing. Any particular highlights from your month in the 100?
Well, not so much to report on the cricket front. But no, it's obviously great to work with Charlotte Edwards. It's the first time I've been in an environment for any length of time with her, and it was just really interesting to see how she kind of operates and manages a team.
And what would be the big takeaway from that? Oh, he's nicked one. Goldsworthy just a little bit, as I said, a little bit trapped on his back foot. That's a beautiful line delivery there. High pace, good skill. He's caught the outside edge, Goldsworthy out for a well-made 38. Just tipping this first 16 overs, first hour into Durham's favour. Yeah, as you can see, that front foot goes to middle stump at best to a ball that's quite wide of off stump. That's the effect of fast, short bowling. Just not got his weight transferred into that delivery, and he's caught the outside edge. Good bowling, very good bowling. You can just see, Soph, the footwork a little bit slow,
yeah,
that transfer of weight, isn't it?
Just sort of had to hang the bat out there, and it's a real shame because Goldsworthy had grafted really hard for that first hour, got himself to 38. Somerset just creating a partnership between the two of them. Gonna have to rebuild again here as Tom Banton makes his way to the middle.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Tom Banton back in action. He had a pretty good stint through the 100. And I'll tell you what, when I mean the Western Storm, played the other day, I was in the dressing room lurking around, and I had a little pick-up of some of Tom Banton's cricket bats. Very, very nice pieces of wood. He gets the good stuff.
He's got a job to do here. Yeah, just going back to Charlotte Edwards. You can tell that like she lives and breathes every moment. Like, we tied in at Headingley, and honestly it was one of the most stressful experiences I've ever been involved with, and I was just running drinks. There was a lot going on. She reads the game incredibly well.
Ooh, absolute beauty to get first up. Banton's got away with one, nicked it to what would have been a fourth slip. Fortunately, fourth slip isn't in place, and he's picked up 4 runs. Back of a length, just gets a bit big on him, the shoulder of that English willow, and away to the boundary. Always quite an unsettling thing when you nick your first ball. Got away with it though. Great over there from Cast, 1 for 15. 3 down for 72. First hour here at Taunton. Just slightly favouring the away team at the moment, and we're going to get the introduction of spin. 3 overs for 17 from Delete. Hasn't quite hit his straps, bowled a few loose deliveries, so we're going to see a little bit of Parkinson.
Slip short leg into Abel, who's on strike.
Imagine there'll be another left arm spinner lacking hair on the top of his head, having a very interested little look at the next few minutes play. Tom Abel, quite a natural player, I think, of left arm spin, the way that he tries to hit that extra cover pocket, gets his front foot right out the way, as you see him stood with his front foot way outside of leg stump. Lovely natural hands, it's Tom Abel. 2 or 3 hamstring injuries ago, I think he'd have come back for 2 there, but he's matured, he's learning.
Yeah, he's not in his 20s anymore, Tom.
Yeah, so I think that's good growth, you know, experience for you to, you know, be in the company of someone who's done so well in women's cricket. Charlotte, but she's captained, she's played, she's coached in a lot of successful teams, and hopefully there's been some good things learned, how to go about your business, and you know what you can, you know, bring to the Somerset Women's Party next year as, I'm assuming, the captain.
Who knows, Streaks?
Was there anything dramatically different that you sensed when you were there, apart from her being obviously engrossed in the game? But how does, you know, what was her sort of general demeanour? Practice days, for instance.
Practice days was pretty limited at the 100, to be honest. Get a 2-hour time slot and that's it.
Well, golf days, isn't it?
I actually only played golf once, believe it or not, and we were staying at the Utilita, which meant we're literally living on top of a golf course, and I only played once. Yeah, I feel like Lottie just gets the right people in. She had 2 assistants who were just incredibly tight, 2 incredible coaches as well, Ash Wright and Luke Williams, who she's worked with for a number of years. And you
Do
can
they
just
work
tell
at the Vipers as well?
No, so Luke Williams, he is Adelaide Strikers. He's done Royal Challengers Bangalore in the Women's IPL as well. And Ash Wright, brother of Luke Wright, I believe.
S&C, isn't he?
No, he's a batting coach.
No,
power hitting.
Was an S&C, wasn't he?
I don't know. I don't know that much about him. But yeah, he's been involved for the last couple of years at Brave. Keeps things very simple. Yeah, had a good couple of batting sessions with him.
That's the benefit of being a modern player. Lots of different environments to be in and pick and choose and learn different things. Exactly the way it should be. Cast of Banton, intriguing little bit of a passage of play here. The attacking natured Banton is probably going to have to do a little bit of grafting here. He's going to get that wyvern on his helmet tested a few times. You're going to have to duck and weave like a boxer. Get that adrenaline up, get into the fight.
Cast looks like he could be a boxer.
Yeah, big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, looks very strong.
What are you saying? He's got not a great face, is that what you're saying? Flat nose.
We're a long way away up here. Quick single by Banton. Shy at the stumps.
All the old all the old school batters, best place to play fast bowling is up the other end. Tap and run, get up the other end and watch your mate do all the ducking and weaving.
In and able defending off the back foot. Great to have the sun shining here. The ground looks an absolute picture. Just a little bit of breeze, just keeping the temperature down a little bit. And I think it was quite a bit more overcast in that first hour. Yeah, I think a bit more blue up there, a bit more blue sky poking through. Certainly be handy for Somerset if the sun just popped out a little bit, just to dry that wicket out. Abel, Banton, the middle order, going to have to do the bulk of the scoring here, as is often the case at Somerset. Haven't really settled on an opening partnership. No one's really dominated up the top of the order. Dixon, a couple of years ago, signed from this very team to bat at the top of the championship order, and has ended up being a shoo-in in the one-day team and not in the championship team. So you never quite know how it's going to go. Tom Kohler-Cadmore has had his opportunities to bat up the top. Hasn't really got going. Andy Hamid, who's been excellent in the Metro Bank for Somerset, he's scored some good middle order runs. He obviously had an opportunity to bat and was out before 11 AM. Every time Somerset tries something, it doesn't seem to work out. Does put a bit of pressure on the middle order, but the middle order lads have got broad shoulders. They've done exceptionally well. Somerset sitting currently second in the league, trailing Surrey by about 40 points. It's getting to that stage where these games are almost must win in terms of can Somerset win the championship, the elusive county championship. Yeah, 3 rounds to go after this one. Parkinson into Banton then. Works that one to the vacant square leg region. Attempted pick up and throw, not really sure what happened there.
Yeah, you've always got a big question, haven't you? I think there's a little bit of hesitancy whenever you've got to slide on the square, because you know that it's like sliding on a car park. You're never quite committed. I watched you the other day at mid-wicket. You did a couple of real good stops, but you got to dust yourself down. I just thought that's definitely a bit of skin missing. If you slide on those little dry areas, it's just
ends, yeah, try and stay on your feet as much as possible.
Yeah. Every slide you do here at Taunton on the square is a tube of Savalon and a few stingy showers. I hate that when you get one of those scrapes. You get in the shower and you forget you've got it.
Oh, there's one especially if you get them on your elbows.
Oh. Yeah, I did a couple this winter in India. Cost me about 100 quid's worth of tattoo.
It's always if you're fielding extra cover mid-wicket, especially at this time of year, you're always going to be on wicket ends, used wicket ends.
As always, first priority, make yourself a decent slip fielder when you play a lot of championship cricket. 17 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset versus Durham, County Championship Division 1. 79 for 3. Goldsworthy made a decent 38, undone by some aggressive bowling by Cass. That's really performed so far today. Tommy Abel on to 21. He's going to be a key next to Virtue Motors. Hopefully some of you in the ground are listening to our Virtue Motors sponsored earpieces. Another very nice cover drive there from Tom Abel. He's going to pick up a couple of runs.
Yeah, timed nicely there, not timed well enough to get to the boundary. Picks up a couple. It's into his work nicely, Tom Abel.
Part of the thinking when you're batting against someone like Cass, even though he does look like a fit lad, you're going to get that high pace for 4, maybe 5 overs, at a push 6 on day one, and you've got to take these guys into their 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th spells in the week. The pace just drops off. It's a very physical job running in from 30 metres and throwing that ball down at 85 miles an hour. You can just get through those first couple of spells, get that ball a little bit older, cash in sometime between lunch and tea.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely, Cass. Good pace. Found the outside edge of Goldsworthy. His first game for a while.
Yeah, I like what they did to Goldsworthy actually from a tactical point of view, even though he's looked quite comfortable against the short ball. As soon as they put that leg gully in place, it's almost like that's a statement to the batter, you're going to get peppered. And I think that took his feet away from him, and I think it actually led to the dismissal, even though the dismissal was quite a classical nick-off. I think the reason that happened was because they said to Golders, right, you are going to get ball bouncers by putting that. It's a bit of a double bluff in some ways, because he put him in and actually started bowling fuller. So it was a smart piece of bowling there, and probably quite a strong tactic for someone like Bryden Cass.
I guess when it's, I've never faced like 85 miles an hour. But I guess when it is up at that sort of speed as well, like that's in the back of your mind as well, especially if you do know that potentially there is going to be some short stuff.
Yeah, I think for me, it's like it's mind games basically. Like I'm sure we've spoken about it. Like your conscious mind has got to be looking after the stumps, pads, the outside edge. That's where they're going to really get you out. But you have to have, at 85 plus miles an hour, you have to have some level of technique and the bravery to back yourself that when they do go short, you're just going to deal with it. There's not many, apart from your Pontings and your real, top 1% players, there's not many in the world that when they get bowled a bouncer at nearly 90 miles an hour, they're going to consistently hit it out the ground for 6. Most players will survive that bowling with, like I said, a little bit of guts, bit of determination and a good enough technique. But the bowler doesn't want to bowl 5 bouncers and over or 5 because it's too hard. They want to bowl at your stumps ultimately, and that's the real test. And what they've done there is they've got Golders out of his game plan, which is looking after his stumps and pads, playing nice and straight. They've made him think that a high proportion is going to be at his head, and that's led to the downfall. But yeah, that's the game you play, and the higher the speeds, the reaction time gets a lot less. thinking of another, obviously, brilliant fast bowler that's plays for Durham, and Mark Wood, when he bursts onto the scene, he's bowling in the mid-90s, and that's a whole different level, because you pretty much know, on top of the I'm pretty brave, I'm roughy tufty, I can take it on, but you know deep down that if you get one wrong, get it in the ribs, on the arm, your bone's broken and you're going to be on your way to hospital. I mean, all of those challenges get you out of your game plan, and then all of a sudden, Mark Wood, early on in his career, he used to bowl 2 balls, bouncers and Yorkers. If you didn't have the bravery to take the occasional bouncer, he was going to blow your stumps away. It's tough, and that's why guys that bowl 87 to 93 mile an hour, they almost automatically end up playing international cricket, because the coaches know that that's what it takes to cut it at that level. Not saying you can't be a skill bowler, but it certainly helps if you can swing it around at 90.
And how do you prepare for that as well? For instance, if you don't have someone in your squad, for example, that bowl, hopefully you'd have some raw pace, but how do the guys prepare, knowing that you're coming up against someone like Carse or Wood, for example?
Well, I know when England went to play Australia, it didn't go well, this one, by the way, because they knew they were going to face Stark and Mitchell Johnson. They got Ant Bota, who's now a Nottinghamshire coach, he's an exceptionally good slinger, left-handed, so he can replicate those angles. And all you do is you cut down the reaction time. You get them, instead of bowling from slinging from 22 yards, you get them to do it from 16 yards. So the reaction time's the same. And I remember vividly one of my first winter being in and around the Somerset environment. Well, first couple of winters anyway. I can remember Kevin Shine was our head coach. He'd only just retired from being a pretty pacey bowler himself, very fast bowler actually himself. And I can remember Trez netting, and Shiny's running in, and he runs past the stumps. So I'm like, what the hell's going on here? All of a sudden, he's literally halfway down the pitch, terrorising Trez, because he knew, or he got the word, that he was going to play against the West Indies in that series, his debut for England. And I watched him for weeks face a pretty quick bowler off 22 yards, facing him off 15 yards, and he was getting hit. But I mean, his level of game went up through the roof practicing like that. So there's always ways to replicate it, but ideally, so if you just have a few little 70-mile-an-hour volleys, I mean, that's what you want. But sometimes you've got to step out that comfort zone. It's amazing, though. I've been listening to a podcast recently about there's a part of the brain that if tested is one of the only parts of the brain that over your lifespan you have a lot of cognitive function that degrades over your lifespan, but there's one part of the brain that you can if it's basically the challenge part of your brain, that if you challenge yourself, that part of your brain can increase and get quicker. And yeah, that's been really interesting to listen to. Actually, do things that are outside your comfort zone, and make ways of being challenged. Yeah, fascinating stuff. Always a way, but unfortunately, I can remember me and my brother in the garden serving hockey balls at each other from about 10 yards, and obviously brother on brother, we're literally trying to kill each other. The amount of times we were off down A&E and broken windows behind us. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Ben Rain, top end here. I think this is probably his preferred end, looking at his style of bowling. He likes to line bowl onto off stump. More of a seamer than a swinger, would you say, Soph?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously opened from the river end. It's in again. Just the 2 slips. Able defending.
I think you'll see a couple of different techniques here against Ben Rain. I think Tommy Abel will pretty much be quite static. It wouldn't surprise me if you start to see Banton batting at quite a long way out of his crease and maybe even walking down the wicket. Mid-wicket in place. a mid-wicket in place suggests that Durham feel the wicket's quite dry. Scramble seam, wobble seam deliveries just holding in the pitch. Might bring some dismissals. Nice little change up there from Ben Rain. If you're tuned in this morning, around sort of lunchtime, which will be 1 o'clock, give or take, plus or minus a minute or two, we've got an interesting little podcast. If you want to just go and make yourself a coffee, a bit of lunch maybe, keep it on in the podcast, I think you're going to really love certainly the tone of the gentleman that's going to be interviewed. So at lunch, stay tuned. Not to be missed if you're a Somerset fan, especially a Somerset fan, and this is the last tease if you were a Somerset fan in the 70s and 80s.
Right, I'm going to make way. Triggs.
Cheers, Sophie. Been a pleasure.
Let you catch up with Sam.
Can't wait. Can't wait to talk about non-league football with Sam. He's been taking his wife, his 38-week pregnant wife, to non-league grounds. They've been grazing on pie and peas and God knows what else. Absolutely living the dream. I mean, what a date night that is.
All I had to say was I didn't get as far as the opposition. I said, do you fancy Witton Albion tonight?
I was trying to think of the name. Witton Albion, wasn't it? God.
Did Witton Albion, we've done Nantwich Town. We did Macclesfield. It's classy at Macclesfield.
That's Savages, like,
yeah,
isn't it?
He invited us, gave us the tickets.
Nice.
Stone-fired, wood-fired pizza there.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, they've got a really, above the stand, they've got that bar area, haven't they? I've actually been there. It's very, very smart.
Yeah, he's turned it around there. He gets a lot of stick, probably Savage, for people who don't know him, but...
Oh, we've got spin.
Bit of turn.
Look at that.
We expected it to turn, this Kookaburra. Somerset going Vaughan, Goldsworthy and Leach. George Drizzle coming into the side as well.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Stay on.
There he is, 3 and both on the back of the Durham shirts. Ricky Clark's here, popped to the back of the box.
Ricky Clark, me old mate.
You mates with everyone, Triggs.
Well, for the first 10 years, he absolutely was not my mate. We used to hate each other on the field, and then we went on an A tour, or I think maybe even the Hong Kong Sixes, Rick. And we realised, you know what, we actually get on all right, and he's palatable. Yeah, it takes a while to get used to his sarcasm and general demeanour, but
probably takes a little while to get for him to get used to you as well, Triggs.
He was. I didn't mind when he was a Warwickshire Bear. I didn't mind him, but when I went back to the old brown cappers, the old arrogance went through the roof. You know, always happens with them Surrey boys, doesn't it?
You were always so shy and timid and reserved, I'm sure. 88 for free, 4 leg buys there off Parkinson.
Yeah, nice to see a little bit of spin on show there, Sam.
Yeah, a couple of slips in. Ricky Clark probably about the safest hands
Ever.
in county cricket ever.
I mean, I try to keep my saying nice things about or to Ricky Clark to an absolute minimum, but that is the one thing that is consistent. He was the best slip fielder of what I've ever seen.
I saw him drop once. I can't remember who it was
Lie.
against, but it was like a I was there
lie.
moment. My grandchildren will one day be told stories of how I saw Ricky Clark drop a slip catch, and they'll be looking at me like, what do you want about Grandad? Grandpa, I'll probably be Grandpa, so for a long time in the future, and I'll have to try and dig out the YouTube footage, and it won't exist. I'll have made it up. It'll exist only in my memory.
I don't believe him. But then again, I never thought he'd ever buy me a coffee, and he did this morning, so I'm in shock.
Oh, there you go. Ben Rain continuing from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Tell you who else is in the Cooper Associates County Ground? A football name, a former Bristol City manager, has been spotted in the club shop.
Gary Johnson.
Not Gary Johnson, no. Good guess. I like the use of Gary Johnson, though. More recent. Former Leicester manager as well.
Oh, Nigel Pearson.
Nigel Pearson, yeah.
Nigel Pearson was the manager when I was doing a little bit of work for Robbins TV. And he scared me from 100 metres away when he was spraying the team from the touchline. He's a fierce man.
Lovely shot from Tom Bampton, just leaning into it, driven away to the cover boundary, just over pitch. I know, I think journalists in press conferences used to be a little bit wary. I think he did well. People were a little bit like, oh, this guy could turn at any point.
Yeah,
that ostrich, remember he did that went off on one in a press conference about ostriches and heads in sand or something.
No, I remember watching him during a match, and I think it was COVID, so it might have been an empty ground, so it was just us up in the media area, and he was on the edge of his technical area, and I think he was having a pop at Antoine Semenyo at one stage about his lack of closing down and tracking, and oh my word, it was intimidating.
Bit of fruity language.
Well,
it's football for you, isn't it? There's a little bit of pop. Just nip back and hit Tom Banton on the back pad, quite high up actually from a length. It's Ben Rain though, he just sticks it in the same spot, keeps doing so.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you start to see Tom Banton start to back quite a long way out of his crease. I think he's probably certainly out of his crease at the moment, but it wouldn't surprise me if you started to see him walk from time to time, as he seems to like to do, to negate some of that movement, get the bowler off of his length.
Yeah, and then we'll see Ollie Robinson, I expect, would come straight up. He's been keeping brilliantly. Ollie Robinson, he worked really hard with Ryan Campbell. I know the two have differences in opinion on how to keep, because Ollie Robinson's an English keeper, Ryan Campbell kept at the whacker, so he's very much hands up, but they've kind of found a happy medium, but he's a really, really good keeper.
What does he do?
Jazz hands. Just jazz hands, one up, one down. Short ball pulled.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Just one, fielder out there. Yeah, someone Ollie Robertson who must have been thinking, should I have been in that England squad? He must have been close. He's averaging north of 70, good strike rate, quality cricketer, bats in the top 5. Slightly strange one, that, to me.
Well, he's going to have to do well to dislodge Jamie Smith, who's now, just chalked off a few 50s in a Test 100.
But then Cox came in. They obviously like the look of Cox. He went back and smashed 100 for Essex in double quick time when they released him. Speaking of Essex, a recovery of sorts, given Worcestershire were 10 for 4. They're now 83 for 5. Brett Oliveira 21, Ethan Brooks 28, so a bit of a partnership there. Surrey are 71 for 1. Rory Burns, who's in fine nick, 41 unbeaten. Patel's 18 under. Oh, they've got Siddharthan back as well, playing for a game. Middle order of Siddharthan and Jacks. They just, it doesn't matter which Surrey team they play, it seems to be just packed with internationals. Hampshire 56 for 1 up at Old Trafford. Venkatesh Iyer is playing that one. Tom Aspinwell's got the wicket. I think he got 7 for their 2s in midweek.
Plenty of spin on offer here from Parkinson. We've got that second slip in place, which is quite unusual for spin in England. Not necessarily at Taunton, but he's got the helmet on. He hasn't quite gone down to on his knees, aka Marcus Trescothick. He's obviously got a little bit more hip flexibility than Trez did towards the back end of his career, but yeah, he's incredibly close there. Expect an awful lot of Callum Parkinson today. That's his bro, isn't it? The leg spinner.
It's his bro. His bro was on loan at Durham as well last year.
They look alike, don't they?
Twins.
That always helps. The twins are then. Is that a normal thing, twins that look alike?
They're not always identical, but you can usually see similarities, I tend to find. You need a bit of pain trees?
Yeah, I've just, you know, when you sit down and you're looking out the window in a funny way, and I moved suddenly. It was actually to defend myself against a thick ear from Ricky Clark, and I've just tweaked me back a little bit. So.
You already had a bad neck. Has it at least solved your neck? That
No.
little quick no, so you
No, it's just added to the discomfort.
$100 up for Somerset. 100 for free, remember, having won the toss and elected to bat. Lewis Gregory wanted to make first use of the pitch, and it might have been more to do with wanting to bowl last on it than bat first.
Yep, I think it's clear to see that the spin is only going to increase, I think, through the 4 days. So first innings runs are vital. Everyone's going to be very mindful of that situation.
There's that scoreboard, 100 for free. You can hear Harry Everett over the effects mics as well. Pretty consistent with his pace there, Callum Parkinson, the Eurolay speed gun, helping us out in and around 52, 53 miles an hour. He's been a really good signing for Durham, and this one of the things Campbell has done was insist on playing a frontline spinner up there. They haven't always had one, and when he went in, he said, no, I absolutely must have a frontline spinner. And Marcus North went, maybe, it's Durham, right? There's Raiders in. And actually Campbell pulled out the numbers. He looked at all the numbers, but then pulled it out and said, well, yeah, but if you take away the part-time spinners, actually when you've got a frontline spinner, the numbers are really good. So they very rarely, I think once since Campbell's been there, they've gone in without a full-time spinner. They had a couple of oddities last year. Kuhneman came for a bit. Todd Murphy got pulled out. Then they had Matt Parkinson on loan, and Callum they've signed.
Yeah, well, I know when they won the championship, they had Ian Blackwell, and he got 50-odd wickets. Even with the amazing seam attack that they had, he still managed to do a job. And the late, great Shane Warne always said, if it seams, it spins. And if you're a good spinner, you'll get something out of it. So, yeah, I agree with that. Also, in terms of managing the loads of your seamers through a 4-day game as well, it's very handy where you can, chuck a spinner a ball that's going to control and, bowl a 12, 15 over spell just to lighten the load a little bit.
He did that last week when in the second innings when Wagner wasn't able to bowl. He bowled like 16, 18. I think he bowled the entire session between tea and the close, actually, Parkinson, then started again the next day.
Yeah, you've been doing some mileage the last few months, Sam, haven't you? Durham to Taunton.
Yeah, I was in Nottingham last night. Where we live, Becky and I, is equidistant. It's 3.5 hours to either venue. But yeah, I don't mind a little drive, get a podcast on.
A little drive?
Bit of music. Whew. 3 slips. Ben McKinney's gone across to third slip for Banton. It's a brilliant club as well, Durham, though. They're lovely people out there, really warm. Got friends there.
Well, they're not though, aren't they? They're not warm. It's
not
freezing
warm.
up there.
They're largely cold, yeah.
It's absolutely Baltic up there.
But it's the driest ground in the country. People don't
Really?
realise it. So when it was raining and everything last weekend, and they were off at Manchester and they didn't play elsewhere,
Does snow not count?
96 over though, snow doesn't count. Till it melts, it's not rain. You've got brilliant ground staff. Vic Domain up there is always on the live stream. Yeah, because Sunderland, Newcastle, and Durham are 3 of the top 11 driest cities in the UK. Apparently, said that last week by Sam Blacklock.
I'm going to take your word for it. I didn't even know the Parkinsons were twins, so I'm going to believe everything you say for the rest of today.
Oh no!
The only thing I can't believe,
go on,
is someone's given Harry Everett a loudspeaker today. Whose idea was that? Eh?
Yes,
that lad would do anything for a free lunch, wouldn't he?
Well, he's worried. I was saying to Luffy, he's worried because he has to read a load of stuff out over lunchtime, so he's not sure he's going to be able to come up for his usual lunch.
You'll just hear the chomping in between the words. And the good thing is I know that he's listening as well. He's definitely listening, isn't he?
He was getting some stick in the club shop when I popped over there for announcing that Andy Mead was caught at slip. It's like, you don't need to commentate. You don't need to, you just need to say how he was. Just need to say he was out and the bowler. Well, there's a short cover gone in here. I think it's Alex Lee's. It's like a short cover point to Banton. Still a couple of slips. That's a beauty.
Yeah, just enough movement there. Good pitch. Looks a good surface. As I said, live green grass, but I was a little bit, my gut feeling was that the green grass was masking quite a dry surface. It was quite pitted and looked like there would be a little bit of spin towards that, like, I suppose, 5-6 yard sort of length, which is too full for a seamer, but perfect for your left arm spinners, your off spinners. But it's nice to see on a wicket like that there's still carry to the keeper. That's the important thing. Still carrying to waist, roughly the waist to Robinson, which is always good.
And the over 26 gone. 100 for 3, Ben Rain. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 24. Can see a continuation of spin at the river end, but it looks like it's George Drizzle into the attack for the first time. Very much, as ever, to our partners at WPA Health Insurance, big sponsors of Somerset County Cricket Club, in particular the live stream.
And a question on the live stream: what area does the West of England Premier League cover, club cricket wise? So I believe there's a triangle, isn't there? Of there's West of England Premier League 1. Which is the best teams from the 2 leagues, and the 2 leagues being Gloucester and Somerset, and Wiltshire and Gloucester, if I'm not mistaken. So your furthest Wiltshire team is my team, Burbage and Eastern Royal, and I suppose the most southern team would be Taunton.
Yeah,
one of the Taunton teams.
When I played at Taunton Cricket Club,
but Wellington would play.
Yeah.
Wellington would play in the league below as well. So you've got from Wellington all the way into the bottom of Gloucester. Sort of, I suppose you've got your Thornburys. So in that Bristol region.
Yeah, and then the tier below, the third tier,
and then it sneaks into Wiltshire. So yeah, it spans quite a large area, really.
I just remember always being on the motorway, sat on the M5 on a Saturday morning in lots of traffic, going to places like Bristol. There were some long days, like Cheltenham was a long old trip.
Good shout, Mike. Ilminster is one of the furthest south teams.
Now, Banton has used his feet. He's already looked to take Drizzle on aggressively, and he's hit that all the way for 6. Dismissive from Tom Banton. This is good. Scott Borthwick has gone right. I'm going to see what George Drizzle can do. Banton hasn't allowed him to settle. Gets all of that. Ilminster still a good side. They were a very good side at one point. And people like Sam Spurway were scoring runs when he was on the staff here. They were a Premier 1 side years ago.
Yeah, they've got a funny little ground on a little bit of a park area. There's a football ground over, it's almost like a football pitch, cricket pitch, all in one. They've got a nice little clubhouse now that separates the 2 grounds on a little bit of a slope. I think I'm right in saying, after speaking to the Rices, that they've had some relaid surfaces, because it was a little bit of one of those sort of dusty pitches. Didn't really inspire you to play there. You knew that if you got 125, you're in the game.
Yes.
But I've been having a look. Their scores are improving, and I hope they'll have a strong finish to the season.
Froster were always very strong. Do you remember Nick Traynor? He used to play at Gloucestershire. He used to score 1,000 runs.
Big forearms.
He used to score runs for fun for Froster in the league. And then would gradually dropped himself down the order, so I'd come in at kind of 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's important for counties to have strong club sections when, you know, for instance, I think it was only a week ago, George Thomas got whacked 170 for Taunton St Andrews, and you know, young players getting an opportunity to play a high standard of cricket in between their pathway cricket, their second 11 cricket.
Durham do a lot of it as well. Their lads go out and play a fair bit. Young Hayden Mustard Drizzle plays locally. I mean, their Premier League is really strong. Sean Longstaff plays a lot of club cricket as well in the summer.
Is that the
footballer, the Newcastle footballer?
I bet the old S&Cs and football clubs aren't massively keen on that.
Well, so these days you can't hide it. So I think he used to play under a pseudonym. And then there's this clip of him. So Hayden
Shortstaff.
Like the old Pro Evolution Soccer, slightly different name. Hayden Mustard, he's on the Durham Academy and has made his debut, Colonel's son. Longstaff nicked him off and the video went viral. I don't think Eddie Howe knew that Sean Longstaff was playing. There was one game.
Looked like he bowls nice as well.
Yeah, he's what you'd imagine. 12 overs, 3 for 30. Decent bit of pace.
Yeah.
And there was one game I looked at the scorecard. And he bowled 15 overs and no one else bowled more than 6. And you're thinking, like, this is your professional sports person, why is he bowling? He spent all the last season getting injections in his ankle and not being in the club saying, oh, he's not quite fit, he's playing through the pain. And then in the summer he just bowls. He missed the start of pre-season because he wasn't ready to play.
Have you hurt your ankle, pal? Well.
No, I loved it. It was brilliant to see, though. He loves his cricket. Good cricketer. It's a good league. Ash Thorpe, my co-commentator up at Durham. He was on the staff for a couple of years.
Nice bowling there from Ben Rain.
He scored loads of runs for Chester Street Cricket Club, which is just around the corner. Australian. He doesn't score as many runs now, but it's a good standard up there.
Certainly looks from a seam bowling point of view, that ball now creeping up towards 30 overs old. It's going to get to that stage where it's going to start to be a little bit easier for the batters. Abe's has certainly done the work to get himself in. Banton's ticking nicely on 20. You can just see the grass shimmering in the sunlight, so I think the clouds started to disappear, and beautifully swivel pulled round the corner from Tom Abel. Not really Ben Rain's game plan, going in short. And Abe's going to pick up 4 valuable runs. Yeah, broad shoulders required here for the Somerset middle order. A few failures up the top.
You play much cricket with a Kookaburra?
Yeah, a
New
little
Zealand,
bit.
when you're over.
Yeah, I found them in some circumstances they had a little bit of a mind of their own. You'd sort of sometimes you'd have to purposely not stand the seam up perfectly to get it to swing, and sometimes you'd stand it up perfectly and it wouldn't swing. It was a little bit. Yeah, it didn't suit swing bowling. It's more, and I think that's why a lot of Kiwi bowlers, a lot of Aussie bowlers become hit the deck bowlers, because they're more seam friendly. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't get many guys from that part of the world who are pitch it up, swing it like you have in England, and I think that's very much down to the difference in the ball.
I remember talking to Peter Siddle a couple of years ago, and he said that actually we were talking about a few bowlers. I think Nathan McAndrew was over for his first game and he was debuting here, and he's actually gone on to do really well with Sussex, but he said that
thumped, didn't he, first?
Yeah, and Siddle said that people don't realise how difficult it is, that it takes a bit of time to adapt.
Yeah, I agree with that. Nice use of the crease there from Tom Banton.
Particularly when you're looking at huge boundaries they play with out there, so your bad ball goes for 1 when it's like over here your bad ball goes for 4.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference to it, and I think I also you'd get a lot of when you're facing a bowler in England with a Duke ball, the certain deliveries have a characteristic that you can, once you see it at the hand, you've picked it. The ball kind of does what you know it's going to do to a point. Whereas the Kookaburra, sometimes, like, really random things would happen. The ball would not swing at all day. Then all of a sudden, one will just absolutely hoop back into you. And you know the bowler's looking at you like, what just happened? And you're looking at them going, what just happened? And your stump's on the floor and you're like, ah. Yeah, that was good though. You mentioned him earlier, Neil Wagner. He was just kind of changing over when I was in New Zealand, from the pitch it up, try and swing it bowler to the try and hit you in the head every ball bowler. That was always fun.
What he did so well, he talked really well about it apparently, is there's an art to short bowling. It's not just you bowl short and you put a man out of the hook and fine leg. He was watching Nottinghamshire do it and was going, no, they're getting this all wrong. It's about your other fielders. Like, you can't give the batters an escape shot. You can't give them one.
Yeah.
Abel picks up one to deep square leg. So it's an art. There's a lot. It's very technical that he seems to have perfected. I mean, 260 Test wickets suggests he did it pretty well, and he did it pretty well against.
Well, I think what he did really well, because he wasn't the quick enough. He wasn't express pace or anything, but he put doubt in your mind, and I think the players that played him well committed to either completely not playing the ball or taking it on. Yeah, and that was certainly how I would go about it when he played for Essex. I was like, I'm just going to take it on.
And he wanted that, right?
Yeah,
Because he's got that left arm angle, man out on the hook, long leg.
But I'd rather get 30, 40, 50 before he gets me out rather than sit and duck and 4 bruises later.
Yeah, you can't get out of the way of it. There was a point where Nottinghamshire were backing out the draw and they would just have to let it hit them. It was like in that second, it was the first innings actually, we were in trouble. Like, we don't know what to do here because we don't want to take on the hook shot. You just have to drop your hands and pick up the bruises, which is not much fun. Yeah. Change of ends for Cal Parkinson.
Not a huge amount of interest in that. I've got
no? Surprised me. I'm waiting for you to take up a boxing career. That seems to be the...
Not with my nose, mate. Jesus. I did actually do a little bit of boxing a couple of winters. Did a bit of full contact sparring, and yeah, it's just not amazing getting hit in the face. I've got to be honest, because like put a couple of blokes and a ball in the middle, and it ramps up in intensity. You put a couple of blokes in a ring with a pair of boxing gloves on, and we're just going to do it for fitness, and we're going to not hit each other in the face. And then 2 minutes later, you're hitting each other in the face. Blokes are crackers like that, aren't they?
Which teammates were knocking you in the face?
No, this was an outside of cricket experience. But no, me and Justin Langer actually did some sparring, yeah. Wow. And that ended in tears.
Your tears, I'd imagine.
No, there was a couple. There was an accidental left jab from the I'm trying to think of a boxing name for myself. The Western Whirlybird. The Western Whirlybird snuck a jab through and caught him. I think I accidentally poked him in the eyeball with my thumb. Like, it wasn't a great, obviously it wasn't a very good punch, but the edge of my glove where my thumb was, when I actually felt it go into his eye socket, it was like a horrible. That was all good.
Cal Parkinson's got a couple of fielders in short cover on the drive. Abel watchful. He's got 37 from 75, Tom Abel. Tom Bannon's 23 from 36. 115 for free. We hope Justin Langer's eye socket is okay. 47 this partnership now. Between this pair now. Turner's gone in under the helmet.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those crucial moments. You always talk about it as a team. 5 overs. 2 in front of the break and after the break. And while we're on the break, tried to give you a little tease, but I think the team are giving it away. There's the podcast you're going to be listening to at lunch if you feel like sticking around. Joel Garner chatting to the great man Richard Walsh.
What I love about that photo is that pint of cider that Joel Garner insisted on. He could be back in the West Country, straight back on the cider. Loved it.
He had a nice drink that day. Kept the old wheels turning. Beautiful cover drive against the spin there from Banton, over pitched by Drizzle, and that's raced away towards Trade Nation sign. Where's the stand? It looks strange, doesn't it? The ground without the Trade Nation stand up. I've only just noticed that.
It does. 50 partnership up, 51 from 86 balls. They'd Harry Everett in every day. He did it himself. Put it up. They get him in, do a bit of work in the office. So Harry put a couple of podcasts in. He was re-watching live streams from various different counties and took it down himself. Just what Somerset needed, his partnership. Good over 8 from Durham. A couple of spinners helps, but they're going to get through 31 by the looks of things. I don't think they'll. Although if we're going on the clock over on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, we might.
Yeah, it's going to be a partnership that Somerset are certainly going to need to continue into the afternoon. Like I said, it's got to that stage where that Kookaburra gets a bit soft, the lacquer's off. The seam on Kookaburras, as we've shown you before here in the live stream, is at least 2 or 3 millimetres flatter than the Duke ball, so it doesn't quite nip around the same. We've seen in previous rounds where the Kookaburra has been used that the middle order batters, certainly the cricketers in the country that vote to keep the Kookaburra ball in play. Is it just 1 round, 2 rounds have they decided to use it for?
I think it must be 2. They did 2 earlier, didn't they? I think it's 2. It's one of those things I've said without actual knowledge, so but I've learned that from my wife. You say something convincingly.
Hasn't. I'm personally not an advocate of the changing of the ball. Don't think it suits English conditions, if I'm honest. I think it has, every time we have had those 2 or 3 game periods where we've used it, there's been an awful lot of very high scoring draws.
Change of angle from Drizzle comes around the wicket, so that Tom Abel stance opens up even further. Ooh, I mean, it's not really a chance that. He's flicked it straight at Ashton Turner. It's hit him. It's gone straight onto the floor. And that is the end of the session here. It's hit those shin pads. Somerset, having elected to bat, lost 3 wickets relatively early, including the very first ball of the game. Andy Amid caught a slip off Ben Rain by that man. Ashton Turner, Lewis Goldsworthy fell, caught behind to Bryden Cast. Tom Lammonby was bounced out by Daniel Hogg, but Tom Abel and Tom Banton, 2 of the triptych of Taunton Toms playing in this game, 37 and 28. They put on more than 50. So at lunchtime, 120 for free. Treeks. Durham will be pretty happy with that work.
Oh, it's on as even.
On
I
as
think.
even. Okay.
Yeah. I think that new ball, and taking into account that the Cookard rule is in play, yes, some of the middle order batters are going to have to really step up now, but I think both teams will be scramming down on their lunch relatively in a similar sort of mindset.
Scramming down. I like that. Right, well, we're going to go and scram down on some food that I can smell behind us, but we're going to leave you, as Treeg said, with that podcast between the great Joel Garner and the equally great, albeit not quite as handy with ball in hand, Richard Walsh.
Well, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, and today we're sitting amongst Somerset royalty. I'd like to welcome to the ground Mr. Joel Gardner, who really needs no introduction to people who've been following the game for a long time. He's somebody who's very special, and we're delighted to welcome you back here, Joel.
Thank you very much.
What's it feel like to be back here after, 47 years since you were first here?
Well, it is not the only time that I've been here. I came through last year. I was here a year before. Came back during World Cup. I would say that I've been coming back to Somerset ever since I stopped playing for Somerset. After I finished, I still lived here for about 2 or 3 years before I moved away up north. Played in Glastonbury, played in Oldham, played in Lancashire, and then went back home. But every time I came back to England on holiday, I don't think that the people at the ground would have seen me, because they would have been hiding out in Wiveliscombe. Of all places, Wiveliscombe, yeah.
Wiveliscombe, special place.
Yeah.
A very special place.
Yeah, my very good friend, Bugsy,
Right.
he is from Wiveliscombe, and that is where I would spend a lot of my days when I come back to Somerset.
Of course, when you first came here, Closey was captain, and well, do I need to say more? Have you got a few Closey memories for me?
Nah, I don't remember a Closey, man. I think it's because of Closey that I didn't start at Somerset a little bit earlier. I decided, as long as he was captain, nah. For the few games that I played with him as captain, I worked really hard. When I say work really hard, my first game was against Australia. I bowled 3 spells before lunch, And after we went back up for lunch, he said, your turn. I said, you gotta be joking. He said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, Closey, all iron rest. And this isn't all iron. And I said, you know, if I keep bowling like this, I won't be able to play very long. And I think that was part of the keep back to from playing for Somerset. And we actually had four or five fast bowlers or 5 quick men in the team when they played against Australia.
You did, but we had a win, didn't we?
Very
First
much
time
so, yeah.
we've ever beaten Australia.
I'd made Greg Chappell a promise as a youngster in Barbados about 5 or 6 years earlier. Australia came to the West Indies to play in a test series. And I met him outside the Kensington Oval. And I asked him for an autograph. He gave it to me and I said, I'm going to see you in the not too distant future and I'm going to torment you.
And you did?
And I did. And he looked at me. He said, can't use the language that he used. When I met him, he says, yeah, you sure did.
Yeah, yeah. And then we were in the old pavilion still here, weren't we?
Old Pavilion, oh my, that's a place. We used to call it the shed. We had the heat in the middle of the room. You had to get in early and pick the spot up so that you can keep yourself warm. And you know, it was an interesting place. I think the senior boys like Merv and them used to be up the stairs. Merv and Budgie, the old fellas, but the youngsters would all be huddled downstairs around the heater.
And what about the shower unit? Or was it a bath there? What was it? A big bath, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, but you got into you always went. I was never one. Even though I don't like baths, I prefer to have a shower. So I would get in early, I get my shower because I knew what was going to happen when Mr. Botham got to the shower. It was going to be a madhouse. So.
Yeah. Still the same.
Still the same.
Still the same. Anyway, Joel, let's wind back and talk about your beginnings back in Barbados. How did you come to learn your cricket in the first place?
I don't know if it's a matter of learning it. Like all of us played cricket as young boys. My cricket started on the field behind my house. My uncle was a cricketer. We had a village team and they played cricket. While I was going to school, I was still playing village cricket rather than school cricket, and then I had to leave the village cricket and go to the school cricket. I played maybe one game in under 15, the very last game of the season, but that was not by my doing. The fellas told me that I was not good enough to make the team, so I never argued with them, never made any noise, never said anything, just kept playing my local cricket.
Yeah.
And then when I played the last game, you know, I kept playing for the school. After that, though, I think the headmaster found out that I was playing for a local team as opposed to playing for the school team.
Yeah.
And that was a no-no. He said, no, you must play for the school team. So that's how I ended up playing for my school team. And then that was more or less the beginning. Junior cricket, did well at school, did well. Left school, went to work with Cable and Wireless, West Hall and Company.
Yeah.
Another good works team. And it was actually enjoying my cricket with them. It was intermediate cricket, but yeah, it was one level down from the top level. But when we talk about a good club side and a good group of fellas, if you are in a happy environment, you're not too in a hurry to leave it and go anywhere.
No, absolutely.
So, you know, I kept with them for about 3 years. Whilst I was with them, I was going to trials and there was a lot of rumblings and a lot of noise, and they said to me that you can't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate. But Van Holder had done it, Malcolm Marshall had done it afterwards. I think there were only about 2 or 3 people who would have played for Barbados from intermediate. And I didn't think that it made a lot of difference because I was enjoying it. When I tell you I was enjoying it, I was really enjoying it. Like I said, good group of fellas, we're all good friends, we work together, party together, play together, and then after the rumblings and they said I couldn't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate, I said, okay, what I'll do, I'll go up to First Division. And I left them and I went to First Division, played First Division, played for Barbados the same year. still doing the same things, still enjoying it,
Yep.
still having fun. But I always went to clubs. I always played for clubs that had good club life.
Yeah.
I think that is part of the success of any business. If you got workers and you got people who get on and who enjoy each other's company, it is going to be the place that you would want to be.
Yeah, yeah. And that was one of the things about the team here, wasn't it? When you, the team that you came and joined, or that we became, it was an enjoyable unit of people. You all got on so well.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. I came over to England by chance, not by design or anything like that, because it was, like I said, it was working. I was happy working where I was, playing cricket in Barbados, and Duncan Carter said to me, "Littleborough is looking for a pro." I said, "Don't. I'm happy at home. I'm comfortable." I actually had permanent residence to Canada while I was growing up.
Yeah.
Because my family lived there.
Yes.
And my mum and my brothers and
Yeah.
they were all there. And I said, "Don't. I'm happy playing where I am." He said, "Give it a try." I said, "You sure that you?" He said, "Yeah, you would do well, man." I said, "Don't. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm happy. I'm comfortable." I don't know. I didn't resign. I actually went to Littleborough. I took vacation.
Yeah.
And I organized with some fellas from the same workplace to work for me when the vacation was up. I said I'll give it 2 months and see if I enjoyed it. If I didn't, I would come back to work. And then after about 2 months or so, I said, can't keep asking the fellas to work for me. But I always had a backup plan, because if it didn't work for me, I'd given myself 2 years in the cricket business.
Yeah.
And I said, if I didn't make it by the second year, I would have gone back home and joined the police force.
Right.
So I always had a plan.
Yeah.
I always knew that after the cricket, I was going to work anyhow.
Yeah. And of course, you were successful at Littleborough, weren't you? You had a big season that first season.
I had 3 big seasons at Littleborough, but the first 2, and I'd signed a contract for the third when I started playing with Somerset part-time.
Yeah.
But I was on one. I didn't, because I've signed with them, I said to them, I won't break the contract. What I'll do is I'll play out the contract, and then I'll make my mind up on what I'll do in the, going forward.
Yeah.
Which I think was the right thing to do, and I played with them, and I played for Somerset part-time, and closely retired, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but then you came here full-time, didn't you, in 79?
79, yeah.
But 78 we had the big disappointments, didn't we? Because we did well, because we made we made a Gillette Cup final on the Saturday.
We had a good weekend, one of the best weekends that the club would have had.
Yeah.
Disappointing, yeah, but I suppose that most of the fellas that would have never gone to that level of cricket or excitement or final. When you think about it, we had fun, and that was the beginning or the platform to go forward and do well. The disappointment was good,
Yeah.
because it made them a lot harder and a lot, more determined to do well going forward.
And that was a fairly young team, wasn't it, that Rosie picked up, really?
A very young team, yeah. A fairly
Closey
young
had
team.
gone.
Yeah.
Apart from Derek Taylor, you're all pretty
youngsters in the 20s.
pretty green behind the ears.
Yeah. You're right. We were all very young. And
Yeah. And then 79 was your first year here, full-time, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's my first full year.
And you had a big season because West Indies won the World Cup, didn't they? And beat England in the final.
You said a big season. We always have big seasons because we enjoy the cricket. Winning is good, yeah, but we go back to the environment that you're in. The reason why I think that we were successful at that level is that we were all good friends. We enjoyed each other's company. Not saying that everything always went 100%, but the good thing about it is that we enjoyed each other's company. We, supported each other. So, coming here, then we had a young team, which was good. And we all got on well. We used to share, like, when it came to time for us to travel, we traveled 2 and 3 together. And many nights when we were wherever, we go to dinner. 2 or 3 of us would go to dinner, not always the same 2 or 3, which, helped to a certain extent where we started to get to understand and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses and good habits and bad habits, if there were any. If you want to put it down, yeah.
I'm sure there weren't any bad habits, Joel.
Nah, just drinking habits.
Oh, well, there's always some things that go with cricket, they go together.
Yeah.
But that 79 season, though, I remember the Kent quarter-final, semi-final here, wasn't it? Wasn't that the season when we were struggling at 126 for 8 or 7, and you came in and put runs on with Budgie, didn't you?
Yeah, that was. But like everything else, like if excuse me, like if you're supporting each other, things will happen. And if you're in a hole and you need somebody, I'm sure that if I didn't do it, the next person behind me would have done it. But you were there at the time, and you're always expected to just to stick around and help. He was a senior partner at the time. I was just the junior who was there assisting.
And then, if I remember rightly, we put Kent in, and then we knocked him over for 60, didn't we? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that was. Can't tell you all the scores, but I don't think I remember Shep saying, not in an unpleasant kind of way. He called me a few names, but I said that's the nature of the game. We here to win, and we trying to win.
Yeah. And the people here, I was here that day, and I can remember the ground was packed. I mean, people have always loved their one-day cricket down here, haven't they? And they've loved the way that we've played it.
We were always going to struggle in 3-day and 4-day cricket. When I say we Somerset, we were always going to struggle. Nobody is going to give us a chance, even to chase 300, say in 65, 70 overs. And I think that was our weakness in that. Because of the side that we had, we were always setting targets if we wanted to win. I think the highest that we would have placed in county cricket is 5th. Because nobody is going to, with Viv and Ian and Dasha and those fellas batting, nobody was going to set us a target. We always had to be batting first and then giving them a toll and trying to bowl them out. So we were never going to be winners. Not in the county championship.
No. We were certainly winners in one-day cricket.
Well, yeah, one-day cricket, you know what you got to do. In 3-day cricket, calls for a lot more in that. Your winning is dependent. I don't think anybody ever declared and gave us 300 runs to win in 50 overs. When you think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
We were always the ones to declare and say, okay, you chase.
They were afraid of what our boys would do.
Very much so.
Yeah. And I think that, people don't realise that. But we did go on to win, didn't we? And we won the Gillette against Northants on the finals day that year.
You carry me back some years, man.
And then the next day, didn't have a chance to celebrate. You drove up to Trent Bridge and you played knots. John Player.
Oh, I don't remember a lot after. The Saturday night, yes, because we had to travel. I remember going up to Nottingham with Chris Greenslade, and they said, Chris, we are not going home. We are not going to drive after this game. And he said to me, you sure? He said, I'm sure that we are not going to drive anywhere after this game. And so I said, so then we came up, we left Nottingham at 11 o'clock the next day to drive back to Taunton, because they knew that we weren't going to drive, not after the night. It is like, we played a final at Lordstone. When we played the final, the fella said, Taunton is the place we want to be. I said, nah. we in London already, let's stay. The fella said, no, Taunton. You're coming on the road and you pass 13 or 14 coaches coming down the road, coming back. I said, you made it back to Somerset and you made it back to Taunton, and that was it. You slept wherever you were for the night. You wouldn't drive again.
No, that's right. No.
Yeah. We had. I think that people down here knew how to celebrate as well. And what made it interesting too is the scrumpy and the hair. There's a hair going to Lords. I don't think that the people at Middlesex knew what hit them when Somerset were coming to a final.
Talking about cider, look, we've sorted out a brew for you there, Joel.
There you go,
Cheers.
Joel.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, you had 6 wickets at Lords against Northants, 6 for 29, and then up the road to Notts, and we won the next day and came back with 2 trophies.
2 on the weekend.
On the weekend.
The beginning of a 5-year run.
Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Unbelievable. The club had waited that long. It was founded in 1875. We waited 104 years, and then we got 2.
Yep.
What did it feel to be part of that, though, Joel? I mean, with that group of boys that you sort of spent, 3 or 4 years with already, hadn't you?
But, you're happy for them because you were part of a club that, that everybody saw them made. We call them the bridesmaids. They would always say, don't worry about Somerset, they don't win anything. And then all of a sudden, you got a young group of fellas who were keen, winning. I was glad for them because I'd also tasted success, in playing for the West Indies when we won the World Cup the year before. So it was a happy time. It was a happy time. The dressing room was a mad place. I still call it the madhouse.
Yeah.
The madhouse.
Yeah, yeah. And then 1980 you weren't here because you were touring England with the West Indies. And 81 when you came back here, we had the new pavilion over there. And that was a bit different, wasn't it?
That's interesting. You call it the new pavilion and over there. But I think that it was a given that we always held or kept or changed in the corner. In the old dressing room, you look for the heater.
Yeah, yeah.
In the new dressing room, we changed in the corner because the door to the heater was also in the corner. So and then it was Vivid. It was myself. It was Vivid. It was Hallam. So we used to be the ones closest, but the dressing room was a lot different and a lot friendlier too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah.
We had good times. We had some good times.
Yeah, and I mean, and that team really stuck together mostly, didn't it? I mean, Budgie went at the end of '79. He retired, and Derek Taylor went early '80s, but then Gardy came in, and
there weren't a lot of changes. I don't think that we had.
But most of the other people were part and parcel of the setup right the way through, weren't they?
Yeah, the nucleus of the nucleus of the team was there.
Yeah, yeah. Then of course it all sort of, I suppose, after we won the 5th title in '83. I don't think you were around for one of the seasons, and then obviously things happened. And at the end of '86, you played your last game here in '86, didn't you? Yeah. Derbyshire in a John Player League.
You remember?
I do remember because I was here that game. I remember. It was all tinged with sadness because you 3 lads were going to disappear.
Yeah, well, I went past all of that. Maybe a year after it was all over. I just put it behind me. It's part of life. You move on. You don't keep things that happen that don't make sense. And I always knew that when I got to 35 that I don't see myself running around and playing cricket again. Not as a fast bowler.
No.
And I was close to 35, so
yeah.
I wasn't really too worried. I just went back to the leagues I don't even know why I went back to the leagues. They kept saying to me, come and play. But by then, my body was taking a battering, so.
Yeah. But you came back here in '93 with Glastonbury. I mean, I can remember you playing against Taunton. I was playing at Taunton then, and playing against you, and yeah, that was even in those days it was quite an eye opener.
Yeah, but I don't even know why he was playing, because I said to the fellas, I'm finished. I was over 40 at the time, and the fellas said to me, no, come and play. I said, old men don't play cricket. And if part of the confusion is that you played on the Saturday or you played on the Sunday, and then you had to recover, you had to recover Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You spent those 4 days recovering, and then you said, you mean they're going back to do the same nonsense again on the weekend? You go back and you take the 4 days. I said, nah. Body can't take this.
But again, you enjoyed your time, because I know you did, because you were great company when you were locally here playing cricket again.
But it is like to me, cricket is like work. If you go to work and you don't enjoy it, or you got a job and you don't enjoy it, you look for another one. And if you play cricket and you don't enjoy it, you look for another job. So why am I going to go and play cricket if I'm not enjoying it? So, I have no regrets whatsoever when I was playing the cricket. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it all over again.
You'd come to Somerset all over again?
All over again. Well, put it this way, when I was talking to Somerset, or when I had more or less agreed, when I was playing part-time for Somerset, Lancashire offered me a contract. I started laughing, because I used to go to Lancashire during the day, during the week, and go to the nets. They weren't interested. And then the chairman said to me, it's a privilege to play for Lancashire. I said, you gotta be kidding me. You had first opportunity, none of you were interested. Clive was away with the West Indies team when I was going there. I think only 2 people, Peter Lever. Yeah, that's his name, fast bowler.
Yes, it was. He's still around.
Peter Lever and Farouk Engineer were the only 2 people who actually talked to me when I was there. I was like, you walk into this club to play cricket? Well, I was around here for a whole year and nothing was happening. These are the only 2 people who ever spoke to me when they got to the nets.
So how did you end up coming down here? How did that all come about?
I don't know, but what I can tell you is that I'm sure that I might have been playing in a test match. And Viv said to me, there's a man called Lane Creed who wants to talk to you. I said, Lane Creed?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, you want to talk to you. Wonder if you were interested in playing cricket for Somerset. I said, I think about that, Smokey. He said, he's here, he's in Barbados, and he's going to talk to you. I said, no problem. And I had a word with Lane Creed, and I said to him, I'm already playing cricket up in the north. And he said to me, you should come to Somerset and see what it's like. I said, I should come to Somerset and see what, I'm already playing cricket up in the north. Well, he said, no, you'll like it. But then Viv said to me, Doc, it's a good place to be. And I said, all right, we'll see. And then Lane Creed was talking to my chairman at Littleborough, Freddie Hammer. Yeah. And he thought I was talking that they didn't know. And Fred just turned to me, he said, you're going to Somerset to play cricket? I said, Fred, I haven't made up my mind yet if I want to play cricket in Somerset or not. He said, well, the chairman is calling me and make your mind up. I said, but I got a contract with you. He said, I know you got a contract with me. But he's in my ears every day. And I said, well, good luck to you and him. And I like Fred, regardless of what. I think I got home well with most of the chairmen at the clubs that I played cricket because they understood me. I wasn't really hard and fast, serious about. Yeah. I just took things as it came along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And when I played against Australia, maybe 12 or 14 people from up north came down to watch the game as well.
Did they?
Yeah. Yeah, came to watch the game.
Wherever you've gone, you've made friends, haven't you? But through sport you do.
But that's part of life. Mm-hmm. If you play sport and you don't have any friends when you finish playing, you would have wasted all of the time that you played.
Absolutely.
And all of my friends are not from the cricket. They're people around the cricket.
Yeah.
Take Bugsy, for example. Bugsy is a mechanic by profession.
Yeah, yeah.
And we like this. You know,
Yeah.
Chris is a chef and a publican, Chris Greenslade.
Yeah.
And we like this. We talk on the phone, we meet up, we have a few drinks, we enjoy each other's company. They came on holiday to Barbados, and we, enjoy, we have a few.
A few Thatchers over here, there'd be Red Stripe over there.
Yeah, I drink any and everything. I'm not worried when it comes to
No.
I'm not too partial when it comes to things.
Well, Joel, we've talked a long time. Well, I will say what I think everybody else would say. Thank you for coming to join Somerset in the first place, and thank you for all the pleasure that you've brought to Somerset fans over the years. And it's great that you've come and talking to us today. Thank you so much for your time.
It's my pleasure. I wouldn't do anything differently. I'll keep coming back to Somerset. Brought my family to Somerset. They've enjoyed being in Somerset. Despite what people might think, they all have fond memories of the place.
Wonderful.
And like I said, if I had to do it, I'd do it all over again. I'd come back to Somerset as a youngster and play here again.
Thanks, Joel. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
here whenever you want. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, Day 1. Somerset versus Durham in the County Championship. First division, Sam Dalling alongside Sophie Luff. As it was this morning, Triggs is with us all day as well. As you will see on your screen, Durham and the umpires have made their way out into the middle, as currently are Tom Abel and Tom Banton. That pair unbeaten, 50 partnership. Just before lunch, Abel's 37, Banton's 28. Looks to me like Bryden Cast is going to start us off from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion after lunch. 120 for free. Hello, Soph. Still all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Sam. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Clouded over slightly here. Sun just hiding behind some of those clouds, but it's been a glorious morning here in Taunton so far, making the most of the last of the August sunshine, which has kind of evaded us this summer, hasn't it? The sunshine.
We had like 10 days, didn't we? Did we have that long? I think we did. Here's Cast, 2 slips. Wait, first slip's quite wide. Yeah, I don't know. You've been out in it a little bit more. Has it felt a bit chilly? Is it when you've been playing? Not really.
Yeah, it hasn't been cold at all. If anything, it's been quite muggy and humid. There's been a lot of cloud cover, I would say. But yeah, it's been last month or so. I think August has been a sweaty month. It's not been a glorious, bright sunshine kind of month, but it's been warm.
Driven misfield as well. Misjudged it in the covers, really. Had gone beyond it. Is it Ben McKinney in there? I think it is, unless it's Daniel Hogg. Tall, it could be Hogg, actually. Very tall figure. No, it's McKinney.
Yeah, almost
ran past it.
Fell over his own feet. Just letting his lunch go down. I'm not sure what would have been on the menu in the players' dining room today. I'm sure it was a good feed.
A bit of extra pace from Bryden Cast. Great to see him back out there on a cricket field.
Yeah, he got it through in his first spell of the day. 86, 87 mile an hour. Got the wicket of Lewis Goldsworthy.
There's a reason England really like the look of him. A fair bit of international cricket. Fitness has been the key. Banton and Abel won't mind a bit of extra pace. You'd probably almost prefer that than someone like Ben Rain wobbling it around. So it's not doing as much wobble because of the kookaburra.
Yeah, I think it's the same in the women's game. Obviously, you know, pace is coming more and more into the game. Likes of Izzy Wong, Lauren Filer. But yeah, it's nothing worse than a little dibbly-dobbler kind of coming in as a top-order batter. You'd much prefer someone that's going to come in and hit the pitch hard and give you a bit of pace to work with.
Short ball, 1 for the over, not so well directed. It's been given as a no ball, in fact. It's still 1 for the over.
Yeah, he struggled to find his line on those shorter bounce deliveries today, Cast. Especially to the right-handers, they've just strayed down the leg side.
Great to have that chat with Big Bird, Joel Garner, during the lunch interval. Will be on Somerset's YouTube channel on demand soon, a few of you asking. The question, well, there is your answer. Well worth half an hour, 40 minutes of your time. Daniel Hogg just starting to get those long limbs of his G'd up for another spell.
Looks like he could do with a longer pair of trousers.
to reach for that one. It's a nice shot from Abel though. Too much width from Castle. Back for length, as you were saying, the short ball. I mean, that wasn't the one aimed at the body, but it was short outside off stump. And even reaching for that, Tom Abel. Look how wide it is. Full stretch, but out the middle of the bat, 4 runs.
Yeah, bread and butter for Tom Abel. Into their work nicely in that first over after lunch for Somerset.
WU65FJF.
It's going to be spin. Callum Parkinson on the river end.
Bowling from the river end, Callum Parkinson.
Decent crowd in today. A few vacant seats where people have potted off to grab their lunch, making their way back now for the afternoon session.
Nothing to sing and dance about yet, though.
Sing and dance about yet? I just heard on the effects mic there. I think they were talking about turn. We did see a little bit of turn, didn't we, from Parkinson?
Oh, just gone past the outside edge there.
Well, if you're Ollie Robinson, you think it flicked it. He went up. No one else joined him.
Quicker that time from Parkinson. Got too tight in the covers there.
Be interesting to see how Bantam plays Parkinson here, because he went after Drizzle. We didn't want to let him settle. They thought, well, we can't allow them to have 2 spinners in the game. As he plays natural game, trying to take him
I think
on.
like second over after lunch, isn't it? Just trying to be really watchful. He's split the 2 men that were in at that tight cover region. Picks up a couple. It's a long way down for Hogg, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Looked like a big effort for the tall man to get down.
Trousers coming even further. As he goes down, the trousers get pulled further up.
Defended back by Banton. End of the 33rd over here. Somerset 131 for 3.
Just had a text from Triggs after the schedule's restart of play. As we say, thank you very much to our sponsors, WPA Health Insurance, for bringing you the live stream, which Triggs is an integral part of. You two start up, please. Got to get Dexter's school shirts in town, so he's off getting some crispy white shirts. Crisp white shirts, probably not crispy.
Yeah, M&S specials he's going for.
He's an M&S man, definitely, isn't he? Good brand, M&S. Do you have to say other brands
I like
are
how he
available?
was like, you two start up, as if like we had a choice, really.
Yeah. And it started 3 minutes ago, Triggs, so you're a bit late on that one. Cast is in. Think about a single. Decide against it. Probably a good decision as well.
Yeah, it must be for his youngest, Dexter, I reckon.
Yeah, Dexter.
So Davis had just done his A-levels, got his results the other week, I think. Did very well by all accounts.
I like to think of us, you and I, sitting here going, well, only one of us can go on. Unless Triggs has text saying we can both go on. We're just, one of us will sit in the back of the box. 2 slips in. He looked in a bit of pain earlier, Triggs, didn't he? He was hopping around in the back of the box.
Yeah, he stood up for a while.
A bit disconcerting, actually. He wasn't stood up still either, he was just moving around.
Yeah, a lot of people do like move positions when they commentate and stand. I'm not sure. I much more prefer to sit down and relax and yeah, I don't need to, I probably should actually stand up. Might help me see more of the ground, to be honest.
Yeah, many grounds you have to do a little bit of peering around corners. I don't know, sometimes in a really like intense period of play, sometimes I'll stand up, or if it's a long championship day and there's just 2 people and you get to like 5 o'clock and you've been sat for 7 hours.
Yeah, it is. It is a very static static job.
It's not big for the step count, is it?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, though, it depends. Like if you come in, if you do go down and up in your brown, there's a lot of stairs
that's
to
true.
get up here.
That's true. I don't
It
mean-
always makes me feel so unfit.
hope Griff's not listening. Open face there by Abel. Playing it nicely. Moves on to 43. Yeah, I don't tend to do that. I tend to, once I'm up here in the aircon. But I don't like the sunshine, so I'm this weird person who's always at cricket, but only sits in air-conditioned rooms. He felt this was pretty even before lunch. You agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I agree. Especially given how Abel and Banton have built a partnership going into lunch. I think that's crucial for a Somerset perspective.
Swing and a miss. Bit of extra pace. Quick bowler turns around and shunters away to himself.
Yeah, and Durham probably be disappointed that they maybe, you know, when you take a wicket with the first ball of the day and you get another not too long after as well, and Somerset are 20 for 2, you'd probably be hoping for at least 4 on that board before lunch. Yeah, I would say pretty even so far. Good areas by Cast to finish that over. Too good for Banton on that occasion. Squared up a touch. Sometimes you just got to say well bowled.
Just give that nod. Do you reckon that winds bowlers up even more when the batter just goes, yeah, that was a good ball. Didn't get me out though. That's basically what they're saying. Good, but not quite good enough.
Yeah.
Did you ever play Bop It? You ever play that game?
I did, yeah.
Do it the same, but better.
We were actually, I was chatting about that to one of my younger teammates the other week. Because I remember it, there was 4 sections of it. And she was adamant that there were only 2. And I was like, no. There was definitely 4.
They say these millennials are lazy.
But there are 12 years between us. And Bop It had obviously got
That's not difficult then, is
smaller and more simple.
Yeah, twist
but it was
it,
like spin it, flick it.
Twist it and pull it.
Twist it, yeah.
Bop It.
Bop It, yeah.
Which was it flick it that was some wouldn't go? Like so there was one you had to really if you just kind of try.
Not sure. I think that was a green one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
A little green.
But you had to probably
flick.
go bar on it, otherwise you might mess up your Bop It. Remember what your top score was?
No, I can't remember. Way too long ago, Sam.
I tell you what you would do though, a much better score if you only had 2 things to deal with.
Well, yeah. I thought it almost defeated the object of the game that it was so simple.
It became intense late doors Bop It.
Banton works that to square.
$133 for free. I felt a bit like Richie Benno saying that. Didn't quite try and do the accent, but it's the kind of score he would announce.
I did hear you try and do an Australian accent. I think it was on the Cider Press podcast this week, Sam.
Well, but the thing is, I didn't really commit to it, and what I ended up doing was sort of nothing.
That's one thing I wish I was good at, actually. Accents.
Really, of all the things.
Yeah.
Shot from Tom Abel. One thing he is very good at is playing spin. Plays that really late. Moves on to 48. That was the over 138 free.
Yeah, look how late he plays that. Tom Abel. Know how good he is, well, all round the ground, but particularly through the offside to spin. See him use the reverse sweep really well in white ball cricket. He's so good off the front and back foot, working the ball through that offside region.
So accents would be the one thing you'd add to the.
Oh no, I'd
Sophie
love to be
Left
able to,
repertoire.
sing and
But
everything like that.
But accents was the first thing that came to you. I think we were talking about.
Yeah,
accents.
because I think, like, I don't know. I've got Welsh and that's about it.
Have you?
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
going to do it.
You
but-
can't say that. If you get 100 at a weekend, we do one.
Yeah, I just, sometimes on, TikTok, scrolling through, and then there's that guy that pops up and he just says just the phrase, and then he goes through all these accents. And I'm like, how do they just change, just like that? Like, if I was, Geordie 1 minute, and then had to do a Welsh accent the next, I'd have to really think about, what I was going to say before I said it. But they can just, go into the next one.
Edit videos, so.
Okay.
But do you reckon they do it?
No, I reckon they can just.
But you're a bit so I'm a bit of an overthinker.
Mm.
Maybe if someone's a bit more chilled, perhaps like that gentleman. He looks like the man who could flip between accents. $138 for free. Cast 1 for 31 on his return to cricket. Great to see him back out there. Dropped short. Vanson rolls his wrist, pulled him well in front of square. And I always think that's a suboptimal sight for a bowler. Not only is your short ball getting pulled, but when you're pulled that far in front of square, can't be a good feeling.
Yeah, great shot by Banton. I think especially with the extra pace of Karsh, you almost expect him to rush batters, and almost their square of the wicket shots will go behind square generally, just using the pace. But Banton's so quick onto that length that he's able to pull it in front of square.
Pulled that one though, it's gone right up in the air. Is it going to land safe? I think it is. There was a chance of a collision between Rain and Hogg, and they both looked at each other, and I'm not sure either of them would have got there, though Hogg with the dive has very long limbs. But they both looked at each other and just checked out at the last minute.
Yeah, I'm not sure either of them would have got there, to be honest. I'm not sure whether one of them called or whether they both just pulled out in the end. I think Rain was closest to it in the end. Both incredibly frustrated that it dropped in between them. That's a lovely shot. Textbook from Tom Abel. We've seen a few back foot punches from him today. Brings up his 50, a very well deserved 50 here. What a sight that is.
Yeah, second 50 of the summer, but he's also got 200s in this format. Only his 8th innings, he's above 400 runs. He was averaging 74.4 going into this game. It's crept up a little bit further. Remember, he had a couple of low scores against Durham in the first game. His first game rather than the first game. End of the over, 147 for free, 36 gone. Yeah, that Banton one. It's interesting that Banton facing Karsh. That pull shot he played was glorious, but he chased after a couple, hadn't he? There was a couple he'd almost done him for pace, and this one, he just gets lucky. As a bowler, he must be so frustrated. You've done the hard work there. It's gone so straight. They both just check out. It does land right in the middle. I don't know if you can call it a chance or not, really.
Yeah, it's frustrating, definitely, for Durham, especially a partnership like this, building as it is. Yeah, those half chances could be crucial, but wouldn't even call it a half chance, to be honest. Banton just driving to cover.
So if you're skipper, the Storm on a Saturday, that happens, you go, oh, no, don't worry, it's not a half chance, not even a half chance that.
I think it's one of those things. It's part of the game. Banton works that off his hip through the leg side, big chase on, but you're not going to get there. few boundaries coming for the Somerset pair now. This partnership really building. Yeah, I think like it's just, you know, sometimes you just don't get much luck and the ball evades a fielder and it bounces in no man's land. I think they both tried to get there. Obviously, they didn't look like there was much communication between the two of them as to who was going to get there, but it was bang in the middle of both of them. So the fact that they both went for it, yeah, you can't really ask for too much else. I mean, imagine if they'd both gone for it. That could have been
that would
even worse. They're two opening bowlers.
I'm glad they didn't.
Banton just defending. Parkinson already into his 9th over. It's amazing how quickly, when you've got spin on from one end, how quickly you can race through the overs. I'm probably not sure Bryden Cass is enjoying it too much, seeing as he's not getting too much time off in between his overs.
It's fine if they're in tandem, but if you're the big quick bowler, Callum Parkinson as well gets through his overs exceptionally quickly. And with last week, as those partnerships up on the board for Somerset, so steady increments. By the time we get down to Jack Leach and Craig Overton, they'll be putting on about 500.
Be a nice pyramid, wouldn't it?
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Somerset partnership pyramid, just building nicely. I haven't cursed it, his cast. It's a good carry, that. Yeah, Parkinson was bowling against Knott and he just kept bowling maidens, so you're looking at a couple of minutes, which is fine, unless you're the... there's Max Waller, Somerset's leading T20 wicket taker. Deep in conversation with Andy Hurry. Animated conversation, I would say that.
Yeah, he's looking quite smart, Max. Both got the sunglasses on the chest.
Looks like he's filled out a bit, Max, as well. Bursting out of that shirt. Spent too much time watching Triggs's
You're obviously
Instagram.
The camera's only panning to his top half there.
He does a bit of fielding stuff with you at the Storm.
Yeah,
bowling
he's
as well.
He's been in when he can. We'd obviously love him to be around as much as possible, but he's got other commitments at Exeter University. But yeah, love fielding with Max. Yeah, he was obviously a very good fielder himself. And I think there's a lot in that, just sort of like the drive and the energy he brings to fielding. He's incredibly passionate about it. It's always a very sort of positive mindset in terms of, you know, what can you do as a fielder. So yeah, he's been brilliant, and we've seen a big shift in the way that the girls are going about things, and you know, a couple of players in particular have really kicked on from a fielding point of view.
Full up. Dug out, and it's quite a painful one for Cass. Being a great fielder doesn't always, or being great at anything doesn't always translate to being a good coach or a good manager. You see it in other sports, but it sounds like Max is pretty decent at what he does.
Yeah, I think as well, like when you think about Max, you probably remember some of like the spectacular stuff that he did in the field. But what I love about his sort of coaching philosophy is like he's really big on the basics, and he talks a lot about like caring for the ball. So when you catch, like, are you actually like taking care of the ball? And that's been really good.
That's a new one on me. I've never heard of that. But yeah, it makes sense though, doesn't it? Because you want to keep that ball in as good a nick as possible.
Yeah, and I guess like the old school coaching was very much like, you know, give with the hands.
Yeah.
You know, that's definitely developed. You know, talk about like strong hands now, but with those strong hands, you still need to have that sort of element of care for the ball. Like, are you really sort of like watching it right until you know that you've got it?
Well, he was one of the very early, ended the over 38 gone, 151 for free. It felt like he realised early that you probably needed a couple of strings to play modern white ball cricket. As we say thank you very much to everyone active who are our match sponsors for this game between Somerset and Durham. He realised early that he wasn't going to be in the white ball side for his batting. So, and not many people at that point had made almost feel the fielding wasn't as big it was a thing in that it still existed, like it's always existed, but he was one of those who moved it forward into a third component of the game.
Parkinson continuing.
You went real Somerset there. Continuing.
See, I just practicing my accents.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like that's been one of the brilliant things about how the game has developed is the fielding side of things. Like, I absolutely love fielding. Abel just works that one down the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple.
How can they break this partnership safe? What would you be doing?
I think they've just got to keep challenging that outside edge if they can. You don't want to search too hard in this situation, but they're struggling to stem the flow of runs at the moment, and that's the problem for Durham. They're not really building any pressure on Abel or Banton. Boundaries are flowing at the moment for the Somerset batters, as we see another late cut from Abel. Yeah, I think they just need to try and build a few dots, a bit of pressure. See, you've got a pretty standard field, but Parkinson sort of airing a little bit down the leg side, able to work one off his legs, and then giving Abel a little bit of width as well to put his hands through and cut. Works that one to point and sneaks a single. Good fielding it. Cover there. Saved at least a couple of runs. They still sneak one. Banton moves to 44, end of the 39th over. Somerset 160 for 3.
A few guests down on the Thatcher's Terrace enjoying themselves today. I thought he was going to go for the whole. That was a very careful sup, wasn't it? I quite enjoyed that, taking great care of his partner side. There's a fair few down there enjoying a bit of hospitality today. There's definitely people in on Saturday because a friend of mine has been asking if I was around. He's on a stag do. It's a lovely spot to watch the cricket from, the Thatcher's Terrace. It's going to be a change of bowling. One big quick bowler gets replaced by one who's even bigger, maybe not quite as quick, but I think that will come over the coming years. Daniel Hogg back into the attack for Durham. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21 to go with his 8th for last week. Made his first class debut. Picked up the wicket of Brett Hutton. He closed off that innings, the first innings for Nottinghamshire, and 24 hours later did exactly the same thing, exactly the same dismissal. Good running. Hutton caught behind off Ollie Robinson. It was his 7th in the innings, 8 wickets in 24 hours. Bowled Durham to an innings victory.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Durham go about using their bowlers. It looks like maybe spin operating from one end, and then they're going to rotate through their seam options from the other, as Abel just works that into the vacant mid-wicket area for a single.
As you said, they're not building pressure here, are they? That's just an easy release shot. And I know it's difficult, and you're trying to take wickets as well. But they've got that Deep square leg out on the pull shot. Yeah, fair enough. Cass is sort of a lone fielder in front of square. The big bowler who's just probably want to rest because he's been bowling alongside Callum Parkinson. He's got that whole area to patrol, but it's just drop and run in there for Abel and Banton at the moment.
Yeah, I think as well, like since lunch, they just haven't been able to have, they haven't had too much control from either end. They haven't bowled badly, but you know, there's been boundaries, able to rotate strike easily. As Banton leaves that one alone. But there's not been that stemmer flow from one end either. Even it's sort of like they've been able to score quite freely off Cass. Same against Parkinson. Hopefully the introduction of Hogg here from a Durham point of view will stem the run flow, pick up a wicket, try and get Durham almost back into the game a little bit. It feels like momentum slightly shifting to Somerset now.
Big expansive drive from Banton. And Durham wouldn't mind one of those. Just taking the outside edge. Tom Abel, gloves off, having a chat to the umps. Came out with his jumper on, quickly realised he was going to overheat, particularly the speed at which he runs.
Yeah, I told you it's humid.
Banton always wears his jumper though, I love it. Long sleeves, short sleeve jumper on. Digs out the Yorker.
London. It's London. She told me it's London.
Yes, I must be very happy. This partnership between these two now worth 94. In a bit of trouble really when Lewis Goldsworthy fell. Scott Wolfwick a bit of thinking to do. He's at first slip. He's Ashton Turner next to him at second. It's a lovely shot from Tom Banton, but it's not got past Ben McKinney. That's the drive he's been looking to play for those last couple of overs, actually. Finally gets hold of one. And there's Ben McKinney in his floppy cap to stop it. 40 gone, 162 for free. Tom Banton 45. Tom Abel 60. You can just see on that panoramic shot there, it was bright blue sky, wasn't it? It arrived early. Clouded over a fair bit. That Borthwick's gone back to rain, so he's gone back to his opening bowlers for another burst.
Yeah, I think that's a good move from Durham. Need to break this partnership. And talking of partnerships, England have got one going between Root and Brooke. It looks like they've just lost a wicket actually. Brooke's just gone, so
Commentator's curse,
Sri
even
Lanka
from this far away.
Got the breakthrough there. Almost forgot they were playing. How bad is that? Abel defends with soft hands, opens the face down to a vacant third. Cass, who's bowled a few overs in quick succession after lunch, has to chase that one to the fence. Yeah, that test match is at Lords, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I forgot it was going on, to be honest. We're so concentrated on our job here, so.
Yeah. Brain just taking a moment, bit of a pause to have a chat around plans, thinking about how they're going to break this partnership.
How long do you play for? Do they make a break?
So they're going to make a change in the field. Deep squares coming up to mid-wicket. Mid-wicket's hopped across to a shortish cover. And he's now into Abel, who works that into the vacant square leg area. Going to pick up at least a couple. Might think about 3, but decide against it. Always the way, isn't it, when you move a fielder?
How many times has that happened to you as
Oh.
skipper? Countless.
Yeah, too many to count.
Abel's getting more and more.
Abel defends up to mid-on.
I bet you, in the minute I say, oh, too hot now, I need to put it in.
Oh. Effortless drive from Tom Abel. I believe that brings up the 100 partnership. This pair.
It does. As our pal Harry Everett has just informed the Cooper Associates County Ground. 102 off 151 balls. Bit of trouble when they came together at 68 for 3. But an hour and a half or so later, well, a bit longer actually, given we had a lunch break. The picture is a little bit prettier. Interesting, isn't it? There was that really close LBW shout that Abel had, what was it, back at the start of the 13th over.
Yeah, Basder later.
Was tight, that one. Very tight. Daniel Hogg to continue having a chat to his skipper, Scott Borthwick, who he is towering above. I wonder if we might see a bit of Borthwick at some point. He tends to underbowl himself. Bowled a couple of overs last week, but it only really felt like it was just to give the seamers a rest rather than as a attacking option. But he got a test cap as a leg spinner. I don't think he bowls enough.
That seems like a age ago now.
Scott Borthwick in that Ashes series, yeah.
Yeah.
Was it the one that
I
Trott
can't-
and Swan both finished in that series? I think it was, wasn't it?
I can't remember exactly when it was, but remember his name being in the mix at one point.
It's brilliant cricket. I went down to Surrey, won a couple of titles, went back up to Durham when the band got back together. Infectious, they call him the Badger. Outside edge, is going to get 4. It's going to break Tom Banton onto 49. That'll frustrate Daniel Hogg. Just threw his arms at it, Banton. Flash hard, etc.
Yeah, definitely. I think, like, it's one thing with Banton, he doesn't die wandering. There's some extravagant player misses when you watch him, but when he crunches it to the boundary, you think, oh yeah, like, that's why. But yeah, lucky to get away with that one. Only the 2 slips in, and like you say, Sam, if you're going to flash hard.
That'll be 50 for Tom Banton. Joined his pal Tom Abel on a half-century. 50 off 72 balls for Banton. 6 fours, 1 6. There's been some lovely shots. Been some slightly streaky shots, but he shared more than played his part in this 107 run and counting partnership that's helped get Somerset out of a little sticky situation.
Yeah, I love how these two have gone about it, complemented each other really well. It's great to see Banton batting so well this season.
Doesn't quite time that, I don't think how he wanted to, Abel, but he still struck it well enough. Got it past Ben Rain. Cover and 4 runs. The runs coming quite freely, as they have done since lunch. You were been spot on in that save. Maybe bottom half of the bat. Playing away from his body, but he's in such good nick. Not going to miss out on those, Tom Abel.
Yeah, just closed the face slightly, but Hogg missed in line and length there.
Better from Hogg. Abel's on 72. Scoring pretty quickly here, actually. Yeah. 112 balls. He's been out there, dozen 4s.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many they've scored since lunch. It seems like they've motored along. What were we at lunch? 120 for 3.
Yeah, spot on to what, 59 in the, well, this after this ball it'll be 11 overs after lunch. So almost 5.5 over since lunch. And that will frustrate Durham. End of the over, 179 for 3, 42-1. Because what the last thing they were probably told, they said as a group after lunch, was look, let's go out there, keep it tight. Hasn't quite happened. Now, there's something exciting on your screens. There's a lot of talk about tickets at the moment. A certain band getting back together. Ballots going on there. There's a ballot going on here as well. England women are playing the West Indies women in a ODI here next summer, 7th of June here at Cooper Associates County Ground. Heather Knight, the England skipper, there in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. And you can enter the ballot now. Log on to the Somerset County Cricket Club website for full details, but well worth sticking your name in that ballot, which will give you a chance to purchase your tickets for next summer when that one comes around. Tickets will themselves go on sale a little bit later, but get yourselves in the ballot early you can, and you won't forget. I've definitely, the Wimbledon ballot, I think during Wimbledon I want to go next year, and then I remember in March when I see the adverts for Wimbledon, or whenever it is, or June, oh, it's too late.
Yeah.
Ballot's long gone.
One more to Banton's total. Have you ever been, Sam?
I have. To Wimbledon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ticketmaster do like a last minute tickets thing.
Okay.
So I've actually done a couple of days on centre court, which was quite something. I saw Nadal play Nick Kyrgios, which was fun. Kyrgios was just a wind-up merchant. But it was funny because Nadal makes a lot of noise. He's a fidget. He really takes time to get himself, and then he makes a lot of noise. And Kyrgios was imitating him, but Kyrgios would hit the ball, and then not seconds, but noticeably later, would then let out this huge groan. And also, Kyrgios was then taking his time trying to mimic it, and he got warned, and he was absolutely fuming because he's like, "What?" But he takes ages. And he also hit a ball. Kyrgios has done this a few times. Just to win a rally, is hit a ball straight back at the other player, like trying to hit them, which is not apparently good tennis etiquette. So, and he'd apparently been in the Wimbledon pubs until quite late the night before, and genuinely the people in his box, well, they definitely weren't coaches. They could have just been the people he met in the pubs. Have you been?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times, but I was very young. Actually went on a school trip.
Ooh.
Best school trip I ever went on.
Yeah.
It was awesome. But yeah, I'd love to go back. Went with Mum. Again, I wasn't very old. This was back in the era of Henman. I saw Henman, Nadal, and Sharapova on centre court.
Nice. That's a good lineup.
Yeah, so it was a while ago now. It was only like Nadal was sort of just coming onto the scene then. That's how long ago it was. But yeah, it always just looks like such a good day out. Worked fine off his legs. Tom Abel finds the boundary, moves to 76. Rain just getting a little bit too straight there and worked away by Tom Abel.
I guess at his pace, Rain, you're a bit more comfortable stepping across your stumps because you feel he's not going to fire one through that you're then not going to be able to get your back down on.
Borthwick scratching his head, quite literally. Down the leg side to finish the 43rd over. Somerset 184 for 3.
I think Triggs is back. He'll be around again shortly. I'm a bit disappointed he's not wearing a brand new M&S shirt. I thought maybe because they're not ironed out of the packet, that's why he probably hasn't got one on. It would ruin his style. Sure, he's a man. He's definitely a man who shops at M&S. They do some fine clothes. Nice turtleneck for him. Been a very good dad.
Yeah, very organised. I guess they're back to school next week.
I wonder if he's done it off his own back, or does he have a list he works off? I'm sure he'll tell us. Oh yeah, the old school. I remember that. I've not had my name sewn into it. I think we should do that as adults. Bring that back in. Get your name. Forget these initials or names on the back of the shirt. Just get it sewn in on the inside of his shirt. Hogs in, continuing. Flick down the leg side by Bampton. You'd have thought of all the industries that might have died over the years. Like people like National Schoolwear Centre who used to be able to buy batches of your names that you then like cut them up and stitch them in.
Well, I remember you used to have to go to like a specific shop to get the right uniform.
There used to be one on East Reach. Friends of mine's parents used to run it, so we spent a lot of time there in the big flat above it. Hampson 51. Abel on the strike 76. There's the old gap where the Trade Nation stand used to be. That's good to see. Bit of cricket going on. I grew up playing cricket in the various nooks and crannies of this ground. It looked very different back then, but we played some full-on games.
You're more of a batter or bowler, Sam?
Gets past McKinney. Will be a couple. It's hard to say. Neither were particularly good. Used to like to bat in tennis ball cricket. I was the annoying, like, dead boring one at school that would just try and bat the whole of lunchtime without playing a shot. That was my aim. I apparently nearly died once here playing, but I had no idea. It was England versus India under 19s. So we were down here the whole time. We were playing. There used to be a spot to the right of the Troscoffic Pavilion. It was still actually open up now. A couple of fielders in at kind of short mid-wicket. Almost a short square leg to Abel for that flick through mid-wicket. There used to be a wall there. It's not there anymore, but that space used to have a wall. And we play in that little zone. And I don't know who it was. One of the Indian players hit a 6. And apparently, I just heard this whack of a ball into this metal board. And from the reaction of the adults around it, I bent down to pick up this ball at exactly the right moment. Tries to catch it. Acrobatic from Ollie Robinson was very good behind the stumps. But yeah, it's probably a dangerous place to play.
Yeah, well, I guess like it was probably a lot more open back then as well.
It's glorious.
So,
honestly, it was amazing.
Whereas a lot of these grounds now, the stands are built up so much that there's sort of so much space in behind them.
Oh, it must have been so annoying for the people. There were just games going on everywhere the whole time. Up against the shop, we used to play against that back wall. Flicked into the leg side for a single. I missed the games on the outfield as well.
Yeah, that was the best for me when you used to come down here as a youngster and you'd get to the lunch interval and you'd spend 40 minutes out in the middle whacking it about, and it's just so good.
Paul Warbeck, I think, used to have kittens. He used to be a proper health and safety nightmare. So we say thank you very much to WPA Health Insurance for sponsoring the stream, because they were just, people would use like quite hard, really hard wind balls, and there'd be so many games go on, and yeah, an accident waiting to happen.
Carnage. Talking of carnage, Pete Trigo's coming back in.
Thank you very much, Sophie Luff. She'll be back with more segues like that, I hope. 188 for free. Rain is in to Abel. Triggs is back, not clutching white shirts, but I'm sure, I hope that his trip into Taunton Town Centre has been fruitful.
Yeah, straight in the boot, Sam. I don't want to be seen Marks and Spencer's white shirts.
Do you take a little
don't want anyone to think
that
that would be part of the wardrobe.
Took a nice designer bag to stuff them into.
Dexter will have those for less than a week, and they'll all be covered in ink, grubby round the collar. You know, like kids, they just get all filthy, don't they? They just have a knack.
Are fountain pens still a thing? They used to just get everywhere. At school, do they allow those?
I don't think he's doing the calligraphy A-level. Is that a thing?
I don't think it's probably not a thing as an A-level, no. It'd be quite niche.
Do you remember them little pens with the ink cartridges?
That's what the fountain. That's what I mean. They used to go everywhere. The nibs, those ink cartridges would just burst.
Yeah, I wonder whatever happened to that.
Somerset on top here.
Yeah, doing really nicely. Yep, as we spoke about earlier, the broad shoulders of the middle order, they're rightly or wrongly used to being put under the pump by the top couple. The combinations haven't quite been right, but Somerset have always managed to turn it round with some brilliant batting through the middle order, the lower order. Still plenty of batting to come. You've got Gregory and Overton right down the bottom end. Everyone can contribute. I think they'll have to today. Yeah, that new ball period, crucial. The spinners haven't quite got it right. Or, you know, day one, you don't really expect the spinner to be doing too much damage. Certainly not before lunch. But Banton's been looking good, apart from that pretty shaky first delivery where he edged it past full slip, picked up 4 runs. He's looked pretty solid. Tommy Abel taken on quite an aggressive sort of off-stump stance. I think he got away with an LBW early on, very full into the pads, unless there was an inside edge. That was pretty close, but again, apart from that, he's been pretty flawless. I was sat behind you a minute ago, that last over. Tom Abel has an unusual downfall, hasn't he? He gets caught down the leg side quite a lot, and there was a couple of balls there that just made me a little bit nervy. It looks like it's a genuine potential mode of dismissal for him, so hopefully he's aware of that.
And is that because, well, why is that? Is it his stance? Because it changed a few years ago. He sort of opened up that front foot a little bit more. Does that make him more susceptible?
Yeah, well, I think partly because he stands on middle and off stump. So I think the bowlers by nature are going to get sucked into trying to hit his pads from time to time. Therefore, you know, if they get it a little bit straight, he's going to get those thigh pad line balls, and he does seem to play it very, very fine. You know, I think when his last boundary, it was tickled off of his thigh, wasn't it? Very fine, and beat fine leg on his right hand. So he does obviously close the face on those, which obviously would increase the chances. I mean, it's known as quite an unlucky way to get out, but he does seem to do it quite often, or certainly more often than anyone else I've ever seen. So we hope that's not going to be a thing for today. This Hog fella's bowled impressively. Enjoyed watching him, actually. Young lad, slightly unusual sort of arm action, but gets the ball sort of moving in towards off stump, occasionally straightens the ball. just sense a little presence over my shoulder.
To win your hat-tricks, as usual.
Teammate, opponent back in the day, looking for retribution. I was videoing him in the box earlier.
So
He was sending Anthony Gibson's glass eye to sleep, just droning on. He's trying to get his own back.
They're looking for that. Hog falls over in the run-up. They're looking for that dismissal table, almost down the leg side with those 2 mid-wickets in. We used to say that at university. One of our mates from Morecambe used to talk about, but we just go short glass eye. If you're glass eyeing someone, it was they're boring them. So are you two going to be teammates again soon? Are you both in Legends or Masters? What do you prefer, Legends or Masters?
Well, I know Ricky likes to refer to himself as a legend. I don't mind Master, but Legend will do if we have to be called something. Yeah, we're playing together again this coming September. Keep an eye out for that.
Another shot from Tom Abel.
Beautiful shot. Abe's has got many years left before he gets into legend status and having to play the old man cricket that me and Clarkey are doing at the moment. I'd like to see one of those mid-wicket guys, just maybe leg gully area, if he's going to persevere with that into the thigh pad line. I can't see how he's going to get it to that straighter man, if I'm honest, but that was almost the downfall of Goldsworthy when they put that leg gully in position. He got a little bit trapped on the crease, expecting a high percentage of bounces. Yeah, but going back to that mode of dismissal from Tom Abel there. See, I think a lot of batters would find that quite a comfortable sort of line to tuck round the leg side, but he seems to play it with a very closed face, which is why he does get caught down the leg side quite often. I mean, it's not a tactic that you would go into a game trying to execute, I don't think, as a bowling team, but it does seem to happen more often than you'd expect.
Would you genuinely not? I know it's not. I mean, we always talk, strangled down the leg side, it's an unlucky dismissal. But if you see Abel setting up like that, like Ryan Campbell is quite forward thinking. Is there no chance they're going deliberately here?
Well, I'd find it hard to think that in their analyst meeting it's bowl leg stump bar volleys or down the leg side. I've never heard that, but I think you've got to be aware. I know the Kiwis, to a lot of players, Joe Root, I think they put a leg slip in place, don't they, when Wagner bowls? Again, I think because he plays quite fine through the leg side, but with this field you certainly can't bowl there, Sam.
He plays that shot very, very well. Tom Abel, all about timing. He's in fantastic red ball form. It's easy to forget that he's only played. So this is his 4th game, I think. First game was up at Durham. His first game back on that hamstring. Didn't make many runs up there, but has scored runs.
Yeah, he's had a couple of hamstring injuries over the last 2 or 3 years. Always seems when there's that little bit of rumblings of him being picked in England squads. A couple of his hamstring injuries has been while he's waiting to go on an England tour as well. So, all of us at Somerset, see the quality that he brings in all formats of the game, and you hope that Brendan McCullum and Rob Key are keeping an eye on him. Now with Trescothick getting more involved, you think that Tom Abel name will be bandied around from time to time.
So another look at that LBW chat. Abel's on 87 now. This was much, much earlier on. It's very close.
I mean, unless he's nicked it, which you can't really pick up that. I mean, that's not missing. I mean, it's going to take leg stump out of the ground, you'd think. It's just, I suppose, that. Well, I don't really know why he wouldn't give that out, if I'm honest. He's just got away with one. It's as simple as that.
Yes.
I think maybe, like, in Rob Bailey's defence, I thought, if we do get the chance to see that again, I thought the appeal from the bowler didn't look great, and the wicket-keeper looked to take a little bit of a step towards leg, which maybe just got in Rob Bailey's eye line. I know the top umpires do look at things like that, like the body language. They have that decision-making process where the appeal, the act has happened, the appeal goes up. They give themselves a little bit of time just to look at their surroundings, and when they see these little movements, that puts that little bit of doubt in their mind. Maybe that was the case there.
$196 for free. 46.2 overs. That field to Abel again. They're a little bit deeper for Ben Rain. Keeper's up. Ollie Robinson's up to the stumps.
Yeah, I think with the Durham coach coming up, that's definitely going to be a talking point. So I think message to the team in the other room, let's have one more look at that LBW of Tom Abel, just so we can see, you know, maybe reinforce that little bit of a theory that I've got there about the body language, and the peel from the bowler didn't look that convincing, and I think that probably played a part. Maybe we'll have a look at that at the end of the over. Ben Rain bowling nicely, hasn't had any success, bar the 10:59 AM delivery that nicked off Andy Umeed.
There was one at the start of the season. I think an opener managed to get out before the season had even started.
Yeah, you'd think you just go, hang on a minute, chaps, let's just wait for the old clock to tick over. I know that it was spoken about at the toss that the clock up on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion is slightly behind everyone else's, you know, wristwatches and smartphones. So maybe we can get someone up there just to give it a little tweak at some stage.
I'll try and find a way to ask Ryan Campbell if leg stump half volleys is a plan without referring them to them as leg stump half volleys.
Yeah.
Have you asked your lads?
Well, I think it's. I think I can sort of vaguely remember getting out once like that. Chris Jordan at Horsham caught down the leg side, and I think that's the only time that ever happened to me. And I can vividly remember like at least 4 in one season for Abe. So it is quite unusual. He does get out that way more often than you maybe expect. So there's obviously something within it, but I very much doubt that's a plan. I'd be surprised. I think bowlers just look at those as bonus wickets rather than a tactic. I think there are a number of dismissals in, I know, 4-day. I know T20 cricket has changed what's acceptable in terms of celebrations, but you know, if you're a seamer, you know, all the bravado of a fast bowler, if you get the keeper up and a stumping, it's almost like, ooh, yeah, nice to have the wicket, but a bit embarrassing. Have a look at the speeds there in those mid-70s. Beautiful view there of looks like the Devon coastline, thanks to WPA Health Insurance sponsoring us. Again, we've got awesome partners: Hygos Insurance, Daffabet, Trade Nation, WPA, Eurolay sponsoring our speed gun. All of their support helps us invest in hopefully making the coverage as good as it is today and better in the future. The leader coming on for a spell from the Marcus Trescothick stand. And his first few overs didn't go perfectly to plan, but you have to say it wasn't necessarily so much about the bowling. It was some incredibly good cricket shots from Tom Abel. He's going to look to find his feet. He bowled his first 3 overs for 17 runs, and I vividly remember 12 of those being exceptional cricket shots from Tom Abel.
He's an exceptional cricketer.
Always keep an eye on the We always keep an eye on the live feed, don't we? The live chat. See what's going around, see if we can interact with some folk back home.
No wonder you're enjoying
some nice comments about Triegs and Sky Sports, and then someone saying, no chance, he's a loose cannon. Is that what you feel like when you're commentating with me, Sam, that anything can happen? I don't feel like a loose cannon. Just want to have a bit of fun. Talk about something entertaining. Sometimes the cricket just doesn't deliver and you've got to find something. We've talked about the science of clouds, where none of us have a clue what's going on.
And you did
making the magic happen, buddy.
I do feel like anything could happen, but I don't see that as a negative. We've had... we do it all. We love doing what we do, and we do it with a smile on our faces. I love how you can flick between something completely random, and then you go back to some deep cricket analysis as Ryan Campbell arrives at the back of the box. It's brilliant to have the Durham head coach on at the end of the over, 198.
Yeah, I'm gonna, now that you've sort of like semi-defected up to Durham, I'm gonna step out, but I'm gonna observe this conversation. I don't want it to start with delivery 12.1 of the game or anything like that, this contentious LBW. There was a feeling that it was going to clatter leg stump from my point of view, but the appeal just didn't look right. The bowler sort of went up and then didn't. Ollie Robinson took a step to the leg and then back again while appealing. I just think that was part of the decision-making process of Rob Bailey.
200 up.
Taking into account that Rob Bailey also cost us a T20 final, and he didn't give Dan Christie an out, absolutely stone dead. So
you have many fine qualities, Triegs. Subtlety is not one of them.
Yeah. Life's too short, isn't it? Very good partnership here from Abel and Banton, bringing up the 200 for Somerset in the 48th over. Delida just hasn't quite honed in on an area just as yet. Well, I'm going to leave you with the Durham head coach, Brian Campbell, but I'm going to be listening with intrigue.
With intrigue, go. Thanks, Triegs. Wonderful as ever. I thought you might be enjoying the live stream comments, Triegs, when there were some compliments for you in there. I don't know if they're rare. Hello, Cambo. Welcome.
Thanks, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I don't talk about umpires' decisions. I'm not like that.
How views on the game?
We're in a battle. That's what we're in, Sammy. That's what I think about that. It's these two have batted exceedingly well, and can I just say it? I haven't seen a lot of Abel bat.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm pretty new to the game. It's wonderful to see a traditional batter. I know I'm sorry to use the word traditional, but the way he goes about it and he's set up, and mate, he looks a fantastic player. Has looked as solid as anyone going around that I've seen in county cricket. It's I heard you guys earlier talk about England prospects and stuff, and England have a host of wonderful batters, like waiting in the wings, so to speak.
Parkinson's into Abel. It's a bit of a gimme, that one. And Tom Abel moved into the 90s, pushing it wide of mid-on.
We've been poor after lunch, well, that's what I will say. First session, probably 50-50. A few misfields didn't help, but the 3 wickets you would have thought after losing the toss is probably a fair reflection. But yeah, unfortunately, we've been very poor since lunch and haven't been able to stem the tide, so to speak.
These two scoring freely. Yeah, brilliant start, wasn't it? Ben Rain, first ball of the game. I was saying how you'd given him a couple of weeks off. You'd kind of recognised that he was basically knackered.
Yeah, it's a good way to sum it up. But it's just massive workload. He bowls so many overs in all forms of the game. So, there's times where you just have to say enough's enough and, take some pain in the short term for hopefully long-term gain. And, I've no doubt that all coaches, look at their bowling stocks at the start of the year and you feel pretty excited. And then I mentioned to you a few times, I've asked Graham Onions, at the start of the season, do we have enough? And the answer was, yeah, we're good. Well, let me tell you, right now the cupboard's pretty bare.
Nice to have perfect timing ready to get Carsey back.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
to be honest, don't get me started there
Oh,
because, you know, we probably should be playing the rest of the season with us. But that's the England selectors. Obviously, he's an amazing talent, but I just would have loved for him to just settle in and play, 4 games of red ball cricket. Get him prepared for, the Pakistan tour where you probably need ball speed on those flat wickets to try and, create results. But obviously they want to see him in the white ball team as well. So, he'll be sliding straight out after this game or after the T20 quarter-final and joining up with England. And we wish him all the best because I'm not being harsh on him here because I love him to death, but he's probably been almost an England player, and then he'll either get injured or obviously something's gone amiss, or I think his white ball skills are incredible, especially his batting. But I think he's all honesty, he's a Test match player, and that's what I'd love to see him do, play Test cricket, because he bowls fast. We've seen that even today in his first spell back, and but his batting also adds an extra depth to England's batting.
Able on strike on 93. Make that 97 because it's one of our bugbears up here. No third in place.
Well, I don't understand why we don't have a third man. We started after lunch with our third man, and then suddenly we don't. And especially on true wickets, I reckon at our place where you probably don't have the pace and bounce, you can get away with not having third man. But I think here on such a true surface and such a fast outfield as well, it's probably one of those positions that needs to be blocked. My only thinking where there's 2 people on the mid wicket, I just wonder if it's starting to go a little bit reverse.
36 runs in boundaries down to third already.
Like that ball there, like I know you guys were talking about Hogg and maybe attacking Abel there. I don't think he's meaning that.
No.
And I think Hogg is a great example of a young kid. I'm pretty sure, I'm safe to say, that he would never have experienced a ball going reverse. So he's just holding it as normal.
Yeah.
And I think they're starting to go a little bit. And that ball there, to me, says, you know what, this could be interesting if it starts to go.
209 for free. And someone like Bass, actually, people forget, you've made this point, how little red ball cricket he's actually played in his career.
Yeah, well, again, until he came to Durham, he wouldn't have had a red ball in his hand. My time with him in the Netherlands was very much white ball orientated. But he's such a good exponent of this red ball cricket. It's amazing how there's so many cricketers out there who, given the chance, can play this game. So I would actually take away one of those catches in there and actually have a leg slip if it's starting to go. And I know Tregs was talking a little bit about his setup. I actually spoke about that at lunchtime. He does have a little bit of a weird technique when it comes to balls and the closing of his face. And look, it's going to be a bit of luck. Let's be honest here. If you're putting a leg slip in, generally is a bit of luck, but.
We've seen him go there a fair few times. It's not massive, but more than with most players.
Well, especially if it's going a bit reverse.
97. Pulls that one. There's a fielder out there. George Drizzle does well down that, actually, because it bounced just before, and Abel's going to come back for 2. He's really quick. Moves on to 99. Now, I've got to be careful here, Campo, because I've been done before. I called a Tom Banton 100. The scoreboard got stuck. So there's a clip of me going, he's through for 100. He wasn't on 100.
Did he get out?
He didn't. He did make it, but my actual call of his 100 was
I was going to say, you can say it if he got out, because we need a wicket.
And then the week after, I had the Ollie Pope one, where it was meant to be his first T20 100, and we all celebrated. And then he got back in the dressing room, and he had his hand shaken by Laurie Evans, Abel on 99. He walked into the dressing room, and Laurie Evans said, nice 99, mate. And he went, what? Scorers have made a mistake. They'd given him an extra run, so 99 not out, he finished. Yeah. So yes, he actually came down and did an interview and took it very well. 2:11 for free. Abel 99, Banton 55. Sam Delling alongside Ryan Campbell, the Durham head coach. Brilliant to have you here. Talk to us a bit about Parky. He's been brilliant for you, hasn't he?
He has. He's look again. I know this sounds silly, but he too is still finding his way in the red ball game. I think he's been known so much as a white ball cricketer.
Yeah.
And you know, playing at Leicester, again, I'm trying to say this in the nicest possible way, but I think they had more of a negative mindset, the way they wanted him to go about it. And, you know, I think for us...
Gets that one away. Bit of luck there.
I will say we haven't had a lot of luck. I hate saying that, but there hasn't been a lot of luck going on in our direction.
You know, if you could sometimes clip it up and like sum it up, it was the Bantam bottom edge that just went up right between. I don't think either Ben Rain or Hogg would have got there, and actually I think they did well to avoid a collision.
Well, I think right at the end they had a quick glance at each other, and I don't know about Hoggy, but I'm not sure I would like to run into Ben Rain.
Bit of turn though. Parkinson's got a bit of turn.
But yeah, so Parky is... I think that Lions tour was a real eye-opener for him to go to India last year, or start of this year, whenever it was. Mainly because if you're a guy who's bowled quite with negative fields and, you know, it's always almost to save a game and defend a game or whatever, suddenly you get into that sort of setup, which I'm assuming is a pretty positive setup with, in the Baz McCullum era, and whoever takes... You know, those sort of teams will still be wanting you to, you know, force results and, you know, bowl with field up and don't want to drop people back and things. I think he found that quite awkward. He likes his little comfort blanket of occasionally, you know, a deep point or something like that to get going. And I know that, like, even when Stokesy played for us, there was a couple of times I think Parky was looking, can I drop one back, please? And Stokesy's, no, what are you on about, mate? Come on, it's all good. So yeah, it's interesting, but mate, he's a wonderful person and a good cricketer. Him and his brother's actually gone pretty well for Kent as well, who played a lot of cricket for us last year. You know, I always, and again, I'm going to throw this, you know, surrounded by Somerset people in here, but I love thinking about those backyard cricket games coming from Australia, where it's all about backyard. You know, the Roo boys, for instance. I'd love to know who gets to keep in the backyard, but then secondly, who gets to bat first, because I reckon there's some runs made in those backyards of that house, and the same with the Parkinsons. I'm not sure how much batting was done, but there's plenty of bowling, and yeah, it's, you know, you talk about in Australia the war backyard, for instance. It's like, you know, there was 3 or 4 of them who could all play, and yeah, it just, I think... it's interesting time. You know, we're grown up with backyard cricket and, you know, tape up the tennis ball and things like that. It's I love seeing families do well. And from all reports, I watched video of the youngest Roo at the Super Fours. Yeah. And goodness me, that boy can bat too.
Every time you go on social media, he's made another 100. He made 100 in club cricket. Did he make another 100 for the twos or something this week? He got 90s. Yeah, second 1100. I think he was skippering the twos. Anyway, Abel on 99. We'll come back to that. Abel on to top 100. Tom Abel, century for Somerset. 100 not out. It's 17th in first class cricket. He's 9th here at Taunton. Had a little bit of luck early on. May have gone the other way, but he takes his helmet off. Salutes this home crowd who appreciate his talents.
Can I just... Go on. Also, not just compliment Abel, that's a beautiful innings. Yes, we can talk about the LB, but his actual control of the innings has been fantastic. It's a beautiful knock. But I got to admit, this is my first time to Somerset. I can't believe how good a crowd there is on a Thursday. It's brilliant.
It's lovely of you to say so. It's always well supported. As Vader is, and it helps having a slightly smaller ground. But I love how, so that's the members, the James Hill just stand up there, and they've just got a slight bit of padding on their seat. So even though there's all this space elsewhere, they always get in there and gather together.
I see the Lord is down at one end. He's got a stand named after him that's obviously very close to our heart up in Durham.
It's a strange stand though, because apart from the fact half of it has to be a sight screen all the time, it doesn't actually face the pitch. You're just looking at away towards the town. But yes, it's been there for a while. And Lordy and both from very close to the hearts of both sets of fans. Ooh, Yorker. 215 for free. The crowds up at Durham are decent. It might just be because actually the ground's a little bit bigger. It doesn't necessarily look so.
Yeah, look, we're very well supported, and they love their red ball cricket up north, and you know, the fans and the members are what make your club really. You know, we know how good sport is, but sport is played because of the fans.
215 for free. So you've got the Rue brothers. Back to the early conversation. Farhan Ahmed is making his debut for Nottinghamshire. I remember doing an interview with Rayan because we saw him in one of his very early games in the One Day Cup before he was on anyone's radar. And we had Steve Kirby up here, who coached him for the MCC Young Cricketers. And Kirby had been asking for bowlers to go down and bowl in the nets at the England players. And a guy called Jamal Hussain, who used to play at Somerset in Gloucestershire, rung him and said, "I've got this lad. He's 15." And Kirby went like, "No chance. I'm not having a 15-year-old come and bowl at the England lads." And Curbs, bless him, who's not the best with the mitt for a bowling coach. Just couldn't pick him in the indoor score, so he went, yeah, okay. I think he might have got Stokesy out. He definitely got Sir Alistair Cook. I chatted to him, and there's three brothers, and they used to play, not in the backyard, but in the conservatory, surrounded by glass, whenever their parents went out. But the games must have been at a serious level.
Yeah, it starts all gentle and make sure you don't break anything, but...
How did you become a keeper then? Because it's automatic keeper, right, in yard cricket?
Generally.
Ended the over, 215 for free.
Yeah, generally automatic wickies in the backyard, but yeah, eventually got put under. I was the youngest of four, so no one else wanted to keep, so they would stick me under there. So it's your turn, you do it, which... I would just moan and groan and just want to bat, but, you know.
Talk to us about your keeper, because you different approaches to keeping in England and Australia, right?
Yeah, 100%. You know, we, you know, I'm very careful with what I talk about with our English wikis, because the facts are we catch differently. You know, in Australia we're taught as kids we want to catch on our inside hip to make sure that we're moving our feet and, you know, covering more ground. But here, for instance, it's more you're trying to get a bit straighter because of the wobble and, you know, trying to... I think bowlers generally bowl at the stumps more. Whereas in Australia, for instance, we would bowl sessions at a time where you're bowling in the, you know, the corridor outside off stump and trying to get these slips and in play. And as a wiki, you're trying to set up for that. But yeah, you know... We have great conversations. I love obviously working with Ollie and, you know, young Hayden Mustard as well at our club. And I will admit though, and I mentioned this to you, I got a bit aggrieved when young Cox came out and said we're all just backstops anyway. It's like, mate, hang on a minute. That's a bit harsh. Some of us actually love catching and being good wicket keepers, but... You know, he's an incredible talent. But he's right. There's a lot of people just think wikis as a batter now. But that's the difference, and that's the challenge to all these young wikis. I hope, you know, Jamie Smith, who plays for England, obviously is a beautiful batsman. But his future is as the England #1 wicketkeeper. He has to be a beautiful gloveman as well because, you know, in the heat of battle and an Ashes... when you're in Adelaide and it's hot and your team is going not that great and a nick comes, mate, if you can't catch that, you know, and Smith goes on to make 200, I tell you, that automatic wiki or the backstop, suddenly people start to question it, let me tell you that for free.
It's a very specific scenario you've got. It's not like you've imagined that scenario happening ever.
Oh, I've seen a few of them, don't worry.
End of the over, 217 for free. Well, we've got both roos keep. Although I think James would probably quite happily give up the gloves if it meant he could bowl a bit of left arm spin because he loves to bowl a little bit. So
well, all wikis love to bowl too. I've got to admit, all wikis want to bowl.
Well, did you bowl a bit quick? Seam up,
mate,
skiddy.
well, ease up here, mate. For someone who's supposed to be the bloody cricket guru, there's only, I reckon, one of us in this room that opened the batting and bowling at a World Cup.
Oh yeah, of course you did.
Come on, mate.
Sorry, yeah, you're right. Fair play to calling me out.
To be fair, they were nude as well. But anyway. Oh, no. But I think all wikis are literally, they always want to have a bowl at some point. You just got to pick your places and the choices you make. Generally, they all bowl off spin too. Like that's the easiest one.
I know a lot of them, at youth level, they used to charge in, take the gloves off. Try and bounce people. I think Craig Keyswetter used to be quite sharp.
Yeah, okay.
Ran back here. Faster later.
Vinty, can you get some paracetamols off Susan, please?
It's going to continue.
No, that's a George Drizzle voice in my ear.
Ah, is it? So were you, when you turned up, were you on the coach yesterday? Come back to
we actually came 2 days ago.
Played a short ball. Abel pulls it out towards George Drizzle, who picks up a couple.
Yeah, we came a couple of days after, the workloads that we've been through and the distance, 7.5 hours is a long time on a bus. We felt we should get here 2 days early and just have a bit of a run around on the Wednesday down here and then hopefully get the cobwebs out, which, and I'm so glad we did because, a few boys were a little bit sore and tired.
Pulled. Abel's in control of it. Just one down to long leg. Are you thinking, when you were on that coach, were you expected to play a couple of frontline spinners? I know you were thinking about George Drizzle coming in last week, but didn't go for him in the end.
100% that we were going to play two spinners. Okay. All the mail that we had, and you look at the history of the ground, it was probably one of those places that, generally we hope to play two spinners. It relieves a bit of our fast bowling load, to be honest. But the question was going to be an extra batter, or do we play two all-rounders? And we're obviously, Graham Clark's unlucky to miss out. But I think when you go through what we went through, bowling back-to-back innings last game, and, Bryden Cass hasn't played a game this year, really. Buster Later's workloads are through the roof after a busy, Metro Cup and now into this. Young Hogg had never bowled 20 overs in a day before.
Pulled by Banton. That's it to the gap. That is whistled away for thought. I didn't work out where it was smashing into that Trade Nation stand. Hoarding.
Yeah, so we obviously have to try and spread the load somehow. And obviously even Ben Rain has, bowled a heap of overs. So the hope is to play those guys. And it's obviously handy that Delader and Cass are genuine batters as well. And then hopefully the spinners are going to do most of the work. I think just our spinners have to get into the game here, like George Drizzle and Parkinson really have to get stuck in.
Delader in, short ball. Banton has pulled it out towards Drizzle. They've stuck an extra fielder out there, Durham, as well. So there's a long leg, a deep square leg, and then someone who's just in between the two, almost on the 45, is Ashton Turner, about 10 yards in from the boundary on the catch. We had Neil Wagner last week bowling short balls. But
we did have Neil, and we broke him too. The unbreakable fast bowler we managed to break.
Need to give Peter Sidler a ring, find out where he is.
It's probably not a word, by the way. Unbreakable. Unbreakable, is that the word?
Unbreakable, yeah. That's all right, you can say what you want.
It's true, but anyway, we broke him. It's we haven't had a lot of luck with our overseas fast bowlers, to be honest. We, Scotty Boland lasted 6 overs or 5 overs for the first game of the season, and then he didn't play the first game because he came with a little niggle, and our first game was washed out anyway. But then, went to Warwickshire, and he literally bowled 5 overs and broke him. And then Neil Wagner literally bowled, I think, 8 overs, took 4 for, and we broke him somehow. Actually broke his shoulder.
The scan didn't come back well then?
No. I'll be honest, we knew it was broken, so it was one of those ones that we just couldn't believe that it had happened. Diving in the field, it seems like he's kind of landed on the ball, and it was funny because Wags is, when we first spoke to him, he said, yeah, it's really sore. He goes, but mate, Bob 30 overs with 2 broken toes before, I'll be fine. I'll find a way. Yeah, can't find your way out of this one, big man. But it's a bit of a shame because he was so good for our group in such a short period of time. Just, like I spoke to you last week about his science into the short ball bowling, and not just that, he's not a one-trick pony. He talks about the whole game really nicely, and he was going to be really good for us.
To use his feet to Parkinson, but outside edge, you were talking about it, wasn't it? We'll talk about it when the seam is back on, actually, the setting the field for short pitch bowling, but he could pitch it up and hoop it around. That Slater, wasn't it? He got off stump.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I say, he's not a one-trick pony. He's got excellent skills, and like I say, on this sort of wicket, would have found a way to attack. But yeah, unfortunately, he is now back in New Zealand, and the search continues.
I say you're looking again for always looking.
Mate, it's a tough thing to do. Find a bowler at this time of year, but Marcus North is bloody good at his job, and I've no doubt he's not going to sleep early at night trying to find someone.
He's usually on the phone when I see him. Always working, that man.
And that's where the test comes, when you have, we had 7 games in 8 weeks at the start of the season, and then you have 5 in the last 5 weeks in the back end of the season. It's pretty hard to plan for. Especially like you say, we provide, like everyone, we're a foundation stone of England cricket, but we provide 4 guys to England. 3 of them are fast bowlers at the moment. And then your overseas pro goes down as well. So there's 5 out of your equation who bowl a lot of overs for you. It's, she gets a little nervous at times, let me tell you.
Cass, back in to the attack.
But again, and now I am going to sound like a coach, and I'm sorry about this, but that to me is where opportunity just comes out, and that's where you got to trust some kids. And like I say, if that hadn't have happened, would we have found out about Daniel Hogg last week? Probably not. He probably wouldn't have bowled as many overs, but he won us that game, and suddenly you go, well, we got one there. We played a 16-year-old James Minto in the Metro Bank Cup, and he's a chance of playing against Lancashire in a week or so's 10 days' time or whatever. So, they're the opportunities you'll want for your youngsters. You don't want to give it to them all at once. Like, you don't want too many young fellas all together. Like I say, if you don't have that experienced head around them, they can get a bit lost. But it'll be a good test of character for us.
Yeah, I saw he's in the squad for this one, Minter, isn't he? I saw him warming up.
He is, yes.
A bit bowling. He looked quite sharp as well.
Yeah, he's a good young lefty. Has no fear and loves the game. And
third down for Tom Abel as his backward point.
And I'm going to say something silly, but
never.
He batted at number 11 for us in the Metro Bank Cup. But I'm telling you, by the time he's done, he'll probably be a number 6, number 7 batter. He opens in all the cricket that he plays, and bats. I think he batted 4 in their academy team, and like his batting is a real piece of him. So he won't just get sort of put in the corner and said, "Oh no, you're just a bowler, mate." He'll work really hard on his batting this year, and hopefully, within a couple of years, he'll be a genuine all-rounder, which is really exciting.
which you would say about this man? And people know Castle can bat a bit, but you
Well,
get the sense they haven't quite clocked onto it.
Again, I'm not going to say I'm one that created him, but I'm definitely not. But we have that much faith in his batting. Last year when he was injured, legitimately had a side and, was out for probably 5 weeks, he did so well to get back and batted at number 3 for us in the T20 and, whacked them. He's a legitimate number 8 in Test cricket, if not a 7 by the end of it. He bats 7 for us, and I'm just sort of thinking of, that step up to Test cricket. He could be a Chris Wokes sort of player. And again, that's a big call, and he's going to have to make some runs. But when you watch him bat, you think, whoa, there's a presence, there's something about him, and he hits the ball really hard. And, for us to beat Surrey on Tuesday, I know that's skipping a bit ahead, but that boy's going to have to do something very special for us, and I've got a feeling it could be with the bat.
Interesting. Heard it here first. Sorry, All Stars. Cast is in, left alone. Are you going home then? Like, have you had to play that now?
We're definitely not going home. I think Sunday night we'll head into London after this game, have a day off and prepare in the big smoke and get ready for Tuesday night, which they're telling me that's probably a sellout, which again gives our blokes an opportunity to play in front of a packed house, which will be a fantastic experience against a team that I think everyone says, I think we're all correct in saying are the benchmark of English cricket. And that's no disrespect to Somerset, because you know that they're up there as well. But between Somerset and Surrey, you would think are probably the best two, and throw in Essex as well as two of the tougher competitions. 3 of the toughest competitions in this in English cricket. So, we'll be interested to see what lineup they put out. I'm sort of doing some pre-work, and I think they're going to play 7 seamers. I'm not sure how they're going to pick it. Paper, scissors, rock or something, who misses out.
Gus is in Fuller. Well, I did say to Ollie Pope when I interviewed him in the summer, I said, as a captain, it's great to have options, but can you possibly have too many options? He went, yeah, sometimes I've got 9 bowlers, I don't know which ones to use.
It's handy to have, but look, again, mate, we'll be going there full of confidence. We got nothing to lose, absolutely nothing to lose, and the fast bouncy wicket will probably suit our batting style. We'll put together a very good batting lineup, and then we'll back our bowlers. We've always been a team for this year that we're going to be heavily reliant on spin, and I know that doesn't sound like you would do that at the Oval, but we're not going to probably change too much from that. But then, we'll have enough fast bowling to what we think can be very a solid outfit, and like I say, it's a final. Anything can happen.
And I know you said before that quarterfinals not necessarily something to be celebrated, but it's progress in T20 cricket, and that's something you were strongly targeting.
Yeah, it's a massive step forward to us. I think everyone will agree at the club and the fans. Our T20 cricket for too long has not been where it's at, and I know, like, we're deemed, in a sort of inverted commas, a red ball county, but mate, you've got to be good at all forms, and we've got to teach our youngsters how to play all forms. So, we are going to keep trying to improve ourselves as cricketers and as a club, and, to put in good showings in T20 tournaments, it has to be a priority. So, for us, making the quarterfinals, that's the first step. How do we get better after that? We're going to have to keep looking and keep trying to improve players. And that's exciting. It gives opportunities. All youngsters want to play T20. So, we saw a Michael Jones, for instance, go from an opening batter to a power-hitting finisher, which is something exciting. And that's something he'd never done. And, he wanted to take on that challenge and at times looked amazing at it. So, there's going to be other opportunities for other players to also come up with something.
2-3-3 for free. Halfway through this 57, Parkinson is in. Durham need to come up with something here because this partnership is growing. It's up to 165 now from 246. Drizzle's not going to have to get back in the game. How's Sportfoot going to get him back in?
Well, it looks like they're pretty set in going from a pace from one end, trying to get this ball to go reverse. I would have thought, though, after the cast spell, that's probably enough for our fast bowlers. It's you wouldn't want to go one more rotation of them, and that could be an opportunity for Drizzle to come into his own. But yeah, look, the facts are you're going to be in. If you're coming on to bowl, you're going to be under the pump when that's what happens when you've got a good partnership going. These two are obviously looking to score and score fast and put pressure on us. So we're going to have to strap ourselves in.
2-3-3 free. Banton and Abel have done just that. 66 Banton has. He's on strike. No, he's not. Tom Abel's on strike with 108. Scoreboard's wrong.
But again, that's one of those things where you, as cricketers, we've all been there. You just got to keep looking at the board and say, okay, what happens if it's 5 for 233 or 5 for 240? It's someone takes a half chance. It's someone who bowls an unbelievable ball or creates it, and then everyone can get knocked over when you first go in. So, we got to keep trucking in. And what I will say about my team is that, I haven't seen us put the white flag up too often in my time. So, they'll keep trucking in all day.
Cast Fuller doesn't quite get it. Shies back at the stumps. And Somerset take a run. Much to the delight of the home crowd. A bonus single. Talk about your time here. You've been here, almost best part of 2 seasons now. Has it been what you expected? Have you enjoyed it? Is that the right word?
And so much more,
okay,
to be honest.
Yeah.
I think, and now I am going to sound a bit soppy as a coach, but as a proud Australian, and I'll say that as my precursor, from afar, we have always loved the county competition. We hold it so highly. Players who come and have played, we watch. Don't get me wrong, we are born to try and beat the English. That's our sole purpose in life, is to come and beat the English. But we just love the county game, and so when I had the opportunity to come and watch it, you've got such a jewel that you just have to look after it, because these competitions, they create great players. It doesn't matter the brand of cricket the English team plays, either in white ball or red ball. Everyone, to get there, has to come from here. And so that's why it's so important that this competition, and again, even lower down in the Division 2, you need solid, tough, competitive cricket to forge your young players. And then when you come up to the first division, it's going to be a step up, and it should be a step up. And then again, it's got to be an absolute tough competition where, it's going to, the basics of a cricketer need to be put under full pressure all the time. Because that, as an elite sportsman, that's where you're going to get found out. Because when you go to the next level, you are going to be tested every single moment of the day. So you should embrace what you have here. It is a beautiful game, and like I say, it's not perfect. Don't get me wrong. There's, the administrators, whoever, again, without being political, they've got to find a way to make sure that everyone's happy, and I don't think you can all the time. But, mate, you've got to look after it, because I tell you, if this goes wrong, world cricket's in trouble. So that's where the plays and misses got to go your way. It's just one ball that he needs to nick. And to be fair, he's batted beautifully, Banton, but he has played and missed a few. That first ball, you have 3 slips and a gully. If you have 4 slips, I know that's an if, but, he's out first ball and it's 4 for 60. It's sometimes you get that in cricket. Old Mother Cricket's got a funny way of looking at things at times.
Oh, yeah. Going back to what you were just talking about, I think there'll be a lot of people listening on the live stream that will be nodding along in agreement with you. What have you found frustrating?
Frustrating? There's a few things. Yeah, there's definitely a few things.
Parkinson continuing to Abel, who over pitches, flicked through the leg side. Tom Abel whistles away to about 113 he's got.
Obviously, scheduling is one that, you know, needs to be spoken about. Not only just because the players get put under so much pressure to continue to keep going from one form to the other, but if you want it, it's supposed to be an elite sport, and it's very hard to prepare anyone to change format if you don't have a couple of days. So little things like that are obviously tough. I'll admit some of the wickets we've played on have been, I'm not sure what they're supposed to do, or there's no characteristics. It's just like make 700 and then walk off, and you know that's supposed to be a good game. It's like, I'm not convinced about that. You know, that's a tough one. You know, you always you want the best cricket wicket to try and give batters and bowlers both a chance.
Cut away by Abel.
So yeah, that's a couple of times it's got a bit frustrating to see that. And again, I'm never going to talk about the opposition teams. You know, you play it how you want to play it. But there are times where, you know, especially if England, I know that's the way they play, and I'm not saying everyone has to be ultra aggressive, but if you're not playing to win, if you're playing to sort of draw to start with, I'm not sure that's great either. Like we played a few games that you just go, what is going on here? It's like, oh my. But again, like I say, that's every team is to themselves.
Scott Borthwick starting to get those arms going, maybe, just maybe. Yeah, it's difficult, and getting the balance of points right for a draw as well. They keep moving it around.
Well, sorry, that's just stupid. That, you know, 5 points last year was perfect. 8 points, half of a win is a draw. It's like, you know, if you're trying to encourage winning, I'm not sure 8 points is what you're after, but again, that's well above my pay grade.
I'm not going to name them because I can't remember exactly, and I don't want to get it wrong. But there was a side a few years ago who went, 8 points for a draw, so as long as we don't lose this season, we'll stay up. And you think, yeah, but. Yeah, but. As we see those partnerships, there's that Tom Banton, Wagon Wheel 67, unbeaten from 117, but he's played and missed 11 times. You always feel like you've got half a chance with Tom Banton. It's able on strike, though.
What I do love about Tom Banton, and again, this is an outsider looking in, like, I love the fact that he's known throughout the world as an opening batting hitter, but he hasn't just gone, you know, I'm just going to play T20. I want to be a good red ball cricketer as well, and, you know, bats in a different role, and mate, that's what I love seeing from the young kids, that, you know, you need to play all formats. There's a lot of time in your career to choose one or the other, you know, down the track. But as a youngster, we got to encourage them all.
Pulled by Abel for a single. Well, the thing I love about him, he's very good. He's really honest in his assessment of things, and he's aware. He's had bad times, and there was a period fans were getting on his back. And I remember him going on social media and said, "Look, I understand, like, criticise my performance, that's fine, I get that, but don't go at me personally, please. And by the way, I feel it as much as you guys do. Like, I'm not enjoying being in a bit of a rut, but that's where I am." And he's been quite honest, said, like, you know, I could easily, the easy thing to do would have been to walk away from red ball cricket, right? There's money to be made in just playing white ball cricket.
100%. Like, let's be honest here, he probably plays in most T20 franchises around the world. Not sure he would get picked in the IPL yet, but, you know, he's had a couple of seasons where you go, maybe. But, mate, he's playing in pretty much every other franchise competition. So, you know, lots of cash to be made, especially as a wiki who can be a keeper. The old backstop. Handy.
Yeah, and he had one season back in 2019 where he played a fair bit, but otherwise he was in and out of the side. He made his maiden first class 100 coming in as a concussion sub. Essex is able as on strike, but this year he's been given a go in that middle order. He's done all right. 100, 4 half centuries. He's still out there. 67, not out. Tom Abel's 119. Tom Abel went the other way when he first started. He made 96 on his debut. It was 10 years since his debut quite recently. No one would have foreseen him being a white ball player, particularly. He was pigeonholed as a red ball player.
Yep.
And he's just completely changed it around.
But that's the beauty of good cricketers. Like, they find a way.
You learn. Yes. Casters in, and that's a lovely shot from Abel. That is textbook Abel, actually, just that checked cover drive.
You know, the best, most consistent T20 players of our generation have generally been batters who play all formats. They've learnt their craft in the red ball game, and, you know, someone like a Sean Marsh, for instance. I know everyone would probably go straight to Virat Kohli and all these sort of guys, but a guy like Sean Marsh, to me, mate, his consistency and numbers in T20 cricket are quite mind-boggling. But he's known as a gritty, tough, red ball cricketer, and you know, there's so many of them that have found a way.
Casters in.
And again, that goes back to good technique, worked out, done the hard yards. I listened to Dan Christian, who's, you know, probably one of the best T20 exponents of the game that we've seen for a long time. He very openly says, if I hadn't have played Sheffield Shield cricket, I wouldn't have understood what I needed to do as a batter or as a bowler to change it up in the heat of the battle. So, yeah, it's pretty cool, I reckon, as an observer of the game, to watch some people work it out. Some people don't, and they can't, and it gets too hard for them, and that's fine as well. But, yeah, I guess as a cricket observer, it's always nice to see people work it out.
Change of bowling here. Parkinson out of the attack. George Drizzle back into it. Got Ashton Turner, could bowl a bit of spin as well.
Ashton Turner and Scott Borthwick.
4 spinners in the side. Turning into a Surrey.
Geez, I keep looking at my phone to see if Colin Ackerman's text me.
Is it still not happened?
No, it's today. Today's the day.
Okay.
I'm hoping his twins are all good and everything goes well.
I did mention a bit earlier, as Drizzle is in, that his wife is, well, they're expecting twins. So actually, you won last week without him and Dave Beddingham, who's in a similar situation to Pretorius, who's gone and played Test cricket and then gone back to South Africa.
Yeah, it's all come at a rush for us currently, but again, that's what happens.
You must write everything in pencil as the 250 is up and Somerset have their first batting bonus, but yeah, pencil is probably your friend right now.
Yeah. Like I say, as soon as you put a team together on paper and you think, okay, yeah, I'm happy with that, something comes up.
Drizzle to Banton at 67.
But again, that's why you need such a strong squad. That's why you're always striving to add to it, and you know a lot of people sort of have a cracky, oh, why are you signing him for? You don't. It's like, oh, okay, I'll ask you that in 3 weeks' time when we don't have that person or someone else is away or something else happens. So depth of talent in your squad is so important.
You've got the boy Emilio Gay. Oh, he's a talented cricketer. Up for you next year.
Yeah, he'll be. He'll fit into our setup really nicely, and a talented kid who wants to play for England and will strive to, become the best player that he can be. And mate, didn't play any white ball this year for Northants, which that's their decision, but I can see a definite white ball cricketer in him. We're lucky enough to announce yesterday that Sam Connors has decided to come, which is another really important signing for us. That, again, you know, people sit here and go, oh, well, why do we need another bowler? You got so many. Well, let me tell you, Carson Potts and Wood won't play many games for Durham next year, if any. Maybe some in April when we first start, but then, you know, you got to try and bridge those holes. And, you know, Paul Coughlin we love, obviously, but is injured at the moment, and there's another one who's had some injury problems. So, you know, we got to get him up and running. But then that's when you're looking at your youngsters going, well, okay, if I said Daniel Hogg's going to be fine, how many games is he going to play next year? Mate, you're still only penciling him in for probably 7 or 8 of the 14. And that's a big ask for a kid who's never done that before. You know, we got a young kid by the name of Lukey Robinson who bowls fast, but hasn't bowled a ball for us this year because he hurt his knee in the second team game.
Spin at both ends as you predicted, Cambo.
Yeah, so, you know, our academy and Johnny Windows is unbelievable at producing fast bowlers. We know that. But we can't have them all in at once, you know, so we're going to have to... We've got a crop this year that are really exciting, but I've been told... And again, this is the guy that knows all, and John Windows has been there for 20 years or so and done an amazing job. Our under-16 group is apparently unbelievable, which is really exciting for us as well. So, you know, we'll get there in the end.
Ooh. Edge has gone, there it is, the change of bowling has worked. Tom Abel, what a brilliant innings it has been. 124. But he has to go. Callum Parkinson finds the outside edge, just a little bit of turn. And the skipper, who made the bowling change, Scott Borthwick, has also taken the catch.
Well, it's a wonderful innings. He batted so nicely there. What I would say is a little bit of turn there, which I'm sure there's someone sitting in the opposition who'd be pretty happy with that. But a bit noticeable, though, that with that delivery, it was outside the eye line of Abel, and Parkinson bowled probably a fourth stump line, which I think sometimes if it's not spinning from straight, we can bowl a little bit straight at times. And again, that's getting outside the eye line and then having to make a judgment call, and just enough spin, and obviously a massive breakthrough, which is really needed just before the tea break.
Yeah, partnership 185 comes to an end. Somerset 253 for 4, and that brings out to the middle young James Rue, left hand, right hand, left hand combination, so a bit more for Scott Borthwick to think about.
He's got some, I know we talk about wikis, but you know, Smith in the test team, you got this fella, you got our Ollie Robson. It's an exciting time, you know, in England when you've got so many options, and that's just popping 3 on the top of my head, you know, sitting around here. But yeah, there's some
one batting, some banter.
Mate, there's some exciting talent out there, that's for sure.
There's some talent in your squad. Let's talk about, I know you talked about individually, but as a group, as an outsider looking in, it looks like a squad full of talent, but a squad that's very close together as well.
Very close together. That is something, you know, that we pride ourselves on. Our team culture is exceptional. You know, we are going to always try and keep a nucleus of Northeast kids and players in our team. That's where we're from, and we're very loyal to that. But we're also going to have to welcome outsiders in. But it's really important that the culture of the team is very open to accepting those new guys and embracing it, and they take in the culture very quickly. And I think, yeah, what I'll say is that it's an extremely cool group, like nice people. They enjoy each other's company. There's always a joke going on, or you know, even like a young James Minto who probably doesn't even know any of these guys at 16 years of age. You can just see the guys making sure he's always coming with us and embracing and making sure, you know, he comes out to dinner with us and sits there, and you know, they genuinely want to speak and learn about him. it's really nice to see. And I guess the ultimate compliment will be when players, and it's happened this year, players and their agents are ringing us saying, I want to come to Durham. I've heard such good things. I think I can be a better player in your group. And it's a credit to the playing group, but it's also a credit to our coaching staff. And, we've assembled a pretty cool group that we think are going to make our players better. A couple of them here, and, Jimmy Hilditch back home, but then, Will Gidman and Graham Onions are outstanding. Old whack Alan Walker's he is Durham. He literally bleeds blue and gold. They're good people to be around, and like I say, we're hoping that that's the culture that we produce.
Drizzle is in to Banton. He's got 70. Yeah, Will Gidman actually talks very well about the game, but someone like Ben Stokes trusts him implicitly, and that has got to be a good measure of where you're at as a coach.
Yeah, 100%. He goes down to just before the tests, and we'll throw to all the England players and gets right in amongst it and tells us what's going on, what's the latest goss, so to speak.
255 for 4, and he talks about Alan Walker, but the skipper, Scott Borthwick, is a huge part of that, getting the band back together, as some people describe it. He's massive. He's the lead singer, right?
Yeah, he is. More importantly, he's my ticket into taking my lad to a Man City game here or there.
Right, okay, he's already
very important in that. When you come up with selections, it's very important where does the coach fit into Man City. It's his wife's wonderful, who works for Man City.
Sure, he'll be delighted that I gave you an open opportunity to compliment
Mate,
Scott
but again, it's a good story because he left it when Durham went through some tough times, but getting him back was a priority for the club, and it was great to see that when they did, he was literally had packed his bags before the season had ended, saying to Surrey that I wanted to come home, and because once you are northeasty, I think it's be the same down here. Once you live here, in certain areas, you think, what, that's me for a long time, and it's a good place to be.
It's a big city, isn't it, for everyone? It's a bit of a beast, London. For a little period of time, it's all right. There's route, timing straight away, pass back the point. There's a chase on for Ben McKinney. He pulls it back now. He's a northeast lad.
Well, the good thing is that if you're in the northeast, you can have both, because Newcastle is one of the big cities and crazy, but then us old people live in Durham, where it's a bit quieter, and we can walk down the pub and not get yelled and screamed at.
258 for Rue's got 3. Banton has got 73. 1 over remaining until tea. It's been brilliant to have you on, Cambo.
Thanks for having me. I better get back and do my job, I guess.
Well, yeah.
Come up with something. Inspire the troops to take 6 wickets in the final session.
Well,
that'd be pretty good.
Well, I think I'm due to chat to you or whoever's down for Sammy Blacklock has tasked me with the camera duty, so it'll be an interesting interview if that happens.
It's out.
Agent taken. There's one of them. Only 5 to take after tea now, because for the second time in a couple of overs, Callum Parkinson has just got one to turn enough.
Well, that's straightened a little bit, and again, without talking about excessive spin, it's not. But noticeable there that Banton's actually tried to go with the spin there and try and play it between 2 slips. If you watch his bat, it's only like a 3/4 of his bat that he's opened the face with there, and it's a big wicket for us just on tee.
Yeah, you better run off, because that has brought an early tee. Ryan Campbell, thanks
Sammy.
So
thanks
much.
for having me.
Cheers, Campbell. Brilliant to have the insight from Ryan Campbell. I'm sure you'll all agree. He's going to go down the steps and go and coach the Durham players, who have got a little bit more buoyancy in them just before tea, those couple of quick wickets. So 260 for 5. Banton falls for 73 on the stroke of tea. And we will join you again, and hopefully you'll join us as well in about 20 minutes.
In other news around the ground, Alfred has got a wicket for Kent. Kent were 156, Warwickshire now 62 for 1. So we have their 200 up at Trent Bridge, they are 200 for 1. Yorkshire are 227 for 4 against Middlesex. Worcestershire are 223 for 9 at Chelmsford against Essex. Hampshire 191 for 3 at Old Trafford. Leicestershire 194 for 8 in Cardiff against Glamorgan. Northamptonshire 68 for 2, replying to Gloucestershire's 125 all out. Sussex are still going on 290 for 3 against Derbyshire. Somerset would like to wish a happy birthday to Dawn, who's 65 today. Love from the fellow Otters and Matt today.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The players are making their way out onto the surface. The umpires are already in the middle. Somerset will resume their first innings on 265.
Archie Vaughan are the two Somerset batters. Archie Vaughan,
A little bit
first
of
class debut for Somerset.
I suppose, downslide in terms of the Somerset scorecard, losing Banton. Fine piece of bowling, you have to say, by Parkinson. Pitched on off stump, turned sharply. I think Bant's just opened the face on it slightly, which cost him that edge. But that brings to the crease debutant Archie Vaughan. Exciting passage of play. We've seen a little bit of him, Soph, in one-day cricket. Exciting time, your first class debut.
Yeah, and he's had the entire tea interval to be thinking about how he's going to go about things.
Well, from what we've seen of him, he's a very organised player. Stands nice and tall in his crease. Wonder where he gets that from. Yeah, looks an organised player. And I think maybe when you're a young player and you're going into one-day cricket, especially in the middle order, there's a pressure to get on with it sometimes. And, you know, at least in this format, he can just let his innings naturally evolve as he sees it. There's going to be a challenge out there. The ball is turning. Parkinson's going to be pretty confident at the moment, picking up those couple of wickets. He's got 2 for 60 at the moment.
Yeah, so Somerset resuming here, 260 for 5. Slips in play. Defending his first ball. It's Vaughan.
Yeah, nicely played that first one, getting that bat right out in front of that front pad. He's quite tall and rangy, and he's going to pick up his first couple of runs. Little inside edge down to fine leg. 45 cuts it off. He picks up a couple of runs, and that's a nerve settler.
Yeah, big sigh of relief there. He's into his work. Forward in defence again.
That's one of the advantages when you're on long arms, long legs like Archie Vaughan has. He can get out to the ball, negate some of that spin. Makes it a little bit more difficult for spinners to find the length that's going to take a wicket. Finish to the over. A successful one from Parkinson, 262 for 5. Another big partnership required here, really, for Somerset. Somewhere in this middle order. Rue's been in fantastic form. There are other pretty handy batters to come. Gregory, Overton in particular. So plenty of batting still in the hutch, but they've all got to do a job. You can't leave it to the next person, can you?
No, absolutely, and great opportunity for two young players to build a partnership here. Somerset just opened the door to Durham just before tea. Wickets of Abel and Banton. A remarkable partnership from those two, though, getting Somerset well and truly back in this game.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think that's why there's a lot of talk, isn't there, about the future of Test cricket, Championship cricket, multi-day cricket. All the youngsters, yeah, they do love a bit of T20, but you don't get those sort of ebbs and flows, and the way that the game has just dramatically turned on its head. You know, those 2 wickets probably went from a stage where Somerset was staring down the barrel of a, 450, 500 run score, and all of a sudden now there's an outside chance they could dismiss them sub 300. I think that always reels in the crowd, and why everyone loves bit of cricket played in whites.
Spin from both ends then. Drizzle into his 6th over. He's into the right-handed Bourne, who's defending.
Day one, the left arm spinners have got a little bit of an advantage over the off spinners. You normally need a little bit more rough, especially when there are 2 right-handers in play. I know there's, at the moment, there's a left and right hand combination, but there's not really enough sort of footholds. I know quite often, if teams are really looking at threatening from spin both ends, they'll get their right-handed bowlers, if they haven't got a left armer, to bowl around the wicket, so the footholes start to open up outside the off stump of the right-hander. That was a tidy over, but not quite as threatening as the left arm seamers. Jake Ball there having a lie down, as most Everton football fans need to this time of the year. Stressed, watching their team get beat.
Looks a bit lonely down there. Only the one guy on each bench.
A little bit different on the 4-day games. 1-day games, everyone's down in the huddle, all the coaches, and you see those funny little cricket habits creep up with 4-day cricket. You know, some of the bowlers, batters might go off for a little snooze out the back, or you know, the Sudokus come out, crosswords. You know, when you're playing 4 days of cricket, sometimes there aren't many cricketers that would watch every ball.
Yeah.
They'd have to have something to do. You know, go down, maybe do a little bit of stretching in the gym, or maybe go for a net, or like I said, some players just completely switch off really, and you know, they'll disappear into the coffee room and, you know, keep an eye on it on the TV out the corner of the eye, but they'll, you know, play some games or whatever, play a bit of darts.
I can imagine darts was more your thing than a Sudoku.
Yeah, Sudoku was definitely not one. I don't know where I thought of that, to be honest. So I didn't mind a little crossword, and sometimes on your phones, when you could have a phone in the dressing room, you could play like those word games and all that kind of stuff. I used to quite enjoy those. Me and Ian Blackwell spent a lot of time playing well, I think it was called Word Search or something like that. Kind of like Scrabble, I suppose. You get points for the longer the word. I thought I nailed it. There was one I thought I got. In my head, it sounded right. It absolutely was right. It was, obviously, I was thinking of coagulate, but I'd sold it to myself because I wanted the point so much that I could start it with the coagulate, and it was like worth a million zillion points, but they just went, that's not a word, Treves. That was literally the chat for the whole. I got absolutely torn a new one for that one. Coagulate. It should be a word, though, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can see what you're doing, and also a lot of those games, you can just guess as many times as you want, can't you? You could just make. That's how you find out words.
Especially with the 3-letter ones, you can. There's some really random combinations
those,
when you're really,
when you're really struggling.
When the old countdown clock's going, you're just scrolling and trying to get anything you can do. Oh, I used to like those games. Right, drizzle from the river end to root. There's definitely a little bit more activity. Borthwick's down there chatting to him. They're thinking about fields. There's definitely a sense that he fancies his chances a little bit more to the left-hander, spinning the ball away. Very watchful there from Rue.
Yeah, well, I guess this is a great opportunity for Durham to try and pick up a couple of more wickets. They had a tough afternoon session Banton and Abel back beautifully. They've just got a little bit of a window to make life a little bit more troublesome for the Somerset batters here. Big appeal turned down by Rob Bailey.
Yeah, just outside the line. I think Rui, I don't think he'll just camp in Rui. I think he will play a combination of his sweeps. They've got that point fielder very fine for the reverse sweep that he plays so well. The outside edge there, he's going to pick up a couple of runs. There's definitely enough spin here, certainly for day one. It's going to be a huge part of this game what the slower bowlers can achieve.
Gonna get a second slip in now.
Yeah, there's already a few comments on the live stream. Don't sweep, don't sweep. And that's what you see a lot, especially if you played a lot of club cricket. You know that if you miss a sweep, the umpire's going to fire you out. Sometimes you don't even have to miss it, and they'll just give you out because you played a sweep. They hate it, don't they, Soph?
Yeah.
I think our Fran got one this week, didn't she?
Yeah, she did.
Went for a sweep, hit a square in the gloves. I don't think it even touched the pad. The umpire's finger was up before the ball even got there.
Yeah, watching the replay as well, I don't even think, had she not even got a glove on it, I don't even think it was hitting the stumps, so, yeah.
Can happen, can happen. Thanks to our partners, Hygos Insurance, for all your commercial insurance. Give them a shout. Company based in the southwest. Great people, great service. Give them a shout. Spiralling cost of insurance, definitely worth at least having a quote. I got my car insurance quote through the other day, so oh my lord. Oh, the eyes started watering.
Hear a helicopter going over the ground.
Nicely played, just outside half of the bat. The bowler would feel like a little bit of a moral victory there, but I think young Archie Vaughan's using his long levers, a bit of reach to get out to the ball. Very good technique to negate the spinning ball. Playing with quite soft hands. Ben Rains in there at like a gully position. A silly point in as well, and that's an absolute beauty there. I think those sort of deliveries, it's very easy to obsess about the outside edge being the danger, but you've also got to worry about that one that skids on. That seems to be the wicket ball for a lot of left arm spinners. Turn one and then bowl that little undercut delivery. Nicely played. Good use of the crease there from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, he looks organised, does Vaughan. These two just ticking it along after the tea interval. Rui back on strike.
Yeah, I think it's really important, Soph, to have a real clear game plan, a real idea of where you're looking to score, where you're looking to defend, what the real challenge is out there. Yeah, and the way that both players are playing at the moment looks like they're pretty clear in their plans. Can't just die in a hole either, you've got to look to score. That's what I've liked about these two so far, that when either spinner have gone slightly short, they've used the depth of the crease and they've managed to get the ball into angles and keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
Drizzle to continue.
think if it was me, I'd be looking to bat right over on off stump. Make sure I get my body outside the line. Play the ball as straight as I can. Occasionally get the old bugle out, use my feet. See if I can take a few canoeists down. Pop a few into the tone.
Make it sound so easy, Triggs.
Oh, it is on the good days, it's just the bad days, not so much. I think it's good, it's important to put spinners under pressure, especially an off spinner spinning into you. Very handy if you could just get that mid-on fielder back on the boundary, give yourself a single option. Nicely played there from Vaughan.
End of the 69th, 271 for 5. Vaughan's got 6 to his name. Rue 9. His partnership still very much in its infancy. Looks like his younger brother has come to have a watch. He must be watching the replay on his phone, not engaged in the actual live cricket.
His mates. You're on camera. There's Mother Rue, Deb Rue, Thomas. He's in the runs at the moment. He can't stop scoring runs. Scored his first second team 100 in the week, 16 years of age. No doubt, bright future. Big sweep there from the big brother, and he's going to pick up 4 runs down towards the James Hildreth stand. Very encouraging that Somerset batters are still looking to be positive.
Yeah, didn't get quite out of the middle, but enough on that, and as we've seen throughout the day, races away.
That's one thing that I would have expected, having watched both the Rue boys play. Very, very clean kitchen floors at home. They are sweepers, aren't they? I saw Thomas, he was sweeping seamers, lapping, you know, all the ramp shots.
Ridiculous, some of those shots that I
know,
saw in the
James,
highlights, VT.
James has got all those shots as well, hasn't he?
Sun creeping back out here through the clouds.
Definitely a shot. I played less and less the older I got Sophie. It was just so hard to get up after you played it. The old knees.
Yeah, especially if you don't go to the boundary and you've got to get up and run, I can imagine that's works this into the leg side. Might be a couple here. Did you just play more conventional sweeps, or did you ever reverse? Or
I used to be okay playing like a reverse paddle, and I know we've spoken about this, but the only reason I would play that is to get the offside fielders squarer.
Yeah.
So risk it a couple of times. I used to like a slog sweep, a hard sweep. I never messed around with it too much. I was really fortunate to spend a lot of time playing in the subcontinent early on in my career, and all of those guys, yes, they do sweep, but they're able to score with a straight bat as well, and that was kind of something that I always quite preferred from a risk point of view. I remember a great piece of batting advice I once had from Bumble, from David Lloyd. It was a Sky game down here, and I got a few runs, but I think I did get out trying one of the sweeps. And he rushed over to me, close a play when the Sky, vans were packing up. He went, "Oh, Trigo, and you can thump it as far as you can. What are you messing around with them bloody sweeps?" And I was like, "Do you know what? Maybe he's got a point."
yeah, I do always think that sometimes about, I'm not someone that can just clear the boundary with ease, and I know some girls that can, and then they come in and they start playing all this funky stuff. And I'm like, I'd love to be able to stand and whack it like you do.
Well, I know, obviously we've done a bit of work. I think it's about, there's risk mitigation when you bat as well. We did a bit of work, and watching you play this this summer, you've really played that, rock back, pull through mid-wicket shot, and you've just got better and better. And I think it's actually made you more comfortable with the seamers bowl short to you, because you pull the seamers now, which is something that I think you said wasn't a massive shot for you. And I think as a batter, it's just important to explore things, isn't it? You have a go, and I suppose that the end game for any batter is to try all the shots out there. And like most great players, they will go, okay, that scores me runs, doesn't get me out very often. I like playing that, but you know what? I get out too many times doing it, so I'm going to bin that, and I'm going to add that to my game to replace that. And I think that's what a lot of players do. Steve Waugh I think he was the best at it. Steve Waugh and Sachin Tendulkar, obvious, they're two great players. But the less shots they played, the more runs they scored, and that is some shot there from Archie Vaughan. Short, wide from Drizzle, and he's pounced on that and belted it for 4.
Yeah, that'll make him feel a lot better as well. Crunching your first boundary of your innings like that.
I think that was one of the things that dawned on me, and just through thinking about it. I look back to like my heroes. Robin Smith was like my hero when I was growing up, and he had a signature shot, square cut, and a pull shot. 2 signature shots. All of the good players, like think about Trez and that little run down shot and the pull and the cover drive, signature shot. But it's because they play those shots over and over again because they're bloody good at them. They don't mess around with shots that they're not good at. And I think that's the growth you go through as a batter, is finding out what you're good at and what you're not good at. You get freaks like A.B. de Villiers and Joss Butlers and people like that, but there's not many of those out there. Most of the good players, I think, have 2 or 3 shots that they're exceptional at, and they just make do with the rest.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Here we go. Look, that's a natural bat swing, isn't it? Oh, lad. Bit of a strong bottom hand. He must be from Western Supermare. Whipped it through mid-wicket. Fetch that, Dad. Oh, actually, if you have a look.
Got the right footwear on as well. I hope he's in
Crocs.
Sport mode.
He's got sport mode. Fair play. He's got Mother fetching the ball. I've just had a look. Mother's, have a look. Can we get the camera over there quick? Mother's fetching the ball. Dad's got a pint. No, he's not. He's being a good lad. Mother and sister fielding, Dad doing the bowling. Lad's got it sussed, doesn't he?
Yeah. That's all you need, isn't it? Someone to fetch the ball. I want to see the dad's bowling action, actually.
He's got his Tom Banton bat. Oh, it's a nice firm sweep out there by James Rue. Mum's fielding's a bit dodgy.
Still got the handbag on.
Ooh.
Looks a bit of a road, that surface.
I know Sam mentioned earlier, it's quite nice having little spaces. I think that's one of the nice things about county grounds, that don't get too stadium-like. Little buildings with some gaps in the sides where the kids can have a bit of time to do exactly what we're watching there. I can remember my first experience watching Somerset cricket, going down to Western Supermare, Clarence Park, under the stands, massive game of like changing room cricket, but under the stand, if it hit the side, you were out and all that. Brilliant. Mother's having a torrid time. She's fielding on the deep square boundary.
That's great to see, isn't it?
Oh, it looks like the umpire coming over with a stick. Here he is, Dickie Bird.
Rue working that to square. He moves to 20. These two, this rotating strike nicely picked up a couple of boundaries along the way.
Tell you what, I think we ought to keep an eye on that lad. He's played some absolutely right shots. Nice little nerve settler here from Archie Vaughan. 27 balls, 12 runs. Love to see him wedge in for the day. That got close to Rui, but he's played it beautifully. Out to square leg for 4. Looked like it was a little bit fuller than he wanted it, but he's adjusted beautifully. Just got a bit, oh, that was very close to sneaking through, but he's played that really nicely.
Yeah, looks like he's going to take it on, use that sweep shot to good effect. Single with it this time.
Cultured hands there from Archie Vaughan, just opening the blade, getting it into that gap, picking up another run. Nice little partnership brewing here between Rue and Vaughan. Creeping up to that next batting point. 294 for 5 at the moment. Double spin here at Taunton, and you can see why. Very dry surface. The Kookaburra ball that doesn't really offer the seam ball a great deal. There's Ruiz. Wagon wheel there, a couple of sweep shot boundaries so far.
That's well played by Vaughan. Yeah, a lot behind square there from Rui. He's played really nicely off the back foot through the offside. Used the sweep to good effect. As Vaughan is back and cutting that through the offside. Might just get pulled in, it does. Get back for 3. Running from the youngsters. Good work on the boundary there from McKinney.
Oh, that's a nice one. There's not much you can do about those. Best thing you can do about those, Soph, is forget about them. Pitch middle, just missed the top of off. Yeah. Played it well.
Parkinson, hands on hips, as if, how has that missed anything? Bowled again.
Looks like the Vaughan clan have had a little word. Looks like Archie's changed bat sponsor. I've just noticed.
What was he using before?
He was using Miller Champanall.
Oh, was he?
I think that looks
like
a lot like what his old man used to use. Maybe there was like some sort of small print in the Vaughan Senior's contract from back in the day. If I have a son.
On the reverse. Can only find rain though.
I'll tell you what, I reckon there's a lot of people on the live stream that have had to do a type delete there. Big reverse sweep, one-handed catch. If he'd have caught that, oh, there'd have been fury. It's a great shot.
Somerset, 300 up, another
You'd
back
be
in
annoyed
there.
if he got out that way.
Pick out the one bloke that's there. Would have been an absolute specky if Ben Rain had held on to that. Just out of reach. Fingertips.
Yeah, those shots, I mean, look, going back to what we were talking about there, those kind of shots, they're brilliant when they come off, but you can't help but think that you look a bit silly if you mis-execute them, don't you? If you do pick that one fielder out when you've got a day and after back. I like it. I like it though. 300 up for Somerset. Another point on the board. I do think that for Somerset to have a real good sniff at this, they need to bat some time, get that wicket old, get them big size 14s of Overton and Aldridge on the middle of that wicket, or certainly on the bowling sort of area where they can rough it up for Leach, Goldsworthy, a bit of a Mead. Get it as rough as you can. Bowl some overs round the wicket, which they can do with Lees opening, Lees and Borthwick being left-handers. You can legitimately go round the wicket as a right-handed bowler, so trying to create that nice pepperoni pizza outside the off stump for the spinners.
It's a glorious afternoon here in Taunton.
Not out. A bump ball there.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again. There's a bit of excitement, wasn't there?
Just trapped it into the ground. Nice bowling there from Parkinson. Challenging angle, that just landing onto a roundabout off stump. Anything sharp back into the pads. LBW's into play. Skids on. Borthwick at first slips in play. Nobody's in. Tractor's in play for that one. Miles back into the stand. 6 runs and some exceptional batting from James Rue.
Yeah, almost felt like this was coming. Tried to use his feet first ball of the over, and well, he got all of that. Glorious footwork from the left-hander. This partnership just one away from 50-run partnership. applause around Cooper Associates County Ground here. Two young men in the middle doing a grand job. Vaughan back onto strike. How long do you think we'll see a spin at both ends for Triggs before Durham make a change?
Well, we got the old new rock to be delivered. Sadly, not by the Virtue Motors remote control car. That would snazz up
That would be
four-day
good, I
cricket,
think.
wouldn't it?
I
We
think
could
that
whip
would be-
down there
yeah.
and whiz it on. Yeah, so I would imagine the new ball might see a little spurt, you know, depending on how these next 4 overs go. And actually, I think because it is the Kookaburra ball with that slightly flatter seam, I think the spinners wouldn't mind getting hold of a bit of a newer ball for a bit more, maybe turn and bounce, a bit of a sharper bounce. So yeah, could easily see this little death by spin period being over in 3 and a bit overs time. But it's amazing, you know, you play the game long enough. We both played the game long enough to, you know, people just see the game. You know, it's like opposite sometimes, isn't it? Lovely, lovely shot there from Vaughan. He's gonna nearly pick up a boundary. Great piece of fielding down there from the leader. Very committed. He's gonna pick up 3 runs.
Yeah, played really nicely this from Archie Vaughan.
Yeah,
And a great bit of work in the deep. Had a lot of leg work to do out there. Great commitment.
Yeah, you say what you want about, you know, the certain shots that, dare I say it, the modern players play now. But you know, for a young man to have the confidence to play those sort of shots is brilliant to see. Really, you just hope that whatever decision's made doesn't gift his wicket to Durham. He's done the hard work now. He's got himself in. He's got himself to 19. Great opportunity to kick on now. Always nice to make your CB, your career best, a substantial score. Because back in the day, every time you beat your CB, you had to buy a round for the team, and it got expensive when you went from 3 to 4 to 7 to 9. I'm not sure the lads do these things anymore, but yeah, last thing you wanted was your first CB to be a low one.
Yeah.
You needed something substantial early.
Ice creams, and that guy's donning a white vest there. He must be feeling the warmth out there. It's been a glorious day here. Great cricket on show as well.
Can't beat a Solero in the sun, can you? That chap there's just finished doing a bit of painting and decorating. Got his Rabsy Nesbitt vest on. Loving life. Bet you don't know who Rabsy Nesbitt is, do you? So
No.
Google it.
I don't know if I trust you.
It's kind of like, I suppose, a 70s, 80s version of Jim Royal.
Okay.
If you know Jim Royal from the Royal family.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, Vaughan. Long way down in the last session of the day for the big fella.
Moves on to 21. Vaughan. These two playing very nicely. Back foot. Single. Field change here for a left-handed route. Long on, it's gone back. He's on the reverse. It's a slip. End of the 78th. Somerset 317 for 5.
Quite interactive, I've noticed throughout the day. Scott Borthwick has a real good way about himself as a person. I've obviously never been captained by him, but he seems to talk and plan from what it looks like here. Communicates with his bowlers, which is good to see. Set a lot of quite aggressive field, so he's thinking, trying to be proactive. He's all round the wicket to Archie Vaughan. Nearly sneaks one through.
Vaughan on the sweep this time. Moves on to 23.
And Joe Root's just ticked off another 100 on what looks like not the most amazing scorecard for England. He's on 105 not out, second top score being 40. A few low scores in there, but Joe Root, what a record he has now.
Not another one.
Not
That's what came into my head as soon as you said that.
Yeah, scary to think he's 33. Could easily play another 60, 70 test matches if he was really motivated. Could fly past Sachin's 15,000 runs if he just continued on his merry way. I know batting does take its toll on his back. I think that's probably his one kryptonite area, his lower back, and if he can keep that right, and he certainly doesn't carry any weight. He's a fit lad and eats well by the looks of it. Seriously good player.
Worked fine by Vaughan. That might race away, it does. And Rain can't pull it in.
Just here on the effects mic, Michael Burns. You've picked one, you've already picked one. Talking about that new ball, so old badge, Scotty Borthwick's gone, hey Burns, you go and grab that new ball for me, mate. So I think that potentially answers our question from earlier, Soph.
Yeah. Still going to be Parkinson for the time being though, until that new ball can be taken. It's going going to be his 26th over of the day.
Yeah, he'll sleep well tonight.
Just making sure they've got this field right. He's got a deep point, deep square leg just in front, and a long on. Slip still in place. And he sweeps straight to that man in front of square.
Score's been ticking over nicely all day. Run rate has been over 4 pretty much all day. 325 at the moment. Just keeping an eye on those bonus points this time of the year. Every point counts. Surrey have got a chunky enough lead at the moment. A draw for them and a solid win here could change things around and make the run in for the season for this small little West Country club to be quite exciting. All 3 trophies still alive.
Yeah, Surrey are going pretty well against Nottingham. Sure. Rory Burns, didn't he? Is he off the back of a double 100 as well? He's 134, not out.
Well, it's the 2 form players, aren't they? Rory Burns and James Bracey. He scored a couple of double hundreds recently, and yeah, it does seem to be a thing with the Kookaburra round balls. Big scores being made all over the country. Hopefully we'll see some decent results though.
See the new bowler from the River End. You've heard Harry Everett there. He just gets everywhere, doesn't he, Trees?
There was I think there was. I went down to the see a friend earlier who was like, they know Harry, and they were like, did you hear what he said? He keeps on like, you know, the sort of ground announcer will have like a consistent way of like introducing people to the wicket and bowlers coming on, and I think he said to try his luck at the River End.
Yeah, he did.
Absolute
Apparently.
beauty.
I don't even think he would have realised what he said there. That's just how he goes about it. That's what he's like. Can't take him anywhere. Well, he's only doing it for a day.
Ben Rain coming on from the River End. Could this be a carbon copy of what happened this morning? I'm not sure if the new ball has been taken yet. I wasn't looking. Often the way is just to bowl one with the old ball, get a loosener out of the system. Something tells me the way they're looking at the ball that I think the new ball has been taken. Yeah, you can normally tell it's quite audible really if the new ball's been taken. It does sound a lot different off the bat. Yeah, I think that was the rambling that we heard a minute ago. Harry Everett announcing the new ball. Right, these blokes from up north have got the new ball out. Chance in their arm. Beautiful shot there from James Root. He can almost go back into his classic style now. I think he batted brilliantly against the spin. Kept playing his shots, a couple of reverse sweeps down the ground, hit a 6. But I think this is where he's exceptional, when he can just bat, play those nice classical cover drives. Has a lovely natural bat swing. It'd be really good to see Archie Vaughan against a new ball as well. Have his technique tested in a different way from the 51 tests he's had so far, as in 51 balls faced. He's come through that little spell very nicely. He's got himself to 28 runs. He's going to potentially face a little bit of extra pace. Hogg and Cass available. I think it'd be one of those two, don't you think so?
Yeah, I think it will be. I think potentially we'll see young Hogg take the new ball. Cass has bowled 12 overs, Hogg 9. I think it'd definitely be one of those two.
Yeah, I think old Baz the leader's probably not put his name in the hat for a spell with a new ball the way it's gone today. I don't think he's bowled that badly. Just you only got to miss a little bit here at Taunton, and you know, good players like Tom Abel, Tom Banton are going to punish you. Rain, beautiful line, beautiful length to finish that first over. He's certainly been one of the good performers for Durham. Sam's going to come in for a bit with you, Soph.
Lovely.
I think this is going to be quite an exciting passage of play for you to call. Archie Vaughan against Hogg. It's going to be well worth watching.
It's going to be Hogg. Triggs pops off. Sam's popping in. It's going to be Vaughan. Face up to his first bit of seam of the day against the new ball as well. This is going to be an exciting battle. Two youngsters going at each other. He's got a third man, fine leg. 2 slips in. 2 runs away from us. Into Vaughan, beats him on the outside edge there. In his first spell of the day, got a nice bit of shape and angle into the right-handers. Be looking to do similar here, I'm sure.
He gone AWOL, Soph. I'll have to come back.
No.
He gone.
Disappeared.
He's disappeared. Like a
Didn't
phantom.
fancy it. He had a long stint earlier. 3 slips in now. Vaughan pushes up to mid-on. He stitched you up there, hasn't he? Well, maybe he stitched me up.
Yes.
Good job you didn't run away too quickly.
Can't run fast enough, unfortunately, anymore. Yeah, very sneaky old Sam. Never trust a guy who gets married in an Animaniacs cap. That's the motto.
Driving through covers. Going to be a couple. Nice little partnership, as we've said, from these two. Vaughan into the 30s now.
It's going to be out. Yeah, he's played around that one. Nothing more to be said, really. He's just Got a little bit heavy in the head there, fell across the line. He's been trapped in front for 30, a well-made 30. Could be a little bit disappointing with that. Just fell over it, just a fraction. I was just about to say how nice and tall he stayed in that drive that he played there, but the ball's just ducked in, the head's gone over. Game, set and match for today, but a nice start for Archie Vaughan, dismissed for 30.
Yeah, gets a warm applause from the Somerset faithful here. Young man played very nicely.
Yes, yeah, that heads over way outside off stump to a middle stump ball. Trying to tuck that a little bit too square.
Wonder what Harry said then. Something like, "That's plum, LBW for 30."
Don't even want to know.
He's getting the sponsors in as well, isn't he? He's doing a good job.
Casey Aldridge, another one of Somerset's many all-rounders. He's performed very well over his Somerset career in 4-day cricket with the bat. Certainly not an 8. I think he'd probably aspire at some stage to be more like a 6, really. But yeah, very good player, and a testing time for him to come in now.
Yeah, he's off the back.
There we go. We found Sam. He hasn't deserted us. I think he went down to the little boys' room, didn't he? What do you reckon? Nervous. That one.
Ogden again, defending his Aldridge. Off the back of an 84 at Edgbaston last week. He's coming ahead of the skipper, Lewis Gregory, as well.
Yeah, not too shabby that. Averaging 38 with the bat. With the ball, oh sorry, 29 with the bat. I was going to say, it looked like it was Jack Gallis out there. Yeah, 29, he's 650s and 100. That's over bowled, a successful one for Hogg. Been very impressed with him today. I saw highlights of him taking quite a number of wickets last week in the last championship game. I haven't seen him bowl before, but yeah, exactly the threat that it looked like it was going to be. I watched the old Instagram last week, angling in, the potential the ball's going to attack the stumps, and occasionally one just straightens. So quite the challenge. And now I am going to disappear for a bit, and Sam is not going to run away this time.
Rain then from the river end. It's going to be round the wickets, the left-handed Roo, who's defending up to mid-on. Two slips, a pretty standard offside ring field. Roo clipping that one off his legs into wicket region, going to pick up a couple. Moves to 44. And Sam finally joins me.
Oh, I did. He's still getting the electrolytes back in me after my afternoon session. Did a couple hours.
Yeah, good stint.
It's great fun. Come back for the new ball.
Yeah.
Harry's he's toned it down a bit, H. It's quite uniform, standard. You wait though. It will come back. Trying his luck.
Outside edge from Roo, but played guided with soft hands. Finds the boundary. See the replay here. third man again, Sam?
Well, you know what? I'm going to pull up a stat. Because even I was surprised when I saw it, and this was a couple of hours ago. Let's have a look at the...
You can get the wagon wheels,
Yeah, let's have a look at the wagon wheel. 44 runs in boundaries down to third.
Chipped up from Rue, but only as far as sort of like Aldridge at the non-strikers end there. I've only just noticed the names of a couple of the Durham bowlers. Rain and drizzle. It's not two things that we've seen today. It's been glorious sunshine here, isn't it?
It's back, isn't it? The sun, those clouds have, doesn't say lifted. Did they lift or did they move to, they part?
Yeah, I feel like they've parted.
James Rue's decent, Nick, isn't he?
Yeah, he's looking good, isn't he? Played the spin really nicely. And he looks like he's pretty assured against this new ball at the moment as well. It's almost like you're watching him bat and you're like, oh god, he's already on 48.
Yeah, he's one of those players. You know who's like that? Joe Root's like that. Can only be a good thing unless you're the fielding side. This recent Nick, James Root, 49, 55, 71, a couple of 20 odds, including a 20 odd not out for Sri Lanka. In the One Day Cup, he was just a machine. Now he was. The thing about him was he was so consistent in scoring his 50s. You didn't notice it because you're just like, oh, that's just what James Root does.
Yeah, just normal service.
It's got 80 odd again. Yeah. All right, that's fine. That's what I expect of James Root, which is a really high bar, and we sometimes don't recognise that or not. But it's a compliment in and of itself. Only 20. Still only 20. This fella looks quite good too. Daniel Hogg. Push to backward point. Casey Aldridge, as you and Triggs were saying, is in very good nick. Harry and I watched when we weren't on comms, what did we watch? It was the semi-final, the Leicestershire game. Casey Aldridge's dad was downstairs, properly living and breathing every ball. It was wonderful to watch. There was a moment when this ball went up in the air and his dad realised that Casey was underneath it. He went, oh, he'll catch that. He doesn't drop those. This goes to Casey. He'll never drop it. Sure as hell he did. Didn't drop it, sorry, he caught it. In this case, he doesn't drop those.
I was going to say, if he had dropped it.
Oh, no. We got an invite, actually. The whole commentary team got an invite out to go, because they go fishing out there. They've got fishing lakes, I think. And we've got barbecue. They wanted us down. We said to Casey afterwards, oh, we've been invited. You're uninvited now. I said, no. We're invited to go down. Bit of fishing. Ben Rain might go. Miguel Pretorius quite likes it, I think. He goes out fishing a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, England Lions. These two, both England Lions. Not bad to have him. Still no Lewis Gregory.
I know, that's what's remarkable.
I've only realised that.
I was talking about Craig Overton batting at 10, Lewis Gregory at 9.
It's like, you know, in club cricket, when I mentioned the name earlier, actually, Nick Traynor and Ash Thorpe, who used to score hundreds every week in their club. But as they've got a bit older, good Yorker from Hogg, or played by Aldridge, as they've got a bit older, they just allow the youngsters to come in and drop themselves down the order. And you know that in a dire situation, they'll score the 40 not out you need to win the game and win the title. But they're just quite happy to let the youngsters do it. It's almost like Gregory's done that.
Yeah, it is.
So we all know what I can do. Let's let these lads have a go, and if need be, I'll do something. Yeah, it must be a bit... not quite demoralising. I think they've stuck at it well here, Durham. I can't work out if it's even, if Somerset are a bit ahead. Probably a bit ahead. But again, it's one of Ryan Campbell's favourite things. Like, stick a couple of wickets on the scoreboard and then how it looks. How does it look? And that's how he feels, you know. If
I feel like that's a common phrase, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something that I've grown up with. especially when you do feel like you're up against it, you're not maybe dominating the game. If you add 2 wickets to the scoreboard, it can quickly change. And that's what we saw just before the tea interval. That fabulous partnership between Abel and Banton. Done so much right. A couple of wickets for Durham just opened the game up slightly.
End of the over, 3 4 for 6 after 84. Now, have you mentioned what's gone on in Bristol yet? Been aware of that? I've only just been aware and I haven't been listening.
I've watched a few of the wickets.
Okay.
The 7th for Broad.
Justin Broad. So they've gone off. Ground delay. Match has been stopped at Bristol with Northampton 116 for 2 after Rob Keogh was struck on the gloves by Ajit Singh Dale. Talks between the captains and umpires Chris Watts and Sue Redfern have taken the players off. So the pitch is obviously, I mean, Ajit Singh Dale is sharp, like proper quick. But yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
That is, yes. It's not great for Gloucester or Bristol. I've never been involved in that situation, like, you know, in terms of like what's the protocol. I presume that it wasn't just one ball, that there's obviously been a build up to that incident.
I'm just trying to do some quick math in my head. They've played 55 overs, just under, or maybe just over, and they've had 12 wickets in it, which is a lot. And Vasconcelos has retired out. Let's have a look and see. So 13. It's just the video clip we've just watched is Vasconcelos at the non-striker then presumably deciding. Some potentially got struck by the ball, I'm not sure.
Interesting.
We'll try and find out what's gone on there. But yeah, there must be a protocol. Occasionally get games, I think I've seen it in West Indies, was it? There was a pitch, a test match once where they called it off.
Because presumably the ground staff can't actually do anything to then try and alter the pitch mid-game. Like the pitch is the pitch, isn't it?
Can't just cut a new square out and be like, well, let's try again. Start again, reset. Let's just say you're all out for the same as we did. That would be the logical thing to do. Yeah, you do. Like if the umpires have taken them off, how do you go back on?
Yeah,
you can't.
You don't really.
And they've lost so much.
I think I saw it happen in a Big Bash game. Maybe last year.
It's got to be it, right?
And that's what. Yeah, it's almost
they've
like.
Had so much rain.
And then, you know, there's obviously a whole heap of stuff that comes with that as well in terms of points and who doesn't get points and what happens to Gloucester. Do they get penalised? Of course they get penalised, things like that. Yeah, it doesn't sound good all round.
It's not good all round. Hopefully, it's like you say, I was about to say hopefully they can find a resolution. What's the resolution? Spinners, only spinners for the rest of the game. That'd be fun if they got.
Did any spinners bowl in the game, or was it all? I presume it was all seamers.
Nah, Justin Broad took 7 for Luke Proctor, took a couple, and there was a run out. Yeah, it's all seamers. Yeah, interesting things going on. Got rain here.
Rain, bowling, and bright sunshine.
Yeah. Oh, Ashthorpe has he's heard his name mentioned. He's one of my co-commentators up at Durham. He was on the books at Durham for a little bit. Somerset Sam, they call me up there.
Well, it did sound rather pally, you and Brian. He was calling you Sammy.
He's a pally man. He's a good man. He's on the live stream quite a bit. We'll have to try and get Will Gidman up, actually. Him and Treves would have played against each other for a while. Flicked into the leg side. Lovely shot from James Root. And that will bring in 50. Yet another 50 for James Root. He'll be hoping he's only half done here, but 50 52, 71 balls, 5 fours and 1 6.
Brilliant innings from Brew. Like you say, Sam, he'll only be thinking half his work is done. He's looked in fine touch, as he has been for the last month or so. Yeah, Will Gidman, I think he was with the Northern Superchargers women in the 100.
Yeah, he was, yeah.
And obviously his brother Alex is currently England women's batting coach. So they've done bits and pieces in the men's and the women's game, both of them.
Yeah, Alex was head coach at Worcestershire for a bit, I think.
Yeah, I
well.
think he then went to Kent for a bit as well.
So Will is, when Stokes, I don't know if you've seen the Ben Stokes documentary, but that finger, the broken finger he had, I didn't think you could rehab a finger in the way that he does, and he has an England physio there. They just sat on a bench, and I think obviously that wagon wheel of James Ruse, half century there, that 1-6 straight down the ground, but a lot behind square on both sides of the wicket. And the England physio goes up to Durham, and it's just they're sat over a table. He just manipulating his finger, and I think Stokes has got a pretty high pain threshold, right? And he is in agony. Like, you can see how much pain. Like, how do you do that to a finger? But Will Gidman, the reason he goes down and works with the England boys is because Stokes trusts his, like, slinging's quite hard. Like, not everyone can do it. Apparently, Will Gidman is brilliant. But he said when he's like building up the England captain to get back to batting, and there was one time he hit a ball. And the pain Stokes was in, he's like, oh, it felt really hard. He felt pressure, nervous, slinging at Stokes. But he'd be good to get up, actually. He's the twos coach at Durham. So we know a fair bit about Hogg and McKinney. A decent first-class career himself as well. 3.39 for 6. Probably had a few battles with Triggs in his time. Is there a third brother? Ash might know that. No, not according to Cricinfo.
Cricinfo's first line. Will Gidman spent 4 years at Durham and only played for the first 11 once. Working in Sports Direct to top up his income. That's made me chuckle.
Yeah, it's an odd first line, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Proved himself a late bloomer. Imagine how many mugs he's got. He's got those massive mugs at home. You have to be careful asking for it. If it's just before bedtime and we'll give him offers you a cup of tea, be careful, because it might be 1.5 litres of tea. Oh.
Great fielder. Brilliant fielder.
Saved a couple of runs there. Backward point Bastelader, he's very good there.
Yeah, he's done a couple of brilliant stops this session. One racing away to the boundary. Saved 1 run. There, he's probably saved at least a couple.
And Callum Parkinson, I wonder if anyone's got a pedometer on him, because not only is he this like long leg to long leg, but he ran up to give Bastelader a high five there.
And he's bowled like 27 overs as well. I reckon he's done a good shift today, Parkinson.
I suppose it's only a couple of steps, isn't it? You know, Bryden Cast would argue, well, I only bowled 10, 12 overs, but I'm properly running in. Yeah, he's done a fair few.
You know, he's quick through his overs as well. He's not the tallest man. I reckon his step count would be more because
Shuffle.
he's got. They probably cover the same amount of kilometres, but he's probably got a higher step count.
You know, it kind of made me think of like lemmings, just like walking along. 3-4-1 for 6. 10 overs left in the day. Beautiful day down here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. in the comments, I knew a few people would be chatting away. Deemed too dangerous to play on. Still Ben Rain. Still a couple of slips in. It's got a ball wicket first. I saw him drop a couple of catches last week. He'll probably smile about them now, but it could have proved costly. Ashton Turner as well. I don't watch a lot of T20 cricket that isn't in this country. I've not seen much Ashton Turner, and he came out and got 100 last week. He hits a hard ball. And Harry was laughing at me. He's like, "Oh, you've only just realised that." I was like, "Well, I don't watch. I don't spend my nights watching the Big Bash all the time."
Oh, see, I love the Big Bash. That's the one competition like in another country that I really enjoy watching. There's something about it. It's obviously got like great players in it. I think the commentary makes it as well. The commentators are brilliant. I really enjoy watching it. So I have seen a fair bit of Turner, and yeah, he's again like he's a tall guy, isn't he? Like top like levers.
I didn't realise how tall he was actually.
Stays hit.
Bit of bow on that, you reckons?
Yeah, I think there's two noises there. You'd like to think that Rob Bailey thinks the same, because otherwise that was pretty adjacent.
Well, just on that replay, you can see the only thing was it Aldridge's bat on pad, but A, it didn't sound like that, and B, I think the bat's a fair way away from the pad. I think there's two noises there. Otherwise. Initial instinct was two noises up here, so.
Yeah, it sounded noisy from up here. I think it's definitely two sounds from where we were. Obviously Rob Bailey thought the same. Durham might have disagreed. The offside here, a couple of slips, Ringfield on the offside, even though it's an imaginary inner ring in the county championship. Obviously no fielding restrictions, just defending.
I know it gets me every time I talk about a ring and then look up and then realise, but in my head it's always there.
Well, it kind of is in a way when you know cricket as well, because that's just what you visualise, and also the players within it they're fielding in a position as if there is a ring. So it still gives the same look at first glance. Works that down to fine leg. Cass does the fielding. Two shadows starting to emerge on the ground. Somerset stands completely in the shade.
I'm in one of those moods today, so where maybe it's because I was driving down early this morning listening to quite cheesy music, but every time someone says a word, a song comes into my head. I was singing a bit of is it Lady Gaga from that Bradley Cooper movie?
Okay, yeah,
Star is Born.
Born.
Yeah. Shadows. I'm not going to sing it. I don't know why my head's. Some days it's just like this jukebox. Yeah, I was belting out some Boyzone at about 6 o'clock this morning.
Brilliant.
Nice looking drive.
I saw that. I think it might have been Busted were performing.
Didn't Tom Abel go?
And this is what I was going to say, is that I follow Tom on social media, and it popped up that he was there, and I was thinking, I mean, we're the same age, and I grew up with Busted, so I wouldn't have put Tom down as a Busted fan.
No, interesting. Maybe we'll ask him that in the post-match. He does 100.
He obviously likes a bit of Year 3000.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great song. They're a good band. Is it now Busted again rather than Muck Busted or whatever it was?
Busted.
Didn't McFly and Busted go
Oh,
together
right.
for one of those
Yeah,
when they were
might have
all
done.
short on cash to basically go on tour again? That's what happens, isn't
Yeah,
it?
and they've all been on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and Strictly Come Dancing. Or
One of them's a big cricket fan. Aren't they Essex fans? I'm sure Victoria Polly, who's the one of the big
I've
Essex
seen,
commentators, went in it.
I don't know. Is it Harry Judd McFly?
Yeah, mate.
I've seen him play in a few charity cricket games, or be involved in some. So he might be into his cricket. Hogg into his 13th over of the day. Young man has bowled nicely. Yeah, I've just searched Harry Judd and cricket, and it's come up with Busted drummer Harry Judd, and he's been on Sky Sports Cricket,
Okay.
doing a little bit of something on the bowling machine with Ian Ward. He's met Bumble and everyone.
Bumble will be delighted you class him as the one, to meet everyone, it's Bumble. There you
I
go.
would like to meet Bumble.
That could be made to happen. Surely a Funder game or something. He does a load of the Lancs TV stuff.
Yeah.
I was meant to commentate with Bumble the other week, and it didn't get called off actually, but the forecast was so bad that I think they decided not to make Bumble travel the 3 hours to Old
Right.
Trafford. And then they played 90. They played 100 overs. They didn't actually, because Lancashire lost inside 90, but it didn't rain at all. I'm gutted.
That would have been so cool.
Oh, I know.
That would have been brilliant.
Yeah, that was my chance. I was just like, oh, what? I did a feature interview with him last year. That was good fun. Got some good stories. He's got Bumble, end of the over, 3426. He lives up near Scarborough actually. Okay. He's got a cricket pitch.
In his back garden.
Yeah, he's got a field that he's made into a cricket pitch, and I was like, "Who plays there?" He's like, "Oh no, no one." He just likes sitting on his mower and sorting out the pitch and doing the outfield and doing all kinds.
And it's actually like
Yeah. So
a pitch size.
Yeah. It's fascinating. He just loves it. Thank you very much to our principal sponsors, by the way, Trade Nation. Great to have them with us. But yeah. It was a lovely. I was like, surely someone plays on it. No. It's good for charity games.
He's missing a trick there. Rue on strike, 54 to his name. He's edged that through the vacant third man region, evaded. I think it was cast there at a wideish gully, backward point. Picks up another boundary. Moves to 58.
Seeing some chatter in the live stream. I think Farhan Ahmed might be in the wickets. Yeah, 3 for 55. There is another brother, an older brother, FSM. I think he's older, yeah. They all play at a club called Cavaliers in Carrington, or Carrington. I think it's Cavaliers in Carrington in Nottingham. Ben Mike's granddad founded it, I think. Fatih Singh plays there. Jamal Hussain coached him a lot and played there. I think Alfonso might have played there for a bit.
Pulled away by Rue.
Seven overs left in the day after this one. Made good time, actually. Got through their overs, 5:30.
Yeah, thanks to Callum Parkinson, who's rapid.
Flat. Yeah, he is. Good for the
through
over
his
8, Callum
overs.
Parkinson. But if you've got a spinner who can do that, gives you a bit of time to think, particularly if you're under pressure as a skipper. You can take your time. Get above the over 8 quickly. They're 2+2 at the moment, Durham.
Aldridge just defending to mid-on. Rain's been good today. Picked up a wicket with his very first ball, the very first ball of the game. Andy Hamid found his outside edge. One ball left of his 18th over. Aldridge just 2 off the 25 balls that he's faced. He's defending again. Very watchful start from Casey. 89 overs gone here. Somerset 347 for 6.
Playing most other places other than at Bristol. Worcestershire, to be honest, from 10 to 4 to make 266 is some effort from them. At least gives them a fighting chance. Pret Oliveira 68, Tommy Taylor 62, so 266 all out. 5 for Jamie Porter as Harry Everett's into his work again. And now it's in the return of Bryden Cass, his first go with this second new ball. Essex are 28 without loss after 8 overs. Dean Elgar and Robin Das, who's an exciting young player, are at the crease down at Chelmsford. Surrey 311 for 4. Hampshire 271 for 6 up at Old Trafford. 100 for Fletcher Middleton. Love Fletcher Middleton. Love how he spells his name as well. CHA at the end. It's cracking. Aspinwall picked up 3. Luke Wells blocks a trick spin and a couple of wickets. He's really turned himself into an all-rounder since he went up there. His cast, a couple of slips weight to the left-handed Rue. He's one of those. There's almost a bit of, and it's only a tiny little bit of Harmison in him, in the way there's that big jump and holds himself up in that pose. That front arm comes up. They do make quick bowlers well up in the northeast, though.
Yeah. What is it? What's the...
It's the water, I think.
Is it the
that
water?
River Weir, yeah, something. You had Harmison, you had Plunkett, got Wood and Potts now, Onions. There's that hold, that's it. That's the bit of Harmison. And cut away by James Root. A little bit of extra pace with a new ball tends to mean you fly away to the boundary a little bit more quickly, and that is 350 up, I think. Yeah, Harry Everett's just confirmed it for me. 351 for 6, so another batting bonus point, the third one. A couple more available, 400 and 450. Got to get there within 110 overs though, Somerset, so 20.4 overs away.
Cracking shot that by James Rue. Wow, that's an even better one.
That's a beauty. Doesn't play that many down the ground, but he will tuck into those deliveries nicely. Looks in good touch.
Yeah, Cass just offering a little bit of width on the previous delivery, which Rue could get his hands through, and on that occasion over pitching, and Rue says thank you very much. Beautiful straight drive, doesn't get better than that as we watch the replay. Textbook. Full face of the M&H bat he's using. Oh.
Ooh, this is good from James Rue. Daniel Holt's going to chase it. And I think he'll get there, but they'll settle for 2. No need to be greedy.
He's enjoying the extra pace that Bryden Cast is offering at the moment.
Change of angle, I reckon, around the wicket. Bryden Cast to Rue. Which actually is pretty much, it's more common to go around the wicket now, the right arm seamer to left-hander. Angle it back in. Goes for the Yorker. Top edge. A couple of fielders chasing it on. That just sums up Durham's day. They've had a couple of those on a different afternoon. The game going in a different way. Those just go straight up and fall straight in the hands of fielders. There was one off Tom Banton earlier. Bryden Cast as well, the bowler twice that it's happened to. And that one from James Rue. He was trying to flick it into the leg side. It's looped over those fielders past the laser, and George Drizzle, they come back for 2.
Yeah, leading edge from Rue, just trying to work that potentially 2 square through the leg side. Cast is in again.
That's James Rue. Cast is having a bit of a torrid time of it at the moment. No need to run those. James Rue just jogs through to that over. Dot ball, 4-4-2. A slightly fortuitous 2. Nothing fortuitous about that. Lovely punch drive.
Yeah, expensive over. 16 from it. And a lot of class from James Rue. He won't be remembering the miscued one that got him a couple of runs over the cover region. He'll be remembering the crunch through backward point, the straight drive down the ground, and a couple of glorious, elegant cover drives.
50s in 5 consecutive matches for Somerset, James Rue. Wonder if it's like, basically, I've got to go home and see my younger brother, and he keeps coming in and saying, well, I've got 100. What have you done today? I've got another 100. Got another 100. So Rue's like, well, you know, I'm still playing my part, and this is in the first team.
Yeah, it's a
I bet they're competitive.
lot of runs in that household, isn't there? It would actually be, I reckon it'd be a crazy stat to know how many combined they've
Scored in August.
scored
Yeah,
in
can we work
August,
that out?
potentially?
Can someone on the live stream work it out? If not, I can do it. How many runs?
What they're like potentially averaging as a, what's the, you know, household average?
Because there's been Parkinson's in.
This is the outside edge, only just so. I think that's a bit of an appeal from Parkinson, who's back into the attack. Ben Rain's work for the day is probably done.
It's a good day, Ben Rain, isn't it?
Sweeping that one is Aldridge. He finds his first boundary. Up to the
So you've got Thomas has been playing in the Super 4s, Taunton St Andrews, Somerset 2, so that's where people need to look. I'm assuming someone's going to do this. And then James has been playing for Somerset and the Lions. How many runs have they scored in August?
defending that time.
Ahmed's got another wicket, all for 61. First class cricket is easy, isn't it? These youngsters.
Yeah, they do come in and make it look like they've been doing it for a very long time, don't they?
I'd like to see England squad selection almost like eliminator style, like round robin. So you know that the Super Fours, the under 18s, they could do that for the England squad.
Right.
4 regions, they go and play a little tournament, and then like one whole team gets, like a bit like the Mighty Ducks. You remember that film when they just represented the USA? So it could be like the whole of the Southwest or the whole of the North. Cast is in, another over for him. That's better from him.
Yeah. Field has spread for Root. They want to be bowling at Casey Aldridge towards the back end of this day. Deep backward square leg, fine leg, third man, deep backward point. Only a couple of guys really in front of the bat, which, given Root's wagon wheel, you probably would be setting a field like this, trying to get him off strike. And they do. Punches that out to deep point.
So they're currently, according to Gloucestershire's social medias, and I'm reading this via Lady Bladebinder, so I don't know why I didn't just check it myself, but Gloucestershire are saying, we're currently awaiting the outcome of conversations between the umpires and the match referee. Well, I don't think there can be any other outcome of that, really. The umpires have said, look, we can't play. That's pretty drastic. Umpires wouldn't do that lightly.
Who did you say the umpires were? Redfern and... I can see who's match ref as well. Because they probably haven't come across too many situations like that either.
Tom Pike's worked it out for us. Thank you, Tom. This includes this innings, so whenever he was at when Tom looked. 540 runs at an average of 108 in August for James Rue. That's in first team cricket. Thomas, I reckon, might average a bit more. Taunton, I know, got 100 for Taunton Andrews. It's brilliant work for you, by the way, Tom Pike. From James Rue at 75, unbeaten. Perfect. Got 100 and he got 96 in the Super Fours. Basically combined, I reckon, less than 100 balls combined for those 2 innings. 100 for the 2s this week. 100 for Taunton Andrews. August's been a good month. Someone get in touch with Guinness World Records. We've got a new one for you. The most Player of the Match awards won by a single family in a calendar month.
Yeah, Jason Swift is the match ref.
Oh, Swifty.
At Bristol. He's going to be pretty busy, I'd have thought.
Might be bringing a swift end to proceedings. I just can't see how they can go back out.
Takes it on bounce to the fine leg, who is kind of half in the shade, half in the sun down there.
Nice trees. Do you want to rest, Soph, or do you want to carry on?
Yeah, you can do the last. What have we got? 4 overs? Yeah, alright, I'll have an early finish.
You sure?
Thanks, Treeks.
No.
No. All good.
Fun in the sun for Andy, Harry and Jason Kerr.
Well, Sam, it's been a pleasure.
I know, paths don't cross that often, do they?
No, they don't.
They were earlier in the summer. We were seeing it a bit in various commentary boxes.
Yeah, I'll be down here more now that the season is sort of coming to an end. So.
Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll...
You've got to spend 2 days with him now?
No, unfortunately you'll be playing, won't you, Peter? So, yeah, he won't be travelling with us.
Proing. Here's Callum Parkinson. It's a delight to have Sophie Luff with us as ever. Cheers, Soph. Good luck Saturday. Remember, a week on Saturday as well. Last Western Storm home game at Taunton. Ever. Sounds dramatic. Here's Beckenham. The Storm are off to this weekend. 376. Right, Trees?
Yeah, good, mate. Witnessing a few beautiful shots from James Rue when I was downstairs. That square drive that he played, followed up by the straight drive. Immaculate.
So much going on. Playing beautifully. Soph put it well that he's one of those players you just look up and suddenly he's on 50. And now he's moved to 80 in no time at all.
Yeah, he knows how to score, that's for sure. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. Beautiful, very cultured hands, always finding gaps. A lot of balls that I think a lot of other players would probably just dead bat to fielders. He somehow manages to get a little bit of finesse on it and get it into gaps. I mean, I suppose he is the proverbial duck to water, isn't he, with his professional career, and you know, great numbers in all the games that he's played, all formats. Even the top edges managed to go for runs. Pick up another couple there. Yeah, exceptional talent.
End of the over. 3-7-6. What we've just been doing, we're having a bit of a Rue off. Tom Pike is doing some great numbers for us. So James Rue in August, when he'd reached 75, had scored 540 runs at an average of 108. And we're just looking at what Thomas Rue, what his average is, albeit not in first team cricket. Yeah, they've done all right this month, the Rues. An unwelcome 100 up for Callum Parkinson, who has bowled well. 28 overs, 2 for 102, but it's just a sign of where the game's at. Have you seen what's been going on at Gloucestershire, by the way, Trees?
It's actually a gallon.
A gallon, is
it's
it?
The gallon, isn't it, for bowlers? Call it the gallon. What are you on about, Gloucester?
They've gone off pitch, doing a bit too much, so they're taking them off and they're having a look at it now. Umpires.
Serious?
Yeah. 55 overs at
Bristol.
Yeah, they've had so much rain over the last couple of seasons, but 55 overs, lost 12 wickets plus 1 retired out, and the ball just spat from Ajit Singh Dale, hit Rob Keogh on the hand, and umps went, that's enough, we're going to go off.
Well, you don't see that very often. I'm sure there must be a valid reason for it.
That's to Aldridge.
We only ever played in one game where the game was abandoned. That was a one-day game down at the Rose Bowl, when the Rose Bowl was quite new and sporty, let's say.
It's difficult, right? What can the if the umpires have said, right, we're coming off, this is too dangerous, it's probably very difficult for them to then go and sit in a room with the match referee and turn it around.
Well, I remember, I think it was Antigua, the test match in Antigua,
yes,
where gloves were being ripped off, and you know, Ambrose and Walsh bowled into Stewart, Atherton, and it looked like someone was going to seriously end up in hospital. That's one game that I remember. Yeah, very unusual though to happen, for the umpires to feel like it's that unsafe. Do we have who are the umpires out of interest?
The umpires are Sue Redfern, I'm not sure,
Chris
Chris Watts. Match referee is Mr. Swift. Deep square leg goes out on the hook. Cast that little bit extra pace. The bluff goes fuller, like into the pads.
a lot of runs being scored here for day one of a championship. I think Somerset are in real good shape now. Great performance from this middle order, 377 for 6 at the moment. Unbelievable batting from Tom Abel, Banton and now Rue. Nice contributions from Archie Vaughan, getting a 30 on his Champo debut. Nice start for him. Casey Aldridge has steadied the ship a little bit. A lot of balls. Yeah, I think in fairness, Ryan Campbell was quite honest. They didn't bowl great after lunch, and they've kind of continued with that. Every time seams come on, the run rates have grown considerably.
Just a quick reminder, that ballot is now open. England women take on West Indies women next summer. 7th of June here at the Cooper Associates County Ground Metro Bank. 50 over international. So if you want to be in line to buy tickets, they always sell out down here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Get yourself in that ballot over the next couple of days. Look at that. That's what you can be. You can be sat in that ground. Can't guarantee that weather. I could say I guarantee it, but I'm not being held to it as someone just peers around the camera.
Who was that? Is that William? Is that Will down there? Who's that down there on that camera? Or is that? That must be my Mobro, Neil. Is that him down there?
He's peering, yeah, I think it could be.
He was the inspiration to me going a little bit heavier on the old moustache at the back end of 2024.
What kind of time period has that taken?
Well, I've always had a beard, so it was just about, letting it hang loose. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks. I'm quite dark, so the old facial hair doesn't take too long.
Couple of overs remaining today.
Luckily, there aren't any greys in it, which is important. I've got a lot of greys on the side of my beard nowadays, but I think the tash is relatively dark, isn't it?
Yeah.
Happy with that. Yeah, what do you think?
If there were a bit of grey in there, would you be just fermenting it?
No, I wouldn't. No, I have a philosophy.
Here we go.
Going to be. It is gender neutral. I have a philosophy in life, and this is just from what I see. Whether it be like just for men or Botox or facelifts or anything designed, or the idea is it's trying to make you look younger, generally makes you look like a plonker. That's my perception. You see all the enormous lips and the stretched faces, and just work with what you got, Sam. Do you know what I mean? That's my philosophy. Who agrees? Anyone on the live stream agree? Just grow old gracefully, do a bit of gym, keep yourself healthy, eat well, don't drink too much, minimise bad habits, and have fun and smile. Great shot there from Casey. I reckon that's the most. That's the secret to a young face, isn't it? Smiling, not frowning. Is there something about like how many muscles you use when you frown compared to when you smile? There's something in that.
Yeah, there is. I can't disagree with anything you said. A couple of boundaries there. One, the leg buys brought up the 50 partnership between these two.
Anyway, back to the cricket.
There we go. Never know. That's what your friends were right saying. They never know quite what's coming. No, I wouldn't say that, but I didn't know it was coming. Definitely didn't know that's where you were going with it. But it takes 43 muscles to frown and 17 to smile. Some claim.
I like it. I've got a few. Yeah, there's a few on the live stream making sense. Happy old days.
You've got some fans on the live stream today, haven't you?
I've just had a good day. I've hit form. Do you know what I mean? It's coming to the back end of the season. I'm in nick.
And a week or two off to get rest of body.
Life's been good. Do you know what I have been trying to do? This is another thing. Not only have you obviously got to try and smile. You know I smile a lot anyway, but I've been actively trying to not look at social media too much in the morning, because I find Twitter and news and anger are intrinsically linked, especially with the crazy world we're in. You know what? this morning I was like, I'm not going to look at the news. I'm just going to drive to Taunton. I'm going to put my music on. I'm going to say hello to the blokes on the gate. I'm going to see Walshy and Latham. And I catch up with Sam and Soph, and I'm going to have a lovely day. And do you know what? I feel better for it.
A lovely day. Indeed. Somerset had a good day. Oh, Tom Pike's come up with it. Thomas Rue, 386 runs at 128 in August, not including club cricket. So he's up at 500 runs with that Taunton St Andrews 100 too. James just tucking it into the leg side. Not quite going to make 100 today, but will look to give himself the opportunity. Oh, look at that. To do so tomorrow. Stephen Lamb's listening, and he says, a philosophy of life I'm following in southern France. So, Stephen Lamb, great to have you tuning in, our fellow commentator. Ricky Clark's at the back rolling his eyes.
He's
heard Triggs
talking of growing old gracefully is Ricky Clark. Look at that. The silver fox. Beautiful. He's got a good smile as well. Yeah, he's all right, is our Clarky. He's one of those blokes, I'll tell you what. He's getting better with age as well. I thought he was a right ugly bugger in his younger days. And now look at him. He's like a swan. Beautiful. He's got his white plumage. Oh. He's got teeth like the front of a Bentley. Beautiful. What a man.
One over left.
That's gonna cost me a round of drinks when we're away in India.
Yeah, so when did you go for that one? Who else is in your team? Who are the other legends or the masters?
Well, we got me and Clarky and some legends. I think we got captain Suresh Raina,
Nice.
Mr. IPL. That's not bad.
Who are you playing for then?
I think we are playing for Hyderabad, Urban Risers Hyderabad again. Who else we got, Clarky? We got Suresh, Chadwick Walton, the West Indian. He's a beautiful player, he is. Sorry? Undana, the left armour. We got some pace. I have seen a few of the opposition pacers that have been bought in the auction, and I was going to have a word with the captain, trying to get myself to open the batting. I might stay at 5, looking at some of the old bowling attacks.
Pulled by Root.
That's the thing, Sam, with these Legends comps and Masters comps and stuff. It started, I think the concept was that it was going to be sort of properly retired players in their 40s. Now it's basically anyone that's retired from any format of cricket. So all of a sudden you've got 30-year-old 90-mile-an-hour bowlers rocking up and trying to terrorise us old people. I mean, I could come back with some more grey hairs, you never know.
Or less teeth.
Bryden Cass here, he's bowled a few rockets this afternoon. He's leaked a few runs, bar that dismissal of Goldsworthy. He's bowled a lot of those. And you have to say, the Somerset batters, by and large, have stood up to that challenge very well. Scoring rates hovered around 4 runs and over all day, creeping up to another batting point. We did say that first innings runs on a wicket like this are going to be crucial, and we'd ideally like it to start with a 4.
I'm getting so many messages. Charlie Taylor has told me I can't have any Botox because you'll be on to me.
Oh, yeah, I would be all over you.
Kit Harris has called you Preacher Trigo. You've got a whole new calling.
Oh, excellent. If you come in with a set of Katie Price lips, there's going to be hell to pay, I tell you.
You're on the same announcement as Suresh Raina.
I
Locked in.
Don't belong, do I? Imposter syndrome. You wait until they see me with me Burt Reynolds cannonball run tash. Another poor delivery down the leg side. 4 runs to James Rue, creeping over towards another first class 100.
Shot from Reed. Your new legion of fans will not know because they'll go onto your social media. So, Triggs has retweeted. Okay, Legends League Cricket. Yep, he's alongside Suresh Raina. Oh, what's he tweeted next? The Wurzels lyrics, right. You've got a diverse social media,
yeah, mate, 100%. I was, again, I'm trying to fill my world with smiles.
The Wurzels will do that.
What I said, the catalyst for that was Oasis reuniting, and the Wurzels tweeted one of their songs, because they did Don't Look Back in Anger. They did an album called, it was like
covers,
where they Wurzelized songs. Magnificent. Sat there just...
They're great.
Singing along.
No chance of a Wurzels reunion because they never split up. So as someone who lived in London, every Christmas they play for basically the expats of Somerset, they play a show somewhere in and around North London, and you just go down there and see familiar. You'd be like, oh, I think I recognise him from Shout back in 2001. Wurzels were there.
It's one of the highlights of my life when I was invited backstage at a Wurzels concert on the Grand Pier at Western, and I had a cider with Tommy while he was in his underpants. It's one of the greatest moments of my life. The bloke just loves to get his check shirt off, and he was playing his banjo, no metaphor, playing his banjo within his underpants to a crowd of about 5,000, and everyone in Western Super Vegas loved it. You can't get away with this on the BBC, can you, Rick? Eh? Ricky Clark's come in here. He's in the BBC room all day with Anthony Gibson. Hasn't laughed once. He comes in here just to get a little bit of soul food, don't you, son?
It's been a lovely 5-over burst from here at the back end. You found this little bit of second new ball energy, haven't you, at the back end of the day?
I went down. Tom Bantam was downstairs watching his teammates. Had a little chat with Bants. He's got a busy end to the season. Some big performance, hopefully, for Somerset, especially in the T20 Blast.
Last ball of the day. Bang on 6 o'clock, 6:01. They started a minute early. Durham get through their overs. Somerset finish. And we'll resume tomorrow on 395 for 6. James Rue, 89 unbeaten. Casey Aldridge, 12 unbeaten. We've seen some wonderful batting, and we've seen a quite magnificent 100 from Tom Abel, 124 for him, 73 from Tom Banton, who Triggs was just talking about. They had a big partnership, 185 between Abel and Banton. Somerset's best for the 4th wicket against Durham, beating a record previously held by Jamie Cox and James Hildreth. That was the game Hildy got 100 against Sherb Akhtar. So Somerset will walk off, I reckon, Triggs. Those two pretty satisfied with the day.
Yeah, it's been a great day for Somerset on the whole. It started at 10:59, the dismissal of Andy Mead, Ben Rain, and you get that sort of sinking feeling that it might be a tough week. But the way the middle order have fought back, absolutely exceptional, as you say. 3 guys have really stood up so far, and more to come tomorrow. 395, yeah, pushing towards the 450, 500 mark would really set the tone here at Taunton. We've had a great day, haven't we, Sam? We've smiled, we've enjoyed each other's company. We hope you all at home have enjoyed the show, and tune in tomorrow. Thanks to our sponsors, WPA Health Insurance, Hygos Insurance, to name but a few. Virtue Motors, Eurolay for the speed gun. We got some good eggs that support us, haven't we, Sam?
We have indeed. Breaking news: match abandoned at Bristol. Well done.
I'll tell thee what. I'll have to get on. Well, like I said, I'm trying to avoid Twitter at the moment, but I might have to go back on to see what the hell's gone on up the road at Bristol. But it's been a fantastic day for Somerset. Thank you all for listening, and very much look forward to seeing you soon. And make sure you keep contributing on the live feeds when you're listening. Great to have a chat and answer some of your questions and comments. We'll see you all again soon. There's the scorecard before we sign off. Abel, 124, a magnificent innings. Can Rue match him with another 100? Some good bowling performances. I thought Hogg was very impressive, but too many bad balls on the whole from the Durham bowling attack that have allowed Somerset just to get away a little bit here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Thanks to Sophie Luff and Sam Dalling. I'm Pete Trigo, and we'll see you again soon. Take care. God bless.